steps, each board creaking under his weight. The spare key hung on its usual nail behind the porch swing. He let himself in, expecting to find Addie asleep on the couch where she usually curled up during these late pickups. The living room was empty. "Addie," he called softly, not wanting to wake his parents if she'd already been put to bed upstairs. No answer. Jack walked through the familiar rooms, past the family photos that lined the hallway like a museum of better times. There he was at 10, gap-toothed and grinning. Ray at 12, always standing a little behind Jack, as if claiming protection. Their parents, younger then, before the lines around their eyes had deepened into permanent scowls. He found Addie in the kitchen. She sat perfectly still on one of the straight-backed wooden chairs, the kind his mother had insisted on keeping despite their discomfort. Her small hands rested in her lap, fingers twisted together. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she wasn't crying anymore. She learned not to cry in this house. Around her neck hung a piece of cardboard, tied with kitchen twine like a price tag on meat. The black marker letters were written in his mother's precise handwriting. Family disgrace. Jack's vision tunneled. The room went quiet except for the tick of the kitchen clock and the hum of the refrigerator. He could feel his pulse in his temples, could taste something metallic in his mouth. "Daddy!" Addie's voice was barely a whisper. He moved to her, his boots loud on the linoleum. His hands shook as he untied the twine, careful not to pull too hard on her delicate neck. The cardboard fell to the floor with a soft thud. "Addie, sweetheart, what happened?" Before she could answer, footsteps came down the stairs. His mother appeared in the doorway, wearing her blue flannel robe and slippers. Her gray hair was pinned back with bobby pins, and her face held that familiar expression of justified irritation. "Jack, you're later than usual. What is this?" He held up the cardboard sign. Marlene Brennan crossed her arms. She lied about knocking over Grandma's nativity. "We don't raise liars in this family." She's 8 years old enough to know right from wrong. His mother's voice carried that tone she'd perfected over the years, the one that suggested anyone who disagreed with her was fundamentally flawed. She broke the ceramic baby Jesus, then tried to blame it on the cat. When I asked her to tell the truth, she kept lying. Jack knelt beside Addie's chair. "What really happened, sweetheart?" Addie looked up at him with those dark eyes she'd inherited from June. "I was looking at the baby Jesus up close. I didn't mean to knock it over. When it broke, I got scared and said maybe Patches did it. But then I told Grandma the truth right after. I promised, Daddy. I told her it was really me." Marlene snorted. After she got caught in the lie first. She corrected herself. "She's a child who needs to learn consequences." His mother's voice grew sharper. "You've been too soft on her since June died. Someone has to teach her proper behavior." Jack stood slowly. Behind his mother, his father appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Vern Brennan was a big man, made bigger by years of physical labor and an unwillingness to bend for anyone. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching the scene with the detached interest of someone observing a neighbor's argument. "Vern!" Jack looked at his father. "You agree with this?" His father shrugged. "Your mother handles the discipline around here. Always has. By humiliating an 8-year-old, by teaching her that actions have consequences." Marlene snapped. "Something you should have learned a long time ago. Maybe if you had, you wouldn't be working Christmas Eve instead of spending time with your daughter." The words hit like they were meant to. Jack felt the familiar tightness in his chest, the old feeling of being 12 years old again and never quite good enough. But this time, something else rose up alongside it. Something colder. "Come on, Addie. We're going home." He helped his daughter down from the chair, his hands gentle on her shoulders. She moved carefully, like someone who'd been sitting still for a very long time. "Jack!" His mother's voice followed them toward the front door. "You're overreacting. We were trying to help." He stopped but didn't turn around. "Help what?" "Help raise her properly. She needs structure. She needs to understand that lying has consequences." Jack looked down at Addie, who had wrapped her small hand around 2 of his fingers. She was staring at the floor, her dark hair falling across her face like a curtain. "She needs to understand that telling the truth is safe," he said, "even when she makes mistakes. The world isn't safe, Jack. The sooner she learns that, the better." Now he did turn around. His mother stood in the kitchen doorway, backlit by the overhead fluorescent that made everything look harsh and cold. His father remained by the stairs. Still, watching like this was a show that didn't particularly interest him. "You're right," Jack said. "The world isn't safe. That's why home should be." He walked out without another word, Addie's hand still clutched in his. In the truck, Jack started the engine and turned up the heat. The dashboard lights cast everything in blue, making Addie's face look even smaller than usual. She sat pressed against the passenger door, her seat belt buckled, but her body curled into itself. "Daddy." "Yes, sweetheart. They said you'd be ashamed of me." Jack's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "What did they say exactly?" "Grandma said when you saw the sign, you'd know what kind of girl I really was. She said you'd be disappointed because you thought I was good, but now you'd know I was just like all the other liars in the world." "And what did you think about that?" Addie was quiet for a long moment. "I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I am bad, and I just didn't know it yet." Jack pulled the truck over to the side of the road and put it in park. He turned to face his daughter fully. "Addie, look at me." She lifted her head. "You're not bad. You're not a disgrace. You are kind and smart and brave, and you tell the truth even when it's hard. What happened tonight was not about you. Do you understand? But I did lie first, for about 2 seconds. Then you told the truth. That's what people do when they make mistakes. They fix them." Grandma said. Grandma was wrong. The words came out harder than Jack intended. He softened his voice. "Sometimes adults are wrong, sweetheart, even when they act like they're not." Addie nodded slowly. "Are we going to go back there?" Jack looked through the windshield at the dark road ahead. In the distance, the lights of Clearwater's small downtown were visible, the diner and the gas station and the handful of shops that made up the center of their small world. "Not for a while," he said. When they got home to their small rental house on Maple Street, Jack tucked Addie into bed and read her 2 chapters from the book they'd been working through together. By the time he finished, she was asleep, her breathing even and peaceful. Jack went to the garage and opened a beer. He sat on the workbench among the tools he'd inherited from June's father, the ones that had taught him how to fix things with his hands when everything else in his life felt broken. He thought about the sign around Addie's neck, the careful handwriting, the kitchen twine, tied just tight enough to stay in place but not tight enough to hurt. His mother had planned this, had thought it through, prepared the materials, waited for the right moment to deploy her lesson. The phone rang twice while he sat there. His parents' number on the caller ID. It let go to voicemail both times. The third time, he turned the phone off altogether. The next morning was Christmas Day. Jack made pancakes while Addie opened the presents they'd put under their small tree. A art set, some books, a stuffed dog that looked like the one in her favorite picture book. Simple gifts, but enough to make her smile. The phone started ringing again at 9 a.m. "You gonna answer that?" Addie asked. Looking up from the watercolor paints she was testing on scrap paper. "Not today." The answering machine picked up. His mother's voice filled the kitchen, sharp and impatient. "Jack, this is ridiculous. It's Christmas morning and you're ignoring your family. Addie needs to apologize for her behavior yesterday, and you need to stop acting like a child. Call me back." Jack deleted the message without listening to the rest. 3 more calls came over the next hour. His mother again, then his father's gruff voice, then his older brother Ray calling from Portland. "Jack, it's Ray. Mom called me. Said you're having some kind of breakdown over Addie getting disciplined. Look, I get it. You're protective of her since June died, but you can't shelter her from everything. Call Mom back and work this out like an adult." Jack deleted that one too. By noon, Addie was napping on the couch, exhausted from the emotions of Christmas morning and the late night before. Jack sat at the kitchen table with another beer and let himself remember. He was 14, maybe 15. His dog Rex had been hit by a car on the county road, killed instantly. Jack had found him there in the ditch, still warm, but already gone. He'd carried Rex home and buried him behind the barn, tears streaming down his face the whole time. His father had found him there afterward, dirty and sobbing over the small grave he'd dug. "Jesus Christ, Jack. It was just a dog. He was my friend. He was an animal. Animals die. You crying about it won't bring him back." "I know, but nothing." Vern had grabbed Jack's arm, yanked him to his feet. "You're too old for this. Way too old. What are people going to think if they see you crying over a damn mutt?" Jack had tried to stop crying, had swallowed the sobs and wiped his face with his sleeve. But the tears kept coming. "Get in the house," his father had said, "and don't let me see this again. You want to be a man or you want to be a baby?" That night at dinner, his mother had smiled her bright public smile and asked how everyone's day had been. When Jack said nothing, she'd filled the silence with chatter about the church potluck and Mrs. Peterson's new haircut. Like nothing had happened. Like there wasn't a small grave behind the barn and a son who'd learned that his pain was something to be ashamed of. "We don't air our dirty laundry," she'd said to him later, when he'd asked why they hadn't talked about Rex. Family business stays in the family. People don't need to know every little thing that happens here. But it wasn't just Rex. There had been other times. When Jack had struggled in algebra and his father had called him stupid. When he wanted to try out for the school play and his mother had laughed. When he'd gotten nervous before his first date and thrown up and both parents had acted like he was defective. "You've always been too sensitive," his mother had said 100 times over the years. "The world's going to eat you alive if you don't toughen up." Too sensitive. Like feeling things was a character flaw instead of being human. The phone rang again. This time was Ray's wife, Kelly. "Jack, I hope you're okay. Ray told me what happened, and I just wanted you to know that we think you're doing the right thing. What Marlene did was awful. If someone did that to Emma, I'd lose my mind." Jack picked up. "Kelly, oh good, you're there. I was afraid you weren't answering anyone." "Just family." "Well, I'm family too, and I wanted you to know we support you. Ray's been going back and forth on it, but I told him straight up that what his mom did was abusive. You don't humiliate a child like that, period. Ray thinks I'm overreacting. Ray thinks anything that rocks the boat is overreacting. He spent his whole life trying to keep peace with your parents, even when they're wrong. It's easier for him to blame you than to admit they screwed up." Jack rubbed his forehead. "I don't know what to do about any of this. You don't have to do anything right now. Just take care of Addie and yourself. The rest will figure itself out." After he hung up, Jack felt marginally better. At least someone understood. At least someone could see what his parents had done for what it really was. But Kelly lived 3 hours away in Portland. She wasn't here in Clearwater, where everyone knew everyone and the Brennan family name still carried weight. Where his parents had spent 40 years building their reputation as solid, respectable people who knew how to raise children right. Where a story like this could get twisted into something else entirely. 3 days after Christmas, Addie came home from playing at her friend Emma's house with tears in her eyes and dirt on her knees. "What happened, sweetheart?" Emma's mom asked me about Christmas. I told her about the presents you got me and the pancakes. But then Emma said her mom heard something at the grocery store about me being in trouble with Grandma and Grandpa. Jack knelt down to Addie's level. What exactly did Emma's mom hear? She said Mrs. Peterson told her that Grandma told the whole church group that I made up stories and got caught lying about breaking things on purpose, and that you were mad at Grandma for trying to teach me right from wrong. The metallic taste was back in Jack's mouth. "What did you tell Emma?" I said it wasn't true like that. But Emma said her mom seemed worried about me, like maybe I was the kind of kid who lies about things. And then Emma didn't want to play with me anymore. Jack closed his eyes for a moment. Emma was Addie's best friend. They'd been inseparable since kindergarten. Mrs. Peterson said maybe Emma shouldn't come over here anymore because you might be one of those parents who doesn't discipline their kids right. She said that in front of you? Addie nodded. She was talking to Emma's mom, but I was right there. She didn't care if I heard. That night, after Addie was asleep, Jack sat at the kitchen table with a yellow legal pad and started writing names. Mrs. Peterson, Emma's mother, Janet, the women in his mother's church circle, Pastor Williams, the other parents at Addie's school who might have heard the story by now. He wasn't planning revenge. Not yet. He was planning something else entirely. He was planning truth. The next morning, Jack called in sick to work for the first time in 2 years. He drove Addie to school, then headed to First Baptist Church of Clearwater. Pastor Williams was in his office, a small room behind the sanctuary that smelled like coffee and old books. He was maybe 50, with kind eyes and a genuine smile that had drawn Jack and June to this church when Addie was born. "Jack, good to see you. How are you holding up? I know the holidays can be tough since June passed. Pastor Williams, I need to talk to you about something that happened with my parents." "Of course. Sit down." Jack told the story simply, without embellishment. The broken nativity figure. Addie's moment of panic and quick correction. The sign around her neck. The way his mother had planned it, prepared it, used it as a teaching tool. Pastor Williams' face changed as Jack talked. The smile faded, replaced by something more serious. Jack, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. My mother's been telling people at church that Addie is a liar, that I'm too soft on her, that I don't discipline her properly. The story's spreading around town, and now other kids are being told to stay away from Addie. That's not acceptable. Not at all. I wanted you to hear the truth before the lies get too deep to dig out of. Pastor Williams nodded slowly. I appreciate you coming to me with this. And I want you to know that what happened to Addie, that's not discipline. That's humiliation. There's a difference. My mother seems to think they're the same thing. Your mother has been struggling lately. I think she's been dealing with some personal issues since your father's health scare last spring. But that doesn't excuse what happened here. Jack hadn't known about any health scare. But then again, he didn't know much about his parents' lives anymore. They become strangers to him years ago. What are you going to do? He asked. I'm going to have a conversation with your mother about the story she's been sharing. And I'm going to make it clear that using church fellowship to spread gossip about a child is not acceptable behavior for someone in a leadership position. She has a leadership position. She runs the women's ministry committee. Or rather, she did. I think it's time for her to take a step back and focus on some personal reflection. That afternoon, Jack picked Addie up from school and drove her to the administrative office. He'd called ahead and arranged to meet with the school counselor, Mrs. Rodriguez. I want to make sure Addie has support here if she needs it, he told her. And I want there to be a record of what happened, in case other issues come up. Mrs. Rodriguez was young, maybe 30, with the kind of energy that made kids feel safe talking to her. She listened to Jack's story, then asked Addie gently about her Christmas experience. Addie told it simply, the way children do. No drama, no exaggeration. Just the facts of what had happened and how it had made her feel. I was scared Daddy would think I was bad, she said. And now some kids at school think I'm a liar, but I'm not. I just made a mistake, and then I fixed it. Mrs. Rodriguez took notes and asked a few more questions. Professional questions about Addie's home life, her safety, her emotional state. Questions that Jack answered honestly, knowing they might lead to places he wasn't prepared for. I'm going to file a report, she said when they were done. Not because I think Addie is in danger now, but because what happened constitutes emotional abuse, and we're required to document these things. What does that mean? It means that if anything like this happens again, there will be a paper trail. And it means that Child Protective Services will do a welfare check on your parents' home, just to make sure there aren't other issues we need to be aware of. Jack felt something settle in his chest. Not satisfaction, exactly. More like relief. Finally, someone with authority was taking this seriously. Finally, there would be consequences. Is there anything else I should know? Mrs. Rodriguez asked. Just that Addie is a good kid who made a small mistake and told the truth about it. And that anyone who says otherwise is either misinformed or lying. That evening, the phone rang during dinner. Jack's parents' number. He let go to voicemail. Jack, this is your father. Pastor Williams called your mother today. She's very upset. I don't know what kind of stories you've been telling people, but you need to cut this out. Family business stays in the family. Call me back. Jack deleted the message and helped Addie with her homework. An hour later, another call. This time from Ray. Jack, what the hell is going on? Mom is hysterical. She said you went to the church and the school, and now child services is involved? Are you out of your mind? This time Jack answered. Ray, what are you trying to do? Destroy the family. I'm trying to protect my daughter. From what? From grandparents who love her. From people who think humiliating her is an acceptable way to teach her lessons. It was discipline, Jack. Maybe not the way you would have done it, but it wasn't abuse. Would you let someone do that to Emma? Ray was quiet for a moment. That's different. How? Because because Kelly and I handle things differently. Because you wouldn't let anyone treat your daughter like that. Look, I'm not saying Mom handled it perfectly, but you're making a mountain out of a molehill. You always do this. You always make everything bigger than it needs to be. Bigger than it needs to be. Yeah, you get your feelings hurt, and then you have to make everyone else pay for it. It's been the same since we were kids. Jack thought about Rex, about algebra homework, about every time he'd been told his feelings were too big, too much, too inconvenient for the family image. "I'm not making anyone pay for anything," he said. "I'm just making sure people know the truth." The truth? The truth is that Mom and Dad have been helping you raise Addie for 4 years. They've babysat her hundreds of times, bought her clothes, taken her to doctor appointments when you were working. And now you're going to destroy them over one bad night. One bad night where they tied a sign around my daughter's neck calling her a family disgrace. Jesus, Jack, you make it sound like they branded her. They did brand her, just not with fire. Ray sighed heavily. "I don't know what happened to you. You used to be reasonable. I used to be scared. Scared of what? Scared of being too sensitive. Scared of making waves. Scared of not being the son you all wanted me to be. And now..." Jack looked through the kitchen doorway to where Addie sat at the dining room table, working on a math worksheet with her tongue poking out in concentration. She looked safe. She looked loved. She looked like a kid who knew she could make mistakes and still be okay. "Now I'm more scared of failing her than I am of disappointing you." He hung up before Ray could respond. The Child Protective Service's visit happened on a Tuesday. Jack heard about it from Mrs. Henderson, who lived across the road from his parents and saw the official car pull into their driveway. "Stayed about an hour," she told him when she stopped by the auto shop. "Your mama came out on the porch afterward looking like she'd seen a ghost." Jack just nodded and kept working on the brake job he had pulled apart on the lift. Mrs. Henderson waited for more information, but when none came, she eventually left. The CPS worker, a tired-looking woman named Ms. Chun, called Jack that afternoon. "We completed our visit with Vernon and Marlene Brennan," she said. "No evidence of ongoing abuse or neglect was found, but we did document the Christmas incident in our files. We also spoke with them about appropriate discipline methods for children." How did they take that? About as well as you'd expect. They maintained that they were trying to teach their granddaughter about consequences, but they acknowledged that their method was inappropriate. Acknowledge how? Your mother became quite emotional. She insisted that she loves Addie and would never intentionally harm her, but that she sometimes doesn't know the right way to handle children's behavior. Your father was less talkative, but he agreed to attend a parenting class if they want to continue having unsupervised visits with Addie in the future. Jack felt something twist in his stomach. Are they planning to ask for visits? That's between you and them. We're not mandating anything at this time. But if there are future incidents, the consequences will be more serious. What kind of consequences? Supervised visits only. Possibly no contact at all, depending on the severity. After Jack hung up, he sat in his office at the shop and thought about his parents attending a parenting class. The idea of his mother sitting in a circle with other adults, learning about appropriate discipline methods, was almost funny. Almost. But there was nothing funny about the fact that it had taken a government agency to make them acknowledge what they'd done wrong. Word spread quickly in a town like Clearwater. By Friday, Jack noticed that people were treating him differently. Some with sympathy, some with disapproval. Mrs. Peterson, the grocery store gossip, actually crossed to the other side of the street when she saw him coming. At the church on Sunday, things got more interesting. Pastor Williams announced that Marlene Brennan would be taking a sabbatical from her leadership duties to focus on personal spiritual growth. The announcement was met with silence from the congregation, the kind of heavy quiet that meant everyone knew exactly what was really being said. After the service, several people approached Jack. Some to offer support, others to express their shock that such a thing could happen in their community. A few older women looked at him with the kind of cold disapproval reserved for troublemakers who upset the natural order of things. "Your mother has done so much for this church," said Mrs. Franklin, who had known his family for 30 years. "It seems harsh to punish her so severely for trying to teach a child proper behavior." "It seems harsh to tie a sign around a child's neck," Jack replied quietly. Mrs. Franklin pursed her lips and walked away. But there were others. Younger parents mostly, who understood what had really happened. Kelly Morrison, whose son was in Addie's class, squeezed Jack's arm. "I'm glad you spoke up," she said. "Kids need to know that adults will protect them, even from other adults." The real shift came when Jack's parents tried to go about their normal business in town. Vern's hardware store, which had been a local institution for 20 years, started seeing fewer customers. Not a dramatic drop, but enough to notice. People who used to stop by for advice or supplies started driving to the Home Depot in the next town over. Marlene couldn't walk into the grocery store without hushed conversations stopping abruptly. The woman who had spent decades being the social hub of the church women's group suddenly found herself eating lunch alone. Jack never said a word to encourage any of this. He didn't have to. The truth had a way of spreading itself once it got started, and people made their own decisions about what kind of behavior they wanted to support. The irony wasn't lost on him. His parents had spent their whole lives caring about what people thought. Now, they were finding out. Ray showed up at the auto shop on a Thursday evening, just as Jack was closing up. He looked tired and angry, his usually neat appearance slightly disheveled. His truck was parked crooked in the lot, like he'd been in a hurry to get here. "We need to talk." Jack finished cleaning his hands with the industrial soap and grabbed his jacket. "About what?" "About the fact that you're destroying our family." "I'm not destroying anything. I'm just not protecting it anymore." Ray followed him outside into the cold January air. The shop was on the edge of downtown, surrounded by empty lots and a few other small businesses that closed early. At this time of night, they had privacy. Mom can't leave the house without people staring at her. Dad's lost half his customers. Do you know how that feels? Do you know how it felt to find my daughter wearing a sign that called her a family disgrace? It was one night, Jack. One mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It was a choice. She planned it, prepared it, and carried it out. Then she defended it. Ray kicked at a loose piece of gravel. "You know what your problem is? You think you're better than everyone else. You think because you read books and June went to college, you're smarter than the rest of us. This isn't about being smart. It's about being decent." "Decent? You want to talk about decent?" "Decent is forgiving family when they make mistakes. Decent is working things out privately instead of airing everyone's business all over town." Jack studied his brother's face in the light from the street lamp. Ray was 39 years old, with 2 kids of his own, but he still sounded like the 12-year-old boy who had spent his childhood trying to stay on their parents' good side. When June was dying, Jack said quietly, "Mom came to the hospital exactly twice. Both times she spent more time criticizing the nurses than comforting Addie. You know why, Jack? Because June's cancer was inconvenient for her. It was messy and unpredictable, and it couldn't be fixed with the right attitude and proper behavior. So she pretended it wasn't happening. That's not fair. Fair? You want to talk about fair? Fair would have been having parents who showed up when their son's wife was dying. Fair would have been having a family that cared more about our pain than their own comfort." Ray's face was getting red. They did the best they could. No, they didn't. They did the easiest thing they could. And they taught us to do the same. You just like them, you know that. You're just as stubborn, just as unforgiving. Maybe, but I'm not cruel. You think ruining their reputation isn't cruel? I think lying about my daughter is cruel. I think humiliating her is cruel. I think spending 37 years being told I'm too sensitive every time I have a normal human emotion is cruel." Ray stepped closer, his hands clenched into fists. "You know what? Maybe you are too sensitive. Maybe that's why you can't let this go. And maybe you're not sensitive enough. Maybe that's why you can't see what they did wrong. They love Addie. They love controlling Addie. There's a difference." Ray swung at him then, a wild punch that caught Jack on the shoulder. Jack stumbled back, but didn't swing back. He just stood there, looking at his brother with something that might have been pity. "Feel better?" he asked. Ray was breathing hard, his fists still raised. "Fight back." "What?" "Because I want you to. Since when do I do what you want?" Ray lowered his fist slowly. He looked confused, like the script he'd been following had suddenly changed. "You always fight back." "No, I always fought back when we were kids. When I was trying to prove I belonged in this family. When I thought if I was tough enough, angry enough, good enough, maybe I'd finally be acceptable. And now..." Jack pulled his keys from his pocket. "Now I know I don't need to be acceptable to people who think there's something wrong with me for having feelings." He walked toward his truck, leaving Ray standing in the parking lot. "Jack." He turned back. "Mom's been crying every day since this started. Every single day. She should have thought about that before she made my daughter cry. You're never going to forgive them, are you?" Jack considered the question seriously. Ray, forgiveness requires remorse. It requires understanding that what you did was wrong and genuine effort to change. All I've seen from them is anger that they got caught and embarrassment that people found out. What if they apologized? They won't. But what if they did? Jack looked at his brother, this man who still believed that the right words could fix 30 years of wrong actions. Then I'd know they were lying. He drove home thinking about Ray's question, not because he was considering forgiveness, but because it made him realize something important. He wasn't angry anymore. The fury that had sustained him through the first weeks after Christmas had burned out, leaving something colder and more permanent behind. Resolution. It was Addie who found the papers. She was helping Jack clean out the back bedroom that had become a storage space for June's things. Boxes of books, photo albums, the cedar chest that had belonged to June's grandmother. They were finally ready to go through it all, to decide what to keep and what to donate. Daddy, what's this? Addie held up a manila folder that had been tucked behind the cedar chest. The tab was labeled Grandma Rose, Estate, in June's careful handwriting. Jack took the folder and opened it. Inside were copies of legal documents, receipts, correspondence with lawyers. And at the bottom, a copy of his grandmother Rose's will. Jack's grandmother had died when he was 22, just out of high school, and working his first job at the auto shop. He remembered the funeral, the reading of the will, his parents' explanation that the house and property had been left to the family, with them as the primary caretakers. But the document in his hands told a different story. I, Rose Margaret Brennan, being of sound mind and body, do hereby bequeath my property at 1247, County Road 18, Clearwater, Oregon, including the house, barn, and 40 acres of land, to my grandson Jackson Vern Brennan. Jack read the paragraph 3 times before the words sank in. His name, not the family, not his parents. Him. There were other provisions. His parents were to be allowed to live in the house as long as they needed it, but legal ownership was his. There was even a clause about what should happen if Jack died. The property would go to his children, not back to his parents. What is it, Daddy? I'm not sure yet, sweetheart. Let me look at this more carefully. Jack spent the rest of the evening going through the papers. There were letters from June to various lawyers, asking questions about the will and her husband's inheritance. Copies of property tax records showing his parents' names as the taxpayers. Correspondence with the county clerk's office. The picture that emerged was clear and damning. His parents had told him that his grandmother had left the property to them, with the understanding that it would stay in the family. They had filed the necessary paperwork to have the taxes transferred to their names. They had taken out a home equity loan against the property 3 years ago, all without ever telling Jack that he was the legal owner. The next morning, Jack called Tom Webster, a lawyer who had handled June's estate and a few other legal matters for them over the years. Tom was maybe 60, a small-town lawyer who had built his practice on honesty and fair dealing. Tom, I need you to look at something. Jack brought the documents to Tom's office on Main Street. Tom read through them carefully, occasionally referring to a thick legal book on his desk. Well, this is interesting, he said finally. Is it valid? Oh, it's valid. Your grandmother had this drawn up by Henderson and Associates over in Portland. They did good work. This was properly executed and filed with the county. So the house is really mine? Has been since the day she died. Your parents have been essentially your tenants for the past 15 years. But they've been paying the taxes. Doesn't matter. You can pay taxes on property without owning it. Happens all the time with rental properties. Jack felt something heavy settle in his stomach. Tom, they took out a loan against the house. Tom's eyebrows went up. They did what? Jack showed him the paperwork June had collected. Tom studied it for a long time, making notes on a legal pad. Jack, this is serious. They can't take out a loan against property they don't own. Either they committed fraud, or there's some paperwork somewhere that transferred ownership to them legally. What kind of paperwork? A quitclaim deed, most likely. Something that would have required your signature. Jack thought back 15 years. He'd been young, overwhelmed by grief, trusting. Had he signed something? Had his parents told him it was just paperwork to handle the estate, to make things easier for everyone? I don't remember signing anything like that. We need to check the county records. If there's no quitclaim deed on file, then what your parents did was mortgage fraud. That's a felony. Tom made some phone calls while Jack waited. 20 minutes later, he had an answer. No quitclaim deed on file. As far as the county is concerned, you've been the legal owner of that property since your grandmother died. Your parents somehow convinced the bank to give them a loan against property they don't own. What are my options? Well, you could report the fraud to the police. You could demand immediate payment of the loan balance. Or, Tom leaned back in his chair. You could simply assert your legal ownership and require them to make other living arrangements. You mean evict them? I mean reclaim what's legally yours. Jack stared out the window at the small downtown of Clearwater. His parents' hardware store was visible from here, just 2 blocks away. For 40 years, they had been pillars of this community. Respected business owners, active church members, the kind of people others looked up to. People who had built their lives on a lie. How long would it take, he asked, to file the paperwork? A few days. To legally require them to vacate? 30 days is standard. Jack thought about Christmas Eve, about the sign around Addie's neck, about the lies his mother had spread through the church and the school, about 37 years of being told he was too sensitive, too emotional, too much trouble for a family that just wanted to look respectable. Do it, he said. Tom nodded and pulled out a fresh legal pad. I'll need you to sign some documents. And Jack, once we file this, there's no going back. Your relationship with your parents will be over. It's already over, Jack said. They just don't know it yet. The papers were filed on a Friday. Jack's parents received the official notice by certified mail on Monday morning. He heard about their reaction from Mrs. Henderson, who saw Marlene come running out of the house, screaming at the mailman like the news was somehow his fault. That evening, Jack's phone rang 16 times. He didn't answer any of the calls, but he did listen to the voicemails later after Addie was in bed. His mother, crying and begging. His father, angry and threatening. Ray, calling him every name he could think of. Kelly, Ray's wife, apologizing for her husband and saying she understood why Jack was doing this. And finally, his mother again, her voice small and broken. Jack, please. We're family. We made mistakes, but we're family. You can't just throw that away. You can't just, please call me back. Please. Jack deleted all the messages and went to bed. The Brennan family's world collapsed in slow motion, like a building demolished floor by floor. It started with Vern's hardware store. Word of the property dispute spread through Clearwater within days, as news always did in small towns. People began staying away, not because they necessarily sided with Jack, but because they didn't want to get caught in the middle of family drama. Business dropped by half in the first week, then continued sliding. Marlene stopped attending church entirely. Pastor Williams made a few attempts to reach out, but she wouldn't return his calls. The Women's Ministry Committee, which she had run with iron efficiency for 8 years, floundered without her leadership. The other women tried to step up, but none of them had Marlene's organizational skills or her fierce dedication to keeping things running smoothly. Ray drove down from Portland twice during the first week, trying to broker some kind of peace. He met with Jack at the diner on Main Street, choosing a public place where emotions might stay under control. He wants to buy the house from you. Ray said over coffee that had grown cold while they argued. Whatever it's worth, he'll pay. With what money? He mortgaged it illegally. That loan is still outstanding. He'll figure something out. Take out a loan against the business. Maybe sell some equipment. Jack stirred his coffee and watched the steam rise. Ray, do you understand what they did? They stole from me. For 15 years, they let me think I had no inheritance from Grandma Rose while they were borrowing money against property that belonged to me. They were taking care of the place. They were protecting it for you. They were lying to me. Maybe they thought I was stupid enough to believe whatever they told me. Just like they thought I was weak enough to let them get away with humiliating Addie. Ray rubbed his face with both hands. What do you want, Jack? What would it take to end this? I want them out of my house. And then what? You'll move in there? You and Addie will live in the place where all this started. Jack had been thinking about that question. The farmhouse held 37 years of memories, most of them painful. Every room had witnessed some moment of criticism, some lesson about being less than he was, some reminder that his feelings were inconvenient to the family's image. but also held good memories. Summers with Grandma Rose, who would actually listen when he talked. Christmas mornings before the family dynamics had soured completely. The workshop where his grandfather had taught him to use tools, to fix things with his hands instead of his words. Maybe, he said, or maybe I'll sell it and use the money to buy something that's actually ours. Mom would die if you sold that house. It's been in the family for 3 generations. Then she should have thought about that before she decided to commit mortgage fraud. Ray left without finishing his coffee. He didn't come back the following week. By the end of January, the situation had deteriorated further. Vern's business was failing so badly he'd had to lay off his only employee. Marlene had developed what she called nervous exhaustion, which meant she spent most days in bed, crying or sleeping. Jack heard about this from Dr. Martinez, the family physician who had treated all of them for years. He ran into Jack at the grocery store and, after looking around to make sure they couldn't be overheard, expressed his concern. "Your mother came to see me last week," he said quietly. "She's not doing well, Jack. I'm worried about her mental state." "What did she say?" "That her life is over. That her son hates her and she doesn't understand why. She asked me for sleeping pills, something to help her not think about it anymore." Jack felt a flicker of something that might have been guilt, but it didn't last long. "Did you give them to her?" "A mild prescription, but I also recommended she see a counselor." "She refused." "Of course she did. That would mean admitting there's a problem." Dr. Martinez studied Jack's face. "You're not going to change your mind about this, are you? Would you? If someone did to your daughter what she did to mine?" The doctor was quiet for a moment. "I have 3 kids, Jack. And honestly, I don't know. I hope I'd be able to forgive, but I might not be." "Then you understand." "Understand. I just hope you understand the cost." Jack did understand the cost. He saw it every day in the way people looked at him around town. Some with sympathy, some with disapproval, most with the uncomfortable awareness that they were witnessing the destruction of a family that had seemed solid and respectable just months before. But he also saw Addie, who was sleeping through the night again, who came home from school with stories about friends instead of worries about what people were saying about her, who had stopped flinching when adults raised their voices. The cost was worth it. The eviction notice was set to take effect on February 15th. Jack had given his parents the legally required 30 days, plus an extra week, because he wasn't cruel. But the deadline was firm, and he had made it clear through his lawyer that he wouldn't extend it further. On February 14th, the day before she had to leave the only home she'd known for 40 years, Marlene Brennan came to the auto shop. Jack was working alone, finishing up a transmission job that should have been done hours ago. It was after 6, and the shop was officially closed, but he'd gotten absorbed in the work and lost track of time. The repetitive nature of mechanical repair had always helped him think, and he'd been doing a lot of thinking lately. He heard the front door open and close, heard footsteps crossing the concrete floor. When he looked up from under the hood, he saw his mother standing in the doorway to the service bay. She looked terrible, thin in a way that suggested she hadn't been eating regularly. Her usually perfect hair was flat and uncombed. Her clothes, which had always been neat and coordinated, looked like she'd slept in them. "Jack." He straightened up, wiping his hands on a shop rag. "Mom, can we talk?" He glanced around the shop, looking for escape routes that didn't exist. They were alone, the other mechanics had gone home hours ago, and the front door was 20 feet away through the office. "About what?" She moved closer, and he could see that her eyes were red and swollen. She'd been crying recently, and probably often. "About tomorrow. About what you're doing to us." "I'm not doing anything to you. I'm taking back what belongs to me." "Jack, please." Her voice broke on the word. "We're family. We made mistakes, but we're family. You can't just throw that away. You threw it away when you tied a sign around my daughter's neck. I was trying to teach her. You were trying to humiliate her, just like you've been trying to humiliate me my whole life." Marlene's face crumpled. "That's not true. I love you. I've always loved you. You love the idea of me. The version of me that doesn't have opinions or feelings or needs that inconvenience you. I did my best." "No, you didn't." Jack's voice was calm, matter of fact. "You did what was easiest for you. What made you look good to other people. What protected the family image. What's wrong with wanting to look respectable? Nothing. Unless you're willing to sacrifice your children for it. Marlene wiped her nose with a tissue that looked like it had been used many times before. I don't understand what happened to you. You used to be such a sweet boy. I used to be scared of disappointing you. There's a difference. And now, Jack looked at his mother, this woman who had shaped so much of his understanding of himself and the world. She looked small standing there in her wrinkled clothes, smaller than he'd ever seen her. But smallness didn't equal harmlessness, and he'd learned that lesson too late for it to change anything. Now I'm more afraid of failing my daughter than I am of disappointing you. So, you're going to destroy us? I'm going to stop protecting you from the consequences of your choices. Marlene's tears were flowing freely now. Jack, we're going to lose everything. The house, the business, our reputation. Everything we've worked for. You should have thought about that before you decided to steal from me. We weren't stealing. We were taking care of the property. You took out a loan against property you didn't own. That's fraud. We needed the money for the business. Then you should have asked me. It was my property. You should have asked. Would you have said yes? Jack considered the question. 15 years ago, he probably would have. He'd been so desperate for their approval, so grateful for any scrap of acceptance they offered. He would have signed over his inheritance gladly if they'd asked, just to prove he was a good son. Probably, he said. But you didn't ask. You just took, just like you always do. Marlene looked around the shop, at the tools and equipment and cars in various states of repair. Your father built his business from nothing. He's worked 60-hour weeks for 40 years. And I've worked since I was 16. I've never asked you for money, never expected you to take care of me. I raised my daughter, buried my wife, and kept going without asking for help. But somehow that's not enough to earn basic respect. We respect you. You respect the version of me that does what you want without asking questions. The moment I stand up for myself or my daughter, I become the problem. Marlene was quiet for a long moment, looking at the floor. When she spoke again, her voice was barely above a whisper. What would it take, Jack? What would it take for you to forgive us? Jack set down the shop rag and really looked at his mother. Not the woman who had raised him, not the grandmother who had hurt his daughter, but the person standing in front of him right now. Broken, desperate, willing to say anything to avoid losing what mattered to her. It would take you understanding that what you did to Addie was wrong. Not just inappropriate, not just a mistake, but cruel and harmful and completely unacceptable. I understand that. No, you don't. You understand that it had consequences you don't like. That's not the same thing. I am sorry. You're sorry you got caught. You're sorry people found out. You're sorry it's costing you your reputation and your home. But you're not sorry you hurt a little girl who trusted you. Marlene's face hardened slightly. She needed to learn. She needed to feel safe. She needed to know that making a mistake wouldn't result in public humiliation. She needed adults who would protect her, not adults who would use her mistakes as opportunities to prove a point. We were trying to help her. You were trying to control her, just like you've tried to control everyone in this family for 40 years. Control isn't always a bad thing, Jack. Someone has to make decisions. Someone has to maintain standards. And there it was. The truth that Marlene couldn't quite bring herself to say directly, but that colored everything she did. Someone had to be in charge, and she decided long ago that someone was her. You're right, Jack said. Someone does have to maintain standards. That's why I'm teaching my daughter that hurting people is wrong, even when those people are smaller and weaker than you. That's why I'm showing her that standing up for yourself isn't selfish, it's necessary. By destroying your family, by refusing to let my family destroy my daughter. Marlene stared at him for a long moment, and Jack could see her cycling through the arguments she'd prepared, the appeals she'd planned to make. But something in his face must have told her that none of them would work. You're not going to change your mind, she said finally. No, not even if I get down on my knees and beg. Especially not then. She nodded slowly, like she was finally understanding something that had taken her a long time to see. You really do hate us. Jack considered correcting her, explaining that hate required more energy than he was willing to spend on them anymore. But in the end, it didn't matter what she called it. I really don't trust you, he said instead, and I won't let you near my daughter until I do. And when will that be? Jack wiped his hands one more time and hung the rag on its hook. I don't know. Maybe never. Marlene walked to the door, then turned back. You know what this makes you, don't you? What? Just like us. Just as stubborn and unforgiving as the people you claim to hate. Jack thought about that. Maybe, but I'm not cruel. Aren't you? No, I'm just done pretending that cruelty is love. She left without another word, and Jack finished cleaning up the shop in silence. Tomorrow, his parents would load their belongings into a rented truck and drive away from the house where they'd raised their children and built their dreams. He felt no satisfaction in that knowledge, but he felt no regret either. The moving truck left the farmhouse on a gray February morning while Jack was at work. Mrs. Henderson called to tell him, her voice carefully neutral in the way people used when they weren't sure whose side they were supposed to be on. They took most everything, she said. Left the house real clean, though. Your mama always was particular about that. Jack thanked her and hung up. He didn't drive out to look at the house that day or the next. He gave it a week, let the knowledge settle in his mind that it was really over, really his. When he finally made the drive out County Road 18 with Addie beside him in the truck, it was a Saturday afternoon in early March. The winter had been mild, and there were already signs of spring in the budding trees and the green showing through in the pastures. The house looked smaller than he remembered, older. The paint was peeling on the porch railings, and the roof would need work soon. But the bones of the place were solid, built by his great-grandfather who believed in doing things right the first time. It looks different, Addie said as they walked up to the front door. Ow, quieter, I guess. Like it's sleeping. Jack used the key his lawyer had given him to open the front door. The house smelled like the lemon cleaner his mother had always used, and something else underneath it. Something that might have been sadness or relief, or just the absence of people who had lived there for a very long time. They walked through the rooms slowly. The living room where he'd learned to be quiet during his father's evening news programs. The kitchen where he'd sat wearing the sign around his neck. The dining room where family meals had been exercises in maintaining proper behavior and appropriate conversation. All the furniture was gone except for a few pieces that had belonged to his grandmother. The rocking chair where she'd taught him to play cards. The kitchen table where she'd let him help her bake cookies, even when his help made more work for her. Can we live here, Daddy? Jack looked around the kitchen, trying to imagine making breakfast here, helping Addie with homework at his grandmother's table, building new memories in rooms that held so many difficult ones. Maybe. Would you want? I think so. It feels like it wants us here. That evening, they drove into town for dinner at the diner. Jack ordered the meatloaf special. Addie got chicken strips and drew pictures on her paper placemat while they waited for their food. Daddy. Yes, sweetheart. Are we still related to Grandma and Grandpa? Jack thought about how to answer that. Biologically, yes. Legally, yes. But in any way that mattered to their daily lives? They're still your grandparents, he said carefully. But we don't see them anymore. Because of what they did to me. Because of how they treated both of us. Addie colored in the outline of a house on her placemat, choosing a bright yellow crayon for the walls. Do you think they miss us? I think they miss having us around to control. That's not the same thing as missing us. No, it's not. Their food arrived, and they ate while Addie continued working on her drawing. She added a tree next to the house, then a flower garden, then a small figure that might have been a dog. Emma asked if I was sad about not having grandparents anymore, she said between bites of chicken. What did you tell her? I told her I was sad about the grandparents I thought I had. But I'm not sad about the grandparents I really had, because those ones weren't very nice. Jack felt something ease in his chest. That's a very wise way to think about it. Do you think we'll ever see them again? I don't know. Maybe someday, when you're older, you might decide you want to. That would be your choice. And you be okay with that? Jack considered the question seriously. The idea of his daughter having a relationship with people who had hurt her was difficult. But she was only 8. She would grow up from her own opinions, make her own decisions about who deserves space in her life. I want you to be safe, he said. But when you're an adult, you'll get to decide for yourself who you want in your life. Even if you don't agree. Even then. Addie nodded and went back to her drawing. She added windows to the house, carefully coloring in yellow light like someone was home inside. A month later, they moved into the farmhouse. Jack hired contractors to fix the roof and paint the exterior. He tore down the family photos that lined the hallway and replaced them with Addie's artwork. They planted a small apple tree in the backyard, something that would grow along with Addie, something that would be entirely theirs. The house began to feel different, lighter somehow. Addie claimed the bedroom that had been Ray's, the one with windows facing east toward the morning sun. Jack took the master bedroom, but bought all new furniture, nothing that carried memories of his parents or their version of family life. On a warm April evening, they sat on the front porch after dinner, watching the sun set over the pasture where Jack had played as a child. Addie was reading a book, her legs tucked under her in the old rocking chair. "Daddy, this feels like home now." Jack looked out at the land that had been in his family for 3 generations, that was now truly his and someday would be truly hers. Not because of blood or obligation or family duty, but because they had chosen it, claimed it, made it safe. "Yeah," he said, "it does." In town, people had mostly stopped talking about the Brennan family drama. New gossip had emerged to take its place, new scandals to discuss over coffee and in grocery store checkout lines. Jack's parents had moved to a small apartment in the next county over. Vern had found work at a lumber yard. Marlene had taken a job at a department store, spending her days folding clothes and avoiding eye contact with customers who might recognize her. Ray came by once in May, driving down from Portland without calling first. Jack found him sitting in his truck in the driveway when he got home from work, like he couldn't quite decide whether to knock on the door or just leave. They talked for 20 minutes on the front porch, stiff and formal like strangers making conversation at a bus stop. Ray looked tired and older than his 39 years. He asked about Addie, mentioned that his own kids were doing well in school, talked about the weather and the price of gas. "They ask about you," he said finally. "Mom and Dad, they want to know how you're doing. And what do you tell them? That you seem fine. That you and Addie are happy." "We are." Ray nodded, looking out at the pasture where they'd played as children, where they'd fought and laughed and learned the complicated dynamics of their family. "Do you ever think about forgiving them?" Jack considered the question. "No, not even a little." "Ray, forgiveness requires change. It requires understanding what you did wrong and genuine commitment to doing better. I haven't seen any evidence of that. What if they changed? What if they really understood? Then maybe we'd have something to talk about. But I'm not holding my breath." Ray stood to leave, pausing at the bottom of the porch steps. "For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. About Addie, I mean. What they did to her was wrong. I know. I should have said that sooner." "Yeah, you should have." Ray climbed into his truck and drove away, and Jack didn't expect to see him again anytime soon. Maybe someday they'd find a way to be brothers without being sons, to have a relationship that wasn't built on shared trauma and family loyalty. But that was a problem for the future. For now, Jack had work to do. A house to maintain, a daughter to raise, a life to build from the pieces of the one that had been broken. It wasn't the life he'd imagined when he was young, but it was honest, and it was his. That was enough. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The Miami heat hit Cole Merritt like a wall the moment they stepped off the plane. At 38, he moved with the calculated precision of a man who planned every detail months in advance. His systems engineer mind had mapped this trip perfectly. 3 days in Miami Beach, the ocean view suite at the Fontainebleau, dinner reservations at places Avery would love. "Dad, look!" 7-year-old Avery bounced beside him, her backpack covered in bird stickers bouncing with each step. "The palm trees are so tall." Cole smiled down at his daughter, her bright eyes taking in everything around them. "Just wait until you see the ocean, kiddo." Rena Merritt trailed behind them, her phone pressed to her ear. At 34, she still turned heads, but something had shifted in recent months. The woman who once dreamed of art galleries now wore designer clothes Cole had never seen her buy. "No, Harper, I can't talk right now," Rena whispered into the phone. "I told you, it's happening tomorrow." Cole's jaw tightened slightly, but he kept his focus on Avery. 3 months of planning this trip. 3 months of hoping it would fix whatever had broken between them. The hotel lobby gleamed with marble and gold accents. Avery pressed her face against the glass wall overlooking the beach while Cole handled check-in. "Reservation for Merritt," he told the desk clerk. "Certainly, sir." Ocean View Suite, 3 nights. The clerk handed over the key cards. Will you need assistance with luggage? We're fine. Cole pocketed the cards and turned to find Rena still on her phone, now typing furiously. Rena, his voice carried the quiet authority that made junior engineers at his firm straighten up. Ready? She looked up, startled. What? Oh, yes. Sorry. The elevator ride to the 15th floor was silent except for Avery's excited chatter about the dolphins she hoped to see. Cole watched Rena in the polished steel doors. She was checking her phone again. Their suite overlooked the Atlantic, waves rolling endlessly toward the shore. Avery ran to the window and pressed both hands against the glass. It's like a giant bird bath, she said. Dad, can we go swimming right now? After we unpack, Cole said. He set their suitcases on the bed and noticed Rena hadn't moved from the doorway. You okay? Just tired from the flight? Rena's smile felt rehearsed. I think I'll take a shower before we head down. An hour later, they sat at a beachfront restaurant. Avery had insisted on the table closest to the sand so she could watch the seagulls. She was already sketching them in her drawing pad, her tongue poking out in concentration. They're so graceful, Avery said, not looking up from her drawing. Like they're dancing in the air. Very good observation, Cole said. He had taught her to really see things, not just look at them. Rena picked at her salad, her phone face down beside her plate, but Cole caught her glancing at it every few minutes. So what's the plan for tomorrow? She asked, though her tone suggested she wasn't really interested in the answer. Beach in the morning, maybe the aquarium after lunch. Cole cut Avery's chicken into smaller pieces without being asked. There's a dolphin show at 3. Dolphins? Avery looked up from her drawing. Dad, did you know dolphins can recognize themselves in mirrors? Mrs. Peterson told us that in science class. That's right. They're very intelligent animals. Rena's phone buzzed. She grabbed it quickly, read the message, then put it back down. But not before Cole saw her type a quick response. Who keeps texting you? He asked quietly. Just work stuff. The lie came easily. Too easily. You know how Harper gets when she's stressed about a project. Cole knew Harper Ellison. Rena's best friend was many things, but dedicated to work wasn't one of them. On vacation, she's covering for me, remember? Rena's voice had an edge now. Some of us can't just check out completely. Avery looked up from her drawing, sensing the tension. Are you mad at each other? No, sweetheart, Cole said quickly. Mom's just tired. But as they walked back to the hotel, Cole noticed Rena lagging behind, her phone out again. When they reached their room, she headed straight for the balcony. I need some air, she said. You two go ahead and get ready for bed. Cole helped Avery with her bath, listened to her excited recap of every bird she'd seen that day, and tucked her into the sofa bed in the suite's living area. By the time he was done, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The balcony door was cracked open. Through it, he could hear Rena's voice, low and urgent. It's done tomorrow. I'll be free. Cole froze. The words hit him like ice water, but he didn't move closer to the door. Didn't call out. Instead, he stepped back into the room and sat heavily on the bed. Free. Free from what? From him? From Avery? He pulled out his laptop and did what he always did when something didn't make sense. He started gathering information. Bank statements. Credit card records. Phone bills. What he found made his blood run cold. Cash advances totaling $15,000 over the past 3 months. Charges at stores he'd never heard of in parts of Charlotte he'd never been to. And phone calls. Hundreds of them. To a number he didn't recognize. When Rena came back inside an hour later, Cole was sitting in the dark. You're still awake? She asked. Couldn't sleep. He didn't turn on the light. Excited about tomorrow? Sure. She moved toward the bathroom. It should be fun. Cole listened to the water run, listened to her brush her teeth, listened to her slip into bed beside him. She was asleep within minutes, but he lay awake until dawn, staring at the ceiling and planning. The next morning, Rena was different, energetic in a way that felt forced, like she was playing a role. She insisted on taking Avery shopping for souvenirs after breakfast. You should rest, she told Cole as they stood in the hotel lobby. You barely slept last night. Avery looked between them. Can Dad come with us? It's a girl's trip, Rena said quickly. We'll be back in a few hours. Cole knelt down to Avery's level. You be good for Mom, okay? And stay close to her. I will. Avery hugged him tight. Love you, Dad. Love you too, kiddo. He watched them walk out through the glass doors, Rena's hand on Avery's shoulder. Something was wrong. Everything about this felt wrong. Cole went back to their room and tried to work, but he couldn't concentrate. At 11:30, his phone rang. Unknown number. Hello. Sir. The voice was hesitant, male with a slight accent. Your daughter's safe. Someone left her at my doorstep. I found your number in her backpack. The phone slipped from Cole's hand and clattered on the marble floor. The drive to Meridian Drive took 23 minutes. Cole knew because he watched every second tick by on the dashboard clock, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles had gone white. The address led him to a quiet suburban street, lined with modest houses and well-kept lawns. Nothing fancy, but clean and safe. The kind of neighborhood where people knew their neighbors and kids rode bikes in the street. A man stood in the front yard of 247 Meridian Drive, and beside him, looking impossibly small, was Avery. Cole pulled into the driveway and was out of the car before it fully stopped. Avery ran to him, tears streaming down her face. Dad! She threw herself into his arms with such force it nearly knocked him backward. Mom said you didn't want me anymore. The words hit him like a physical blow, but Cole's voice remained steady. That's not true, sweetheart. That will never be true. He held her tight, feeling her small body shake with sobs. Over her head, he met the eyes of the man who had called him. Marcus Lane, the man said, extending his hand. He was about Cole's age, with graying hair and the kind of calloused hands that came from honest work. I owned a repair shop on Sunset Drive. Cole stood, keeping one arm around Avery. Cole Merritt. How long has she been here? About 2 hours. I was getting ready for work when I heard crying on my front porch. Marcus's expression was carefully neutral, but Cole could see the questions in his eyes. She had your business car in her backpack, the one with your cell number on it. Did you see who Cole stopped? Avery was looking up at him, her face streaked with tears. Mom brought me here, she said in a small voice. She said you were too busy to take care of me anymore. She said you told her to find somewhere else for me to go. Cole knelt down again, taking Avery's hands in his. Avery, look at me. I would never, ever say that. I would never send you away. Do you understand? She nodded, but fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. Why did she leave me here? I don't know, kiddo, but you're safe now, and you're coming with me. Marcus cleared his throat. There's something else you should know. I have security cameras, front and back of the house. Cole looked up sharply. You have footage? Yeah, the whole thing. Your wife. She dropped off your daughter and left. Didn't even wait to see if anyone was home. The rage that had been building in Cole's chest threatened to explode, but he pushed it down. He had learned long ago that anger made people stupid, and he couldn't afford to be stupid. Not now. Would you be willing to share that footage? He asked. Already burn it to a disk. Marcus handed him a small envelope. I got kids myself. This ain't right. Cole stood and shook Marcus's hand again. Thank you. For everything. You don't need to thank me for doing what's right. Marcus looked down at Avery. You take care of your dad, okay? He seems like a good one. Avery nodded solemnly. He's the best. The drive back to the hotel was quiet. Avery fell asleep in the passenger's seat, exhausted from crying. Cole drove carefully, his mind already working through what came next. Back in their hotel room, he settled Avery on the sofa with her drawing pad and a cup of hot chocolate from room service. She was sketching again, birds this time, flying over an ocean. Dad, she said without looking up, are you and Mom getting divorced? The question hung in the air between them. Cole sat down beside her, choosing his words carefully. I don't know what's going to happen, Avery. But whatever happens, you and I are a team. Always. Okay. She continued drawing, adding careful details to each bird's wings. Can we go home tomorrow? Yes, we can go home tomorrow. That night, after Avery was asleep, Cole sat at the small desk in the suite and made a list. Bank accounts to freeze, lawyers to call, evidence to gather. He worked methodically, the way he approached any complex system that needed to be fixed. By morning, he had planned. Rena returned to the hotel at 10 a.m., her hair perfect and her makeup fresh. She was carrying shopping bags from expensive stores and humming under her breath as she slid her key card into the door. The room was empty. "Cole," she called out. "Avery." No response. She checked the bathroom, the balcony, even looked under the beds. Her phone showed no missed calls, no texts. Panic crept up her throat as she called Cole's number. It went straight to voicemail. "Cole, where are you? I brought Avery some beautiful souvenirs. Call me back." She tried again an hour later. Still voicemail. By noon, her panic had turned to irritation. She called Harper. "They're probably just at the beach," Harper said. "You know how Cole is. He likes to stick to his schedule." "Maybe," but Rena couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. "I'll try the front desk." The hotel clerk was polite but firm. "I'm sorry, ma'am. The Merritt family checked out this morning at 7 a.m. "That's impossible. I'm Mrs. Merritt." "I understand, ma'am, but Mr. Merritt settled the bill and checked out with his daughter. He left no message." Rena's hands were shaking as she ended the call. She tried Cole again, then Avery's child-safe phone. Nothing. She decided to drive home. Maybe they had cut the vacation short for some reason. Maybe Avery had gotten sick. The 4-hour drive to Charlotte felt like the longest of her life. She tried calling Cole every 30 minutes, but his phone stayed off. She even tried calling his office, but they said he had taken the rest of the week off. When she pulled into their driveway, Cole's car was there. Relief flooded through her as she hurried to the front door. Her key didn't work. She tried again, jiggling the handle. Nothing. She rang the doorbell and waited. Cole opened the door, but he didn't step aside to let her in. Avery appeared beside him, still in her Miami Beach t-shirt. "Mom!" Avery ran to her, and Rena felt a moment of pure relief. "Baby, I was so worried. Why did you leave without telling me?" "Rena," Cole's voice was completely flat. "We need to talk." She looked past him into the house, their house, but he still didn't move aside. "Can I come in? It's hot out here." "Actually, no. You can't." The words were delivered so calmly that it took a moment for them to register. "What do you mean I can't come in? This is my house." "Not anymore." Cole's expression never changed. "I've filed for emergency custody. There's a restraining order pending. You have exactly 5 minutes to take whatever personal items you need, and then you need to leave." "You can't be serious." Rena looked around as if someone might jump out and tell her this was a joke. "Cole, what's going on? Why are you acting like this?" He pulled out his phone and showed her a photo. It was a still frame from Marcus's security camera, showing her walking away from Avery on the front porch. "You left our daughter with a stranger," he said quietly. "She's 7 years old, and you abandoned her on someone's doorstep." The blood drained from Rena's face. "I can explain." "No." Cole's voice cut through her words like ice. "There is no explanation. There is no excuse. You left a child, our child, alone with people she didn't know, in a place she'd never been. I knew someone would take care of her." The words came out in a rush. "I saw the man working in his yard. I knew she'd be safe." "You knew." Cole repeated the words slowly. "You knew a stranger would take care of the daughter you were supposed to protect." Avery was looking between them, confusion and fear growing in her eyes. Cole put his hand on her shoulder. "Avery, go pack some clothes. We're staying at Grandma Clara's for a few days." "But Dad..." "Go ahead, kiddo. I'll be right behind you." When Avery was out of earshot, Cole stepped onto the porch and pulled the door closed behind him. "Your credit cards are canceled," he said conversationally. "Your access to our bank accounts has been revoked. The car you drove home, I reported it stolen, since you took it without permission while abandoning our child." Rena's mouth opened and closed without sound. "I would suggest you call Harper," Cole continued. "Or maybe Dean Walsh. I'm sure one of them will help you figure out your next move." At the mention of Dean's name, what little color remained in Rena's face disappeared completely. "You don't know what you're talking about," she whispered. "Don't I?" Cole pulled out his phone again. This time he showed her a screenshot of a text conversation. Her name at the top and messages that made her knees weak. "Can't wait to start our new life together. Cole will never see it coming. After tomorrow, we'll be free. I cloned your phone 3 months ago," Cole said, his voice still terrifyingly calm. "Every text, every call, every photo you thought you deleted." Rena grabbed for the phone, but Cole pulled it back. "Dean's wife received copies of these this morning, along with photos of the hotel receipts you thought you were hiding so well. You're destroying my life." The words came out as a scream. No, Rena. You destroyed it the moment you left Avery on a stranger's porch. Cole opened the front door. You have 4 minutes to get whatever you need. Then you leave, and you don't come back. I won't let you take her from me. Cole turned back to her, and for the first time, she saw something dangerous in his eyes. You already lost her, he said quietly, the moment you walked away. The law office of Nora Lane was nothing like the fancy downtown firms Cole had expected. Located in a converted house in East Charlotte, it had the feel of a place where real work got done by people who understood that justice wasn't always pretty. Nora Lane looked nothing like her brother Marcus. Where he was gentle and soft-spoken, she was sharp angles and direct stares. At 39, she had the bearing of someone who had fought for everything she'd ever won. So you're the father, she said, not bothering with pleasantries as Cole settled into the chair across from her desk. Marcus told me what happened. He said you might be able to help. Depends on what kind of help you're looking for. Nora pulled out a yellow legal pad. You want custody of your daughter, or you want revenge on your wife? I want my daughter safe. Everything else is secondary. Good answer. She clicked her pen. Walk me through it. From the beginning. Cole laid out the facts methodically. The distance that had grown between him and Rena. The mysterious phone calls and new clothes. The vacation that was supposed to fix things. The phone call from Marcus. When he finished, Nora was quiet for a long moment. You have the security footage? Cole handed her the disk Marcus had given him. And you said you cloned her phone? I manage information systems for a living. When someone starts acting suspicious, you gather data. The text between her and this Dean Walsh. How far back do they go? For months. It started as friendship, moved to emotional affair, then physical. Cole's voice never wavered. The plan to leave Avery seems to have been his idea. Nora made notes as he talked. We can file for emergency custody based on child endangerment. The abandonment is clear-cut, and we have video evidence. But you need to understand, she's going to fight back. Ow! She'll claim you're controlling, that you drove her to this, that the phone cloning was stalking behavior. Nora looked up from her notes. Are you prepared for that? I'm prepared for whatever comes, including having your private life dissected in public, because that's where this is heading. Cole thought about Avery, currently staying with his mother Clara while he handled the legal groundwork. His daughter, who loved drawing birds and asked questions about everything, who trusted him completely. Whatever it takes, he said. The emergency custody filing was submitted that afternoon. By evening, Cole had temporary full custody, and Rena was served with papers restricting her contact with Avery to supervised visits only. Cole was making dinner when his phone rang. Rena's number. You can't do this to me. Her voice was raw from crying. She's my daughter too. She was your daughter when you left her on a stranger's porch. I was confused. I was having a breakdown. You don't understand the pressure I've been under. The only pressure you've been under is the guilt of cheating on your family. That's not. Rena's voice broke. Cole, please. We can work this out. We can go to counseling. We can fix this. There's nothing to fix, Rena. You made your choice. I made a mistake. You made a plan? For months. With another man. And that plan included abandoning our child. Cole ended the call and turned his phone off. Tomorrow, Nora would file the additional evidence that would make this permanent. Harper Ellison's apartment looked like a magazine spread. All white furniture and carefully arranged succulents. Rena sat curled on the pristine sofa, tissues scattered around her like snow. You need to control the narrative, Harper said, pacing in front of the window. Get ahead of this story before he destroys you completely. He already has my phone records. He has everything. So what? You tell your side first. You were a desperate mother pushed to the breaking point by a controlling husband. You made one mistake in a moment of crisis. Rena looked up with swollen eyes. You think that will work? It's better than sitting here crying. Harper grabbed her laptop. We're going to post your story online. Make you the victim before he can make you the villain. While Harper typed, Rena called Dean Walsh. His phone went straight to voicemail. She tried again. Still voicemail. He's not answering, she said. He's probably dealing with his own mess. His wife found out, right? Cole sent her everything. Rena's voice was small. Photos, hotel receipts, text messages. Everything. Then Dean's done, but we can still save you. Harper's post went live on social media an hour later. It painted Rena as a woman driven to desperation by an emotionally abusive marriage, who made one tragic mistake in a moment of mental breakdown. Sometimes loving someone means making impossible choices, the post read. I thought I was protecting my daughter from a toxic environment. I know now I was wrong, but I pray people can understand the desperate place I was in. The post got sympathy at first. Comments poured in from other women who had felt trapped in their marriages. Harper smiled as she refreshed the page. See? People understand. You just need to keep playing the victim. But Cole was already 3 steps ahead. At exactly 8 p.m., a new social media account appeared. It was created in Rena's name, and it started posting the real evidence. Screenshots of texts between Rena and Dean, planning their new life together. Photos of hotel receipts for afternoon meetings. Bank records showing the money she'd been stealing from their joint account. And then came the security footage. The video was short and devastating. It showed Rena walking up to Marcus Lane's front porch, holding Avery's hand. It showed her kneeling down to talk to the little girl. It showed her standing up, walking away, and getting into her car without looking back. All while Avery stood alone on the porch, crying. The video had been edited to include audio from a 911 call. Marcus's voice, reporting that someone had abandoned a child on his doorstep. The child is maybe 6 or 7 years old. Marcus's voice said over the image of Avery, crying alone. She says her mother brought her here and told her to wait. But no one's coming back. Within an hour, the sympathy comments had turned to outrage. Harper's carefully crafted victim narrative crumbled under the weight of visual evidence. Rena's phone exploded with notifications. Messages calling her a monster. Photos of her face with the word unfit written across them. Threats and curses from strangers who had seen the video. Turn it off, Harper said, her face pale as she watched the comments pile up. Just turn your phone off. But it was too late. The video had been shared thousands of times. Local news stations were picking up the story. Someone had connected Dean Walsh's name to the scandal, and his real estate company was already distancing themselves from him. When Rena tried to call Dean again, his number had been disconnected. What do I do? She whispered to Harper. What do I do now? Harper was already gathering her things. I think you should stay somewhere else tonight. This is getting too messy. You're leaving me too? I'm not leaving you. I just need some space to think. Harper wouldn't meet her eyes. Maybe stay with your parents for a while. But when Rena called her parents, her mother's voice was cold. We saw the video, Rena. How could you do that to Avery? Mom, please. I can explain. There's nothing to explain. You left a baby alone with strangers. Your father and I are ashamed. The line went dead. Rena spent that night in her car, parked outside the hotel where she and Dean used to meet. She kept calling Cole, but his number had been changed. By morning, her face was all over the local news. The story had a simple, devastating headline. Mother abandons 7-year-old on stranger's doorstep. The courtroom was smaller than Rena had expected, but it felt huge when she walked in and saw all the eyes watching her. She had managed to find a lawyer, a young public defender named Tom Rodriguez who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Cole sat at the other table with Nora Lane, both of them calm and prepared. He didn't look at Rena when she entered, didn't acknowledge her presence at all. Judge Patricia Hoffman was a woman in her 60s with gray hair and the kind of stern expression that suggested she'd seen every excuse and heard every sob story. She reviewed the files in front of her for several minutes before speaking. This is a hearing to determine temporary custody of Avery Merritt, age 7. The father, Cole Merritt, is seeking full custody based on allegations of child endangerment and abandonment. The mother, Rena Merritt, is contesting this petition. Rodriguez stood up. Your Honor, my client admits she made a mistake, but it was a mistake born of desperation and mental distress. Mrs. Merritt was suffering from severe depression and made one error in judgment during a crisis period. What kind of error in judgment involves leaving a 7-year-old with strangers? Judge Hoffman asked. My client believed the child would be safe. She was in an extremely fragile mental state and wasn't thinking clearly. Ms. Lane, Judge Hoffman looked to Nora. Your Honor, This wasn't a momentary lapse in judgment. This was a calculated plan that was months in the making. Nora stood and approached the bench. We have evidence that Mrs. Merritt was planning to abandon her family to start a new life with another man. The abandonment of Avery was simply part of that plan. I'd like to see that evidence. The next hour was brutal for Rena. Nora presented the text messages, the hotel receipts, the bank records. She played the security footage of Avery being left on Marcus's porch. She read excerpts from messages between Rena and Dean about being free after the Miami trip. Rodriguez tried to object, tried to paint it as an invasion of privacy, but Judge Hoffman shut him down. The welfare of the child supersedes any privacy concerns, she said firmly. When it was Rodriguez's turn to present his case, he called Rena to the witness stand. Mrs. Merritt, can you tell the court about your state of mind leading up to the incident in Miami? Rena had practiced this part with Rodriguez. She was supposed to cry, to show remorse, to explain how overwhelmed she had been. But when she opened her mouth, all she could think about was the look on Avery's face when she had walked away. The confusion, the fear. I thought. She started, then stopped. I thought I was doing what was best. Best for whom? Judge Hoffman asked. For everyone. For Avery. For Cole. For me. How was abandoning your daughter best for her? I thought she'd be better off without me. So you left her with complete strangers instead of with her father? I wasn't thinking clearly. No, Judge Hoffman said quietly. You weren't. The judge called for a recess after Rena's testimony. When court resumed, she had Marcus Lane on the phone. Mr. Lane, can you describe the condition of the child when you found her? Marcus's voice filled the courtroom through the speaker. She was scared, Your Honor, crying and asking for her daddy. She said her mother told her that her father didn't want her anymore. That child believed she'd been thrown away. How long was she alone on your porch before you found her? According to my security cameras, about 20 minutes. Could have been longer if I hadn't been getting ready for work. 20 minutes, Judge Hoffman repeated. A 7-year-old child, alone in a strange place, believing her parents had abandoned her. When Marcus's testimony was finished, Judge Hoffman didn't take long to make her decision. I've reviewed all the evidence presented today. The security footage, the text messages, the witness testimony. Mrs. Merritt, your actions constituted willful child endangerment and abandonment. The fact that you planned this in advance makes it even more concerning. Rodriguez started to stand, but Judge Hoffman held up her hand. I'm awarding full custody to Mr. Cole Merritt. Mrs. Rena Merritt's parental rights are suspended pending completion of mandatory psychological evaluation and parenting classes. Any future contact with a minor child must be supervised and approved by this court. The gavel came down with a sound like thunder. Rena felt the world tilt around her. Your Honor, please. My decision is final. Court is adjourned. As people filed out of the courtroom, Rena sat frozen in her chair. She watched Cole shake hands with Nora, watch him walk past her without a glance. In the hallway, she caught up to him. Cole, wait. Please. He turned, and for a moment she thought she saw something soft in his eyes. Some remnant of the man who had once loved her. This isn't over, she said desperately. I'll appeal. I'll fight this. You'll lose, he said simply. Maybe, but I'll make sure you regret destroying me. Cole stepped closer, close enough that only she could hear his words. I didn't destroy you, Rena. You did that yourself the moment you walked away from our daughter. He turned and left her standing alone in the courthouse hallway, and Rena realized that she had never really known her husband at all. 6 months after the custody hearing, Rena Merritt had learned what it meant to have nothing. She sat in the break room of Grind Coffee, a chain cafe in a strip mall 20 minutes from the life she used to have. Her manager was a 23-year-old named Kyle who called her run and had already written her up twice for being late. You're on register today, Kyle said, not looking up from his schedule, and try to smile more. The customers complained yesterday that you look unfriendly. Rena nodded and tied her apron around her waist. The green polyester uniform made her look washed out, but she couldn't afford anything else. Her studio apartment cost $800 a month, and after utilities and bus fare, She barely had enough left for food. The morning rush was brutal. Entitled suburbanites ordering complicated drinks, most of them young enough to be her students if she'd still been teaching art classes at the community center. If her life hadn't imploded. Large latte with oat milk, extra shot, and vanilla syrup. A woman about her age ordered, then added without looking up from her phone, and make it fast. I'm late for Pilates. Rena recognized her. Amanda Chun, someone she'd known from Avery School. Amanda had always acted superior, but now she literally was. That'll be $6.50, Rena said, hoping Amanda wouldn't recognize her. But Amanda's eyes widened when she looked up. Rena? Oh my God, what are you doing here? Working. Rena's face burned as she processed the payment. I heard about, the custody thing. Amanda's voice was loud enough that other customers turned to look. That video was just awful. How would you do that to sweet little Avery? Your drink will be ready at the end of the counter, Rena said quietly. I always thought you were a little self-centered, but abandoning your own child? Amanda shook her head like she was discussing the weather. Thank God Cole got her away from you. The next customer was already waiting, but Amanda wasn't done. Cole's doing such a great job with her, by the way. She seems so much happier now. More confident. It's amazing what a stable home environment can do. Each word hit like a slap. Rena managed to finish her shift, but when she got home that night, she went straight to her laptop and searched for news about Cole and Avery. What she found made everything worse. There was a feature article in the Charlotte Observer about single fathers. Cole was prominently featured, photographed in their old kitchen. Her kitchen, making breakfast while Avery sat at the counter drawing. The headline read, "After abandonment trauma, father and daughter build new life together." The article painted Cole as a hero and Rena as a monster. It mentioned the shocking security footage that had gone viral months ago. It talked about how Avery was thriving in her father's care and had overcome the trauma of maternal abandonment. There was a photo of Avery's latest artwork, a drawing of a house with two figures in the window, labeled me and dad. No third figure. No mother. Rena closed the laptop and called the one person who might still take her call. Harper, it's me. Rena. Harper's voice was cautious. How are you holding up? I'm working a coffee shop. I live in a studio apartment with a mattress on the floor. How do you think I'm holding up? I'm sorry. I know this has been hard. Have you seen the article? About Cole? Yeah, I saw it. He's being treated like some kind of saint. Like Father of the Year. Well, Harper hesitated. He is raising Avery alone now, and she does seem to be doing well. The betrayal in those words cut deep. Whose side are you on? I'm not on anyone's side. I just think maybe you should focus on moving forward instead of... Instead of what? Instead of being angry at Cole for protecting his daughter. The line went quiet for a long moment. I have to go, Rena said finally. Rena, wait. But she had already hung up. That night, she typed out a long email to Cole. She deleted it without sending. She wrote another one. Deleted that too. Finally, she settled on something simple. Do you feel better now? She sent it before she could change her mind, then waited for a response that never came. 14 months after losing custody, Rena thought she had found a way back. Dr. Patricia Vance was everything Rena had hoped for in a therapist. Sympathetic, understanding, and willing to write the glowing progress reports that the court required for Rena to petition for joint custody. You've made remarkable progress, Dr. Vance said during their final session. I truly believe you're ready to have a relationship with your daughter again. Thank you. Rena felt lighter than she had in over a year. I know I made mistakes, but I've learned from them. I'm not the same person I was. The court will see that. These reports clearly document your journey toward mental health and responsible parenting. What Dr. Vance didn't mention was the additional $2,000 Rena had paid her to backdate some of the sessions and exaggerate her progress. Money Rena had scraped together by working double shifts and selling the last of her jewelry. But it would be worth it to see Avery again, to prove to Cole and everyone else that she could be a good mother. The custody hearing was scheduled for a Wednesday morning in February. Rena had borrowed money for a new outfit and spent hours practicing her testimony in the mirror. She felt confident walking into the courtroom. She had documentation of her therapy progress, letters from her employer praising her reliability, and a detailed plan for how she would co-parent with Cole. Cole sat at the other table with Nora Lane, just like before. But something was different about his expression. He looked satisfied, like he knew something she didn't. Judge Hoffman entered, and Rena stood with everyone else. We're here to consider a petition for modification of custody in the matter of Avery Merritt, the judge began. Mrs. Rena Merritt is asking for joint custody based on completed therapy and demonstrated rehabilitation. Rena's lawyer, a different one this time, since Rodriguez had moved to another city, stood to present her case. Your Honor, my client has completed extensive therapy and has shown genuine remorse and growth. She's maintained steady employment and housing for over a year. She's ready to be a mother to her daughter again. I'd like to review the therapy records, Judge Hoffman said. As Rena's lawyer handed over the files, Nora Lane stood up. Your Honor, we have some concerns about the authenticity of these therapy records. Ice ran through Rena's veins. What kind of concerns? Judge Hoffman asked. We believe some of the sessions documented in these reports never actually took place. Judge Hoffman looked down at the files, then back at Nora. That's a serious allegation. What evidence do you have? Nora approached the bench with a thick folder. Dr. Patricia Vance's office calendar for the past 18 months, obtained through subpoena. Several of the sessions Mrs. Merritt claims to have attended occurred on days when Dr. Vance was out of town at conferences. The courtroom was dead silent. Rena felt like she was drowning. Furthermore, Nora continued, we have financial records showing that Mrs. Merritt paid Dr. Vance $2,000 in cash over and above the normal therapy fees. This payment was made just days before Dr. Vance signed off on Mrs. Merritt's remarkable progress. Judge Hoffman's expression had turned to stone. Mrs. Merritt, would you like to explain these discrepancies? Rena's lawyer was frantically whispering in her ear, but she couldn't hear the words over the roaring in her head. The dates might be wrong. Record-keeping errors. And the additional payment? I don't know what they're talking about. Nora handed another document to the judge. Bank records showing the cash withdrawals, Your Honor. The amounts and dates match perfectly with Dr. Vance's deposits. Your Honor, Rena's lawyer said desperately. My client was not aware of any irregularities in the documentation. But Judge Hoffman was already shaking her head. Mrs. Merritt, you were attempting to defraud this court with falsified therapy records. No, these sessions never happened. This progress is fabricated. You paid a licensed therapist to lie under oath about your mental health treatment. The room spun around Rena. Your Honor, please. Not only is your petition for joint custody denied, but I'm holding you in contempt of court. You will spend 30 days in jail, and all future petitions regarding custody of Avery Merritt are permanently barred. The gavel came down like a death sentence. As the bailiff moved toward her, Rena looked across the courtroom at Cole. He was watching her with those same calm, calculating eyes. He had known. Somehow, he had known about Dr. Vance, about the money, about everything. You planned this, she said, loud enough for him to hear. For the first time in 2 years, Cole looked directly at her. You planned it yourself, he said quietly. I just made sure the court found out. 2 years after the final custody hearing, Cole and Avery returned to Miami. Not for revenge or closure, but because Avery had asked to see the dolphins again. Dad, look. 9-year-old Avery pointed out the airplane window as they descended. The ocean looks like one of my paintings. She was right. Avery had developed into a remarkable artist, her drawings now covering the walls of their Charlotte home. Birds in flight, ocean waves, houses on hills, all bright and hopeful and alive. We'll go to the aquarium tomorrow, Cole said, and maybe visit Mr. Marcus. Can I show him my new sketchbook? I'm sure he'd love to see it. Marcus Lane greeted them at the door of 247 Meridian Drive with a grin and a firm handshake. His house looked exactly the same, but he seemed lighter somehow. Happier. Look how much you've grown, he said to Avery. Last time I saw you, you barely came up to my waist. I'm in 4th grade now, Avery said proudly. And I won the art contest at school. Did you bring any of your drawings? Avery was already pulling out her sketchbook, eager to show off her latest work. Cole watched her flip through pages of careful drawings. Realistic now, not just the stick figures of a younger child. These are incredible. Marcus said, studying a detailed sketch of a cardinal. "You've got real talent." While Avery and Marcus looked through her art, Cole stepped onto the front porch. It was strange being back here, at the place where everything had changed. The place where his marriage had truly ended and his real life as a father had begun. "You ever think you went too far?" Cole turned. Marcus had followed him outside. "With Rena, I mean. I heard she spent time in jail. She lied to a judge. She tried to defraud the court system. I didn't put her there. Her choices did. But still, the mother of your child." Cole was quiet for a long moment, listening to Avery's laughter from inside the house. "She stopped being the mother of my child when she left her on this porch," he said finally. "What happened after that was just consequences." That evening, after dinner at a restaurant where Avery spent 20 minutes sketching the pelicans outside the window, Cole tucked her in a bed at their hotel. "Dad," she said as he turned off the light, "do you think Mom misses me?" It was a question she asked sometimes, less often now than she used to, but it still came up. Cole had learned to answer it honestly. "I think she probably does miss you. But sometimes people make choices that mean they can't have the things they miss. Like when I choose to stay up late, and then I'm too tired for the fun stuff the next day. Something like that, but bigger." Avery was quiet for a while. Then, "I'm glad I live with you." "Me too, kiddo. Even if it's just us. Especially because it's just us." Later that night, after Avery was asleep, Cole sat on the hotel balcony and opened his laptop. He had work emails to catch up on, reports to review. The ordinary business of a life well lived. His personal email showed one new message, from an address he recognized but hadn't seen in months. "Do you feel better now?" The same question Rena had asked before. Cole stared at the screen for a long time, then deleted the email without reading it fully. He closed the laptop and looked out at the ocean. Somewhere out there, Rena was living whatever life she had built from the ruins of her choices. He didn't wish her well, but he didn't wish her harm either. She simply didn't matter anymore. What mattered was inside the hotel room behind him. A little girl who drew birds because they were free, who asked questions about everything, who trusted him completely and never had to doubt that trust. Tomorrow they would see dolphins and eat ice cream on the beach. Avery would fill another page in her sketchbook, and Cole would watch her see the world with eyes that had learned to look for beauty instead of escape. He had won completely, not just the custody battle or the divorce or the public narrative. He had won the only thing that really mattered, his daughter's happiness and safety and love. And unlike forgiveness, that was something no one could ever take away. The next morning brought sunshine and promises of dolphin shows. Avery woke up early, already planning what she wanted to draw. Cole made coffee and watched her organize her art supplies with the same careful precision he had taught her to apply to everything important. "Ready for our adventure?" he asked. "Ready." She grabbed his hand as they headed out the door. "Dad, thank you for bringing me back here. Thank you for wanting to come." As they walked toward the elevator, Cole's phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. He glanced at it briefly, then deleted it without reading. Whatever Rena had to say no longer reached him. He had learned that the best revenge wasn't destruction. It was building something so good, so strong, so unshakably beautiful that nothing from the past could touch it. The elevator doors opened, and Cole and Avery stepped inside, heading down toward a day full of dolphins and laughter and the quiet satisfaction of a life lived right. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Landon Keene crouched in the backyard dirt, his knees pressing into the soft earth as he tied the last rainbow balloon to the fence post. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the mild spring air. 2 days of work stretched behind him. Every streamer hung by hand, every table positioned just right for Ellie's 8th birthday. There, he stood back, brushing soil from his palms. The piñata swayed in the breeze, a lopsided donkey he'd crafted from newspaper and flour paste. Not perfect, but made with love. The kind Ellie would remember years from now. Through the kitchen window, he watched Clara scroll through her phone at the counter. She hadn't moved in an hour, hadn't helped with decorations, hadn't asked about the guest list, hadn't even glanced at the dog-shaped cake cooling on the rack. "Clara, can you grab the plates?" Landon called through the screen door. "In a minute." Her thumbs moved across the screen in quick taps. The same minute that had lasted since breakfast. Landon retrieved the plates himself, stacking them beside the plastic forks and paper napkins printed with puppies. Ellie loved animals. Always had. Last week, she cried over a dead bird they'd found in the driveway, insisting they give it a proper burial with flowers and a wooden cross. "Daddy, do I look pretty?" Ellie appeared at his elbow, twirling in her new blue dress. The fabric caught the sunlight, making her hair shimmer like spun gold. "You look beautiful, Pumpkin." He smoothed a wrinkle from her collar. "Ready for the best birthday ever? Will Grandma Diana be nice today?" The question hit him like a stone to the chest. 8 years old, and she already knew to worry. "Don't think about that." He kissed the top of her head. "Today is about you." The doorbell rang at exactly 2 o'clock. Diana and Ronald Trent arrived with military precision. Diana's silver hair pulled into a tight bun that seemed to stretch her face into a permanent frown. She wore a gray suit that belonged in a boardroom, not a backyard birthday party. "Landon." Diana's voice carried the warmth of winter wind. Her gaze swept the decorations with visible disappointment. "How rustic." Ronald nodded behind her, his hands buried in his pockets. He never spoke when Diana was present. 35 years of marriage had trained the words right out of him. "Hello, Diana." "Ronald." Landon stepped aside to let them pass. "Ellie's so excited you could make it." "Of course we're here." Diana's heels clicked against the hardwood as she moved toward the kitchen. "Though I must say, Clara, you really should have hired a caterer. This looks homemade." Clara looked up from her phone, shrugging. Landon wanted to do it himself. "Well," Diana's lips pursed. "I suppose that explains it." More guests trickled in. Mason, Landon's older brother, arrived with his wife Janet and their twin boys. Kyle, Clara's younger brother, slouched through the door wearing ripped jeans and a smirk that made Landon's jaw tighten. The neighbors brought their children, filling the backyard with laughter and chatter. Ellie bounced between her friends, her earlier worry forgotten in the excitement of games and gifts. Landon watched her from the patio, his chest swelling with pride. This was what mattered. Her joy, her innocence, the way she threw her head back when she laughed. "Time for cake," Landon called out. The children gathered around the picnic table as he carried out the dog-shaped creation. Chocolate with vanilla frosting, decorated with candy eyes and a red licorice tongue. Ellie gasped, pressing her hands to her cheeks. "It's perfect, Daddy. Make a wish, sweetheart." Ellie closed her eyes tight, her face scrunched in concentration. 8 pink candles flickered in the breeze, wax beginning to drip onto the frosting. The moment stretched, perfect and pure. Then Diana stood up. "We've got better things to do than sit here pretending this is normal." The words cut through the laughter like a blade. Conversations died. Children looked up with confused eyes. Ellie's face went white, her wish still trapped behind closed lips. "Mother." Clara's voice carried a warning, but no real conviction. "What?" Diana gathered her purse with sharp movements. "I'm tired of pretending this is acceptable." Homemade decorations, store-bought cake mix, children running around like wild animals. She turned toward the gate, her chin held high. Clara hesitated for a moment, glancing between her mother and her daughter, then followed with a small shrug and an apologetic smile that fooled no one. Ronald rose next, his movements mechanical. Then Kyle, who actually chuckled as he stood. "Come on, Mason." Diana, cold over her shoulder. "You don't need to sit through this circus." Landon watched his brother's face, saw the moment Mason chose sides. It wasn't the first time. Growing up, Mason had always been the golden child, the one who knew which way the wind blew and bent accordingly. "Sorry, Landon." Mason's voice carried false regret. "Janet's not feeling well anyway." One by one, they filed out. Diana in the lead, Clara trailing behind like a lost puppy, the men following in sheepish silence. The gate clanged shut with brutal finality. Ellie stood frozen at the head of the table, 8 candles still burning, melting onto her birthday cake. Her friends stared at her with wide eyes. Parents shifted uncomfortably, unsure whether to stay or go. "It's okay, Pumpkin." Landon moved to her side, his voice steady despite the rage building in his chest. Now we know who not to invite next year. He helped her blow out the candles, forcing a smile as the other children cheered. The party continued, but the magic was broken. Parents made polite excuses and gathered their children. Within an hour, the backyard stood empty except for scattered paper plates and deflated balloons. Landon didn't touch his cake. He couldn't swallow past the fury lodged in his throat. That night, something in him died, and something else woke up. Ellie cried herself to sleep, her small body shaking with sobs she tried to muffle in her pillow. Landon sat on the edge of her bed, stroking her hair until her breathing finally evened out. "Why did they leave, Daddy?" she'd asked through her tears. "Sometimes people forget what's important," he'd answered, the words tasting like ash. Now he sat alone in the dark living room, the house heavy with silence. Upstairs, Clara's voice carried through the vents. She was on speakerphone with her mother, their laughter sharp and cruel. "He looked like such a fool out there." Diana's voice crackled through the phone. "I know." Clara's giggle made Landon's hands clench into fists. Standing there with that ridiculous cake, trying to salvage his little party. "You're lucky Clara even married you." Diana's favorite phrase, one Landon had heard countless times over the years. A man like that, with no family money, no real prospects. "Mom, stop." But Clara's protest was weak, half-hearted. "You could do so much better. Kyle knows several eligible men. I'm married to a man who makes dog cakes and hangs streamers like some common party clown." More laughter. Landon closed his eyes, letting the familiar pain wash over him. This wasn't new. Diana had been undermining him since the day he'd proposed, chipping away at his confidence with surgical precision. "You'll never fit into this family," she'd told him at their engagement party. "Ellie's a Trent, not a Keene," she'd said when their daughter was born. And Clara had never defended him. Not once in 10 years of marriage. Worse were the things Diana said to Ellie. The constant corrections, the cutting remarks disguised as guidance. "Don't cry. You sound pathetic. Stop being so sensitive. Your father's just sad because he's not important." Last month, Diana had slapped Ellie's hand away when she'd spilled juice on the coffee table. A sharp crack that left red marks on pale skin. Landon had started to intervene, but Clara had shot him a warning look. "Don't make a scene," she'd whispered later. "You know how Mom gets." He backed down then, kept the peace. For Clara's sake, he told himself. For the sake of their marriage. But tonight, remembering the look on Ellie's face as her family walked away, he knew peace was poison. The voices upstairs continued their assault. "He's never going to amount to anything, Clara. You need to face reality. Ellie deserves better than this. A proper family with proper values. When I was her age, children knew how to behave. This generation is so soft." Landon thought of his own mother, who'd endured 20 years of marriage to a man who used his fists to win arguments. She'd never fought back with violence. Instead, she'd gathered her strength in silence, planned her escape in whispers, and one day simply disappeared with Landon in tow. "Don't fight them with noise," she told him years later. "Fight them with absence." He thought marrying Clara would bring him into a real family. Instead, it had brought Diana's cruelty into his home. He'd tried to be the peacekeeper, the diplomatic husband who smoothed over tensions and swallowed insults. But Ellie was paying the price for his cowardice. Landon walked to the kitchen drawer and pulled out a notepad. In the dim light from the stove, he wrote one line. "They don't get to hurt her again." Sleep didn't come. Landon lay in bed listening to Clara's shallow breathing, staring at the ceiling as memories played behind his eyes like an old film reel. His father had been a different kind of monster than Diana. Where she used words as weapons, his father had preferred his hands. Landon remembered cowering in closets, watching through keyholes as his mother cleaned blood from split lips and covered bruises with makeup. "Why don't you leave him?" young Landon had asked one night after a particularly bad beating. "Because I'm building a case," his mother had whispered. "Piece by piece, evidence by evidence, until I can take you away for good." She'd been a secretary at a law firm then, watching lawyers work, learning the system from the inside. For 3 years, she documented every injury, recorded every threat, saved every penny in a secret account. The day she finally left, His father had come home to empty rooms and divorce papers on the kitchen table. He'd raged and threatened, but the law was on her side. She'd been patient, methodical. She'd won. Never let anyone make you smaller than you are, she told Landon as they drove away in their packed car. And if someone hurts people you love, you don't negotiate with them. You remove them. His mother had remarried 5 years later to a kind man named Robert who'd loved them both fiercely. She died happy, surrounded by people who cherished her. Landon had forgotten those lessons somewhere along the way. He'd let Diana's constant criticism convince him he was lucky to have Clara, that he should be grateful for scraps of affection from people who saw him as disposable. But Ellie wasn't disposable. She was everything. At dawn, he rose quietly and made coffee. Clara slept until noon, emerging from their bedroom with tangled hair and mascara smudged under her eyes. "My head is killing me," she mumbled, reaching for the aspirin. Late night, Mom called. She was upset about yesterday. Was she? Clara shot him a look. "Don't start, Landon. You know how she gets when she feels disrespected." Disrespected. The word tasted bitter on his tongue. By an 8-year-old's birthday party. By the whole situation. The cheap decorations, the homemade cake, those neighbor kids running wild. Those neighbor kids are Ellie's friends. They're not our kind of people. What kind of people are we, Clara? She stared at him, something flickering in her eyes. Fear, maybe, or recognition. What's wrong with you today? Nothing's wrong with me. Landon poured his coffee with steady hands. I'm just learning what my life actually looks like. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken truths. Clara retreated to the living room, turning on the television loud enough to drown out conversation. Landon spent the morning in Ellie's room, helping her put away birthday gifts from the friends who'd stayed. She worked quietly, her usual chatter replaced by thoughtful silence. "Daddy." "Yes, sweetheart." "Are you and Mommy getting divorced?" The question stopped him cold. "What makes you ask that?" "Jenny's parents got divorced last year. She said they stopped sleeping in the same room first." Landon had moved to the guest room 3 months ago, claiming Clara's snoring kept him awake. But children noticed everything. "Would you be sad if we did?" Ellie considered this with the seriousness only children could bring to impossible questions. "Would I still live with you?" "Yes." "Then I wouldn't be sad." The honesty in her voice broke something inside him. She was 8 years old and already knew which parent protected her, which one loved her without conditions. "Can I tell you something, Pumpkin?" She nodded. "No matter what happens with Mommy, you and I are a team. Always. And I will never, ever let anyone hurt you again. Promise." "Promise." That afternoon, while Clara napped off her hangover, Landon began making calls. First to his mother's old lawyer, now retired but willing to recommend colleagues. Then to family counselors who specialized in children of divorce. By evening, he had a plan. For 2 weeks, Landon said nothing about the birthday party. He made breakfast, drove Ellie to school, mowed the lawn, paid the bills. Life continued its familiar rhythm, but underneath, everything had changed. Clara noticed a shift first in small things. He stopped asking about her day. Stopped trying to kiss her goodbye in the morning. Stopped apologizing for things that weren't his fault. "You're being weird," she said one evening as he washed dishes with mechanical precision. "How so?" "Quiet. You usually, I don't know. Try harder." "Try harder at what?" "Talking to me. Making conversation. What would you like to talk about?" The question seemed to stump her. They'd spent 10 years of marriage with him, carrying every conversation, filling every silence with careful words designed to keep her engaged. "I don't know. Normal stuff." "Like what?" "God, Landon. Forget it." She retreated to the living room, flipping through channels with aggressive clicks of the remote. Landon finished the dishes in blessed silence. The following week, he stopped sleeping in their bed entirely. No explanation, no discussion. He simply moved his pillow and a change of clothes to the guest room. "You're seriously mad about that party?" Clara confronted him as he brushed his teeth in the hall bathroom. "No." He rinsed and spit. "I'm just learning what my life actually looks like." "What the hell does that mean?" "It means I'm tired of pretending we have something we don't. We have a marriage. A family. Do we?" She followed him to the guest room, her voice rising. You can't just check out because your feelings got hurt. My feelings? Landon turned to face her. Clara, your mother humiliated our daughter at her own birthday party. Your entire family walked out like she was nothing, and you followed them. I was trying to keep the peace. No, you were choosing sides, and you chose theirs. They're my family. So is Ellie. So am I, supposedly. Clara's face crumpled. You don't understand. You don't know what it's like having a mother like that. She's impossible to please. Then stop trying. I can't. She's my mother, and Ellie is your daughter. But I don't see you fighting for her. I do fight for her. When? Name one time you've stood up to Diana when she criticizes Ellie. Silence. Name one time you've defended me. More silence. That's what I thought. He closed the guest room door between them. Clara stood in the hallway for a long moment before retreating to their bedroom. Her bedroom now, and slamming the door hard enough to rattle the windows. During the day, while Clara was at her part-time job at the dental office and Ellie was at school, Landon began documenting. He opened a notebook and started writing down everything he could remember. March 15th, Diana told Ellie she was too sensitive when she cried during Sad Movie. March 22nd, Diana criticized Ellie's table manners at dinner, called her sloppy like her father. April 3rd, Diana slapped Ellie's hand for spilling juice. Clara said nothing. April 12th, overheard Diana on phone telling Clara that Ellie needs discipline, not coddling. May 18th, Diana, Ronald, Kyle, and Mason walked out of Ellie's birthday party. Clara followed without protest. The list grew longer each day as more memories surfaced. Diana's constant corrections, her cruel comparisons to other children, the way she dismissed Ellie's interests as silly or childish. Clara's complicity through silence. Landon also began paying attention to Clara's behavior with new eyes. The way she checked her phone constantly during conversations with Ellie. How she rarely initiated physical affection with their daughter. The time she'd forgotten school events or missed bedtime stories because she was tired. He started carrying a small digital recorder, the kind reporters used. Nothing dramatic, just a device that could capture conversations if needed. Is this legal? He asked the family lawyer during their consultation. In Oregon, you can record conversations you're a party to without the other person's consent. Attorney Patricia Vance explained. But I'd be careful. Focus on documenting patterns of behavior rather than trying to catch someone in a gotcha moment. Patricia was nothing like his mother's old lawyer. Where Tom Bradley had been grandfatherly and soft-spoken, Patricia was sharp-eyed and direct. Mid-40s with graying hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She spoke like someone who'd seen too many ugly custody battles. What's your end goal here, Landon? Primary custody of my daughter. I want her away from Diana's influence. The grandmother lives separately? Yes, but Clara takes Ellie there several times a week. Diana calls constantly. She's poison. Patricia made notes on a yellow legal pad. I'll need examples. Specific incidents. Witnesses if you have them. The birthday party. At least 6 neighbors saw what happened. Good. What else? Diana undermines my parenting constantly. Tells Ellie not to listen to me. Criticizes everything from her clothes to her hobbies to her friends. Has she ever been physically aggressive? She slapped Ellie once for spilling juice. Witnesses? Clara. But she won't testify against her mother. Probably not. What about Ellie? Has she talked to school counselors or teachers about any of this? Not that I know of. She's only 8. She doesn't understand it's not normal. Kids her age are better witnesses than you'd think. They're honest to a fault. Patricia leaned back in her chair, studying him. I need to ask this directly. Is there any chance Clara or her mother could turn this around on you? Any history of anger problems, substance abuse, infidelity? None. Good. Because custody battles get ugly fast, especially when extended family is involved. They'll dig into your past, your finances, your relationships. They'll try to paint you as controlling or manipulative. Let them try. They will. Diana sounds like the type who doesn't lose gracefully. Landon drove home with Patricia's words echoing in his mind. He understood what he was starting. This wasn't just a divorce, it was war. Diana would use every weapon at her disposal to keep control over Ellie. But he learned something important during those years watching his mother plan her escape. patience was its own kind of power. That evening, he helped Ellie with her homework while Clara scrolled through social media on the couch. She'd been drinking wine again, he noticed. The bottle was half empty, and dinner had been takeout pizza. "Daddy, what's 7 times 8? Ellie asked, chewing her pencil eraser. "What do you think it is?" 56. "That's right. How did you figure it out?" 7 times 7 is 49. "Then I added 7 more. Smart girl." From the couch, Clara made a dismissive sound. "It's just math, Landon. You don't need to act like she discovered gravity." Ellie's face fell slightly. Landon saw the moment her excitement dimmed. "Math is important," he told his daughter, ignoring Clara. "And you're very good at it." "I like numbers," Ellie said quietly. "Then keep liking them. Don't let anyone tell you something you're good at doesn't matter." Clara shot him a look over her wine glass. "Are you implying something?" "Just encouraging our daughter." It sounded like criticism. If you heard criticism, maybe you should think about why. The tension in the room grew thick. Ellie looked between her parents, her homework forgotten. "I'm done," she announced, closing her math book. "Are you sure you finished everything?" Landon asked. "Yes, Daddy." "Then go get ready for bed. I'll be up to read with you in a few minutes." After Ellie left the room, Clara turned to face him fully. "What's your problem lately?" "I don't have a problem. You're acting different." "Cool. I'm acting like myself. Maybe you just never paid attention before." "That's not fair, isn't it? When's the last time you read Ellie a bedtime story?" "I work. Part-time. 3 days a week. I have other responsibilities." "Like what?" "Talking to your mother? Scrolling through Facebook? Drinking wine on a Tuesday night?" Clara's face flushed red. "I don't have to justify my life to you." "No, you don't. Just like I don't have to pretend we're happy anymore." He left her on the couch and went upstairs to read Ellie a story about a brave little girl who saved her village from a dragon. As he read, he thought about his own dragon, one with silver hair and a sharp tongue who breathed poison instead of fire. But unlike the fairy tale, this dragon wouldn't be slayed with a sword. It would be defeated with paperwork. Scene 2, the breaking point. 3 weeks into their Cold War, Diana called during dinner. Clara answered on the third ring, putting the phone on speaker without asking if anyone minded. "Hello, Mother." "Clara, darling, I want to talk to Ellie about her behavior at school." Landon's fork paused halfway to his mouth. Ellie looked up from her chicken nuggets, eyes wide. "What behavior?" Clara asked. "Her teacher called me this afternoon. Apparently, she's been acting out in class. Not paying attention, being disruptive." "Mrs. Peterson called you?" Landon interrupted. "Why would she call you instead of us?" "Because I'm listed as an emergency contact." Diana's voice crackled through the speaker. "And because I care about Ellie's education." "What did she supposedly do?" Clara asked, shooting Landon a warning look to stay quiet. "She was caught daydreaming during math lessons. When the teacher corrected her, she became emotional and disrupted the entire class." Ellie's face went white. "I wasn't being disruptive. I just—" "Hush, Ellie." Diana's voice cut through the phone like a blade. "Adults are talking. Don't tell my daughter to hush in my house." Landon said, his voice deadly calm. "Your house." Diana laughed. "How amusing. As I was saying, Clara, this behavior is unacceptable. Ellie needs proper discipline." "She's 8 years old," Landon said. 8-year-olds daydream. 8-year-olds with proper upbringing learn to focus and respect authority. Is that what you taught Clara? To respect authority? The line went quiet for a moment. When Diana spoke again, her voice was ice. "What exactly are you implying, Landon?" "I'm not implying anything. I'm saying it directly. You have no business disciplining my daughter or discussing her education without me present. I'm her grandmother. You're not her parent." "Thank God for that," Diana snapped. "Because her actual parents are clearly failing her." Clara shifted uncomfortably, but said nothing. Ellie's eyes filled with tears. "Mom," Clara said weakly, "maybe we should talk about this later." "No," Diana interrupted. "This conversation is long overdue." "Ellie, are you listening?" Ellie nodded, even though Diana couldn't see her. "Your daddy's just sad because he's not important. You don't need to listen to him when he tells you things that contradict what I've taught you. Do you understand?" The words hit Landon like a physical blow, but it was Ellie's face that broke his heart. She looked confused, torn between the adults she was supposed to trust. I, I don't understand, Grandma. What I mean is, when your father tells you it's okay to be emotional or sensitive, he's wrong. Strong people control their feelings. Strong people don't cry when teachers correct them. But I wasn't crying because... Ellie, Diana's voice turned sharp. What have I told you about interrupting adults? Diana. Landon's voice was barely above a whisper, but something in his tone made everyone freeze. Hang up the phone. Excuse me. I said hang up the phone. Now. You don't get to tell me. Landon reached across the table and ended the call. In the sudden silence, Ellie's quiet sobs seemed unnaturally loud. Why did you do that? Clara demanded. She was just trying to help. Help? Landon stared at his wife in disbelief. She just told her daughter not to listen to me. In my own home, during dinner. She's concerned about Ellie's behavior at school. What behavior? Did you call Mrs. Peterson to ask what actually happened? Clara's silence was answer enough. Call her, Landon said. Right now. It's after hours. Call her cell phone. She gave it to us at the parent conference. Landon, I don't think. Call her, or I will. Clara reluctantly dialed the number, while Ellie continued crying quietly. Mrs. Peterson answered on the second ring. Hello. Hi, Mrs. Peterson. This is Clara Keene, Ellie's mother. We received a concerning call from my mother about Ellie's behavior today, and I want to follow up. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what you mean. Ellie had a wonderful day today. Clara's face went pale. You didn't call anyone about disruptive behavior? Absolutely not. Ellie was a little quiet during math, but that's not unusual. She sometimes gets lost in thought, but she's never disruptive. She's one of my best students. You didn't call my mother, Diana Trent? I've never spoken to Mrs. Trent. Is everything all right? Clara ended the call with shaking hands. Landon felt a cold fury settle in his chest as the pieces clicked into place. She lied, he said quietly. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. She lied to manipulate our daughter, and you believed her without question. Daddy, Ellie's small voice cut through their argument. Did I do something wrong? No, sweetheart. You did nothing wrong. Landon knelt beside her chair, taking her small hands in his. Grandma Diana made a mistake. She said I was bad at school. You're not bad. Mrs. Peterson says you're one of her best students. Ellie's tears slowed. She did. Grandma Diana was confused. But even as he said it, Landon knew the truth. Diana hadn't been confused. She'd been testing her power, seeing if she could turn Ellie against him with manufactured crises and lies. That night, after Clara had retreated to their bedroom with another bottle of wine, Landon sat with Ellie on her bed. Daddy, why did Grandma Diana lie? The question cut straight to the heart of everything. Ellie was old enough to understand what had happened, old enough to recognize the manipulation. Sometimes grown-ups make mistakes, he said carefully, and sometimes they say things that aren't true because they want to be in control. Is that why Mommy believed her? Your mother loves you very much, but sometimes she gets confused about what's best for you. Are you and Mommy going to get divorced? There was again the question he couldn't answer with anything but honesty. I don't know yet, Pumpkin, but whatever happens, you and I are a team. Remember? I remember. And no matter what any grown-up tells you, you never have to choose between people who love you. You're allowed to love me and Mommy both. What about Grandma Diana? Landon thought carefully about his answer. Love is something that has to be earned. It's not automatic just because someone is family. After Ellie fell asleep, Landon found himself staring at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. His face looked thinner, sharper. He barely recognized the man staring back at him, but he recognized the resolve in that man's eyes. Diana had made a critical error tonight. She'd shown her hand too clearly, revealed the depth of her manipulation. More importantly, she'd done it in front of Ellie, who was old enough to remember and understand. Landon pulled out his notebook and wrote. May 25th, Diana called during dinner, lied about Ellie's behavior at school, told Ellie not to listen to me because I'm not important, called Mrs. Peterson to verify, no behavioral issues reported. Diana completely fabricated the story. Then he sat at his laptop and began typing an email to Patricia Vance. The next morning, Landon woke to find Clara sitting at the kitchen table with her head in her hands. Her hair hung in greasy strands around her face, and the wine bottle from the night before sat empty beside her coffee mug. "We need to talk," she said without looking up. "About last night, the phone call." Landon poured himself coffee and sat across from her. "What about it?" "My mother. She shouldn't have said those things." "Which things? The part where she lied about Ellie's behavior, or the part where she told our daughter not to listen to me?" Clara winced. "Both. And I should have, I don't know, handled it differently. Ow! I should have questioned her story before believing it." "Yes, you should have. I'm sorry, okay? I made a mistake." Landon studied his wife's face. The apology felt rehearsed, like something she'd practiced in a mirror. But underneath the words, he saw something else. Fear. "What are you afraid of, Clara?" "What do you mean? You're scared of something." "I can see it." She was quiet for a long moment, staring into her coffee. "She's my mother," Clara finally said. "You don't understand what it's like having her disapprove of you. The constant criticism, the way she makes you feel like you're never good enough. So if you let her do the same thing to Ellie?" "I don't let her." "You do. Every time you stay silent when she criticizes our daughter, you're choosing Diana over Ellie. That's not fair, isn't it?" Clara's hands shook as she lifted her coffee mug. "What do you want me to do? Cut off my own mother?" "I want you to protect your daughter." "I do protect her." "When? Show me one example of you standing up to Diana when she goes after Ellie." The silence stretched between them. Outside, a garbage truck rumbled down the street, its hydraulic whine filling the quiet kitchen. "I can't," Clara whispered. "Can't what?" "Can't stand up to her. I've tried my whole life, and I can't." For a moment, Landon felt a flicker of sympathy for his wife. He'd seen Diana in action, understood the psychological warfare she waged with surgical precision. Clara had been her victim long before she'd become her accomplice. But sympathy wasn't enough anymore. "Then I'll protect Ellie myself." "What does that mean?" "It means I'm done pretending this is working." Clara's face went white. "Are you leaving me?" "I'm considering it. You can't take Ellie away from me." "I can try." The words hung in the air like a threat. Clara stared at him with wide eyes, seeing him clearly for perhaps the first time in their marriage. "You're serious. Dead serious." "I won't let you. You don't get a vote anymore, Clara. You chose your side when you walked out of Ellie's birthday party. You chose it again when you believed Diana's lies without question." "I can change." "Can you?" "Yes." "Prove it." "Ow." "Call your mother. Tell her she's no longer welcome in this house unless she can treat Ellie with respect." Clara's face crumpled. "I can't do that." "Then we're done." "Landon, please." "We're done, Clara. I'll be filing for separation by the end of the week." He left her crying at the kitchen table and drove to Patricia Vance's office. The lawyer was waiting with a stack of documents and a grim expression. "I've been researching your case," she said. "Diana Trent has quite a reputation in this town." "What kind of reputation?" "The controlling kind. I spoke to 3 other attorneys who've dealt with her in various capacities. She once tried to sue her neighbor for tree branches hanging over the property line. She's been involved in multiple disputes with the school district over her children's education. She has a pattern of using intimidation and manipulation to get her way." "Will that help us?" "It might, but she also has money and connections. Her husband Ronald owns several rental properties, and they're well established in the community. They'll fight dirty." Patricia spread the documents across her desk. "I need you to understand something, Landon. Custody battles are wars of attrition. They'll try to exhaust you financially and emotionally. They'll attack your character, your parenting, your ability to provide for Ellie. What I need to do, keep documenting everything. Get character witnesses, neighbors, teachers, friends who've seen how Diana treats Ellie. Most importantly, we need to establish that Ellie would be better off with you as primary custodian." "She would be. I believe you. But we have to prove it to a judge." They spent 2 hours going over strategy. Patricia explained Oregon's custody laws, the factors judges considered, the importance of maintaining stability for Ellie during the proceedings. "One more thing," she said as Landon prepared to leave. "Once you file these papers, there's no going back. Diana will declare war on you personally. Are you ready for that?" Landon thought of Ellie's face the night before, the confusion and hurt when Diana told her not to listen to her father. Let her come. That evening, while Clara was at her mother's house for their weekly dinner, Landon had a long conversation with Ellie. They sat on her bed, surrounded by stuffed animals and picture books. "I have something important to tell you," he began. "Are you and Mommy getting divorced? We're going to live separately for a while. Mommy and I need some time to figure things out. Where will I live? With me. But you'll still see Mommy regularly." Ellie processed this with the seriousness of someone much older. "Will I still have to see Grandma Diana?" The question told him everything he needed to know about his daughter's feelings toward her grandmother. "Not if you don't want to." "I don't want to." "Why?" "She makes me feel bad. Like I'm not good enough." "You're perfect exactly as you are, Ellie. Don't ever let anyone tell you different." "Will Mommy be sad?" "Probably. But sometimes people have to be sad before they can get better. Like when I had to get a shot at the doctor." Exactly like that. That night, Landon called his brother Mason. They hadn't spoken since the birthday party, but he needed to try one last time. "I'm filing for divorce," he said without preamble. "Jesus, Landon, don't you think you're overreacting?" "Am I? You walked out of my daughter's birthday party. Diana was upset. Diana was cruel. And you chose to follow her instead of standing by your brother. It's not that simple. It's exactly that simple. You had a choice between supporting an 8-year-old girl or placating a bitter old woman. You chose wrong. Look, I'm sorry about the party. But divorce? Think about what you're doing to Ellie." "I'm thinking about Ellie. That's all I'm thinking about. She needs her mother. She needs protection from her grandmother. If Clara can't provide that, then Clara can't have custody." The line went quiet for a long moment. "They're going to destroy you," Mason said finally. "Let them try. Diana has connections. Money. She'll make your life hell. She's been doing that for 10 years already. At least now I'm fighting back." After he hung up, Landon sat in his study and stared at the separation papers Patricia had prepared. All they needed was his signature to set everything in motion. He thought about the man he'd been 6 months ago, accommodating, diplomatic, always trying to keep the peace. That man had failed Ellie spectacularly. This new man, harder and more focused, wouldn't make the same mistake. Landon signed the papers. Clara was served the papers on a Tuesday morning while Landon was dropping Ellie off at school. He'd arranged for the process server to arrive at 9 a.m. sharp, giving Clara no opportunity to prepare or flee to her mother's house. When he returned home, he found her sitting on the front porch steps, the legal documents scattered around her like fallen leaves. "You actually did it." Her voice was hollow, shocked. "Yes." "Primary custody?" She looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes. "You're trying to take her away from me." "I'm trying to protect her." "From me?" "From Diana. You're just collateral damage." The cruelty of his words seemed to surprise them both. The old Landon would have softened them, would have apologized and tried to explain. This Landon watched his wife crumble without feeling the need to catch her. "I'm her mother." Being a mother is more than biology, Clara. It's about putting your child's needs before your own comfort. "I love her." "I know you do. But love isn't enough when it comes with conditions." "What conditions?" "Diana's conditions. Your mother's approval has always been more important to you than Ellie's well-being." Clara stood up, the papers fluttering around her feet. "That's not true, isn't it? When's the last time you chose Ellie over Diana?" "I choose Ellie every day." "No, you choose the path of least resistance every day. There's a difference." They stared at each other across a chasm that had been growing for years, but was only now visible in the harsh light of legal action. "I won't let you take her," Clara said finally. "You don't have a choice. I'll fight you." "With what?" "Diana's money, her connections." Landon stepped closer, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Go ahead, but understand something. I have been documenting everything for months. Every cruel comment, every manipulation, every time you chose silence over protection." Clara's face went white. "You've been spying on me?" "I've been protecting my daughter from people who would damage her for their own satisfaction." "People? I'm her mother." "You're Diana's daughter first. You always have been." The truth of it hit her like a physical blow. She staggered backward, catching herself against the porch railing. "I can change," she whispered. You've had 8 years to change. 8 years to stand up to your mother when she hurt Ellie. You never did. I was scared. So was Ellie. Every time Diana criticized her. Every time she was made to feel small and worthless. But unlike you, she didn't have a choice about whether to endure it. Clara's sobs echoed across the quiet neighborhood. Neighbors would be watching from their windows, Landon knew. The drama would fuel gossip for weeks. He found he didn't care. Please, Clara begged. Don't do this. We can work it out. We could have worked it out after the birthday party. We could have worked it out after Diana lied about Ellie's behavior at school. We could have worked it out any of the dozen times I tried to talk to you about your mother's treatment of our daughter. I'll cut contact with her. No, you won't. You've never been able to stand up to Diana, and you never will. How can you be so sure? Because you didn't stand up to her when she was destroying your marriage. You didn't stand up to her when she was crushing your daughter's spirit. Why would you start now? Clara had no answer. They both knew he was right. The papers say I get supervised visitation, she said, her voice breaking. Patricia thought it was necessary given Diana's influence over you. Supervised by who? A court-appointed monitor. Someone who can ensure Ellie's emotional safety during your visits. The implication was clear. Clara couldn't be trusted alone with her own daughter. You're destroying our family. Diana destroyed our family years ago. I'm just filing the paperwork. Clara gathered the scattered documents with shaking hands. I need to call my mother. Of course you do. As she disappeared into the house, Landon remained on the porch, watching the street where he'd lived for 8 years. By this time tomorrow, the entire neighborhood would know about the divorce. Diana would make sure of that, spinning her version of events to anyone who would listen. Let her. Landon had something Diana didn't. The truth, documented and witnessed. His phone buzzed with a text from Patricia. Papers served. Expect retaliation within 24 hours. Stay strong. Landon deleted the message and went inside to pack Ellie's school lunch. Scene 2. The panic calls. Diana's call came at 6:47 p.m., exactly 12 minutes after Landon had finished reading Ellie a bedtime story. He let it ring 4 times before answering. Hello, Diana. How dare you? Her voice was Arctic fury. How dare you try to tear this family apart? I'm not tearing anything apart. I'm protecting my daughter. Protecting her? From her own mother? From her grandmother who loves her? From her grandmother who psychologically abuses her? Yes, I have never laid a hand on that child. Abuse isn't just physical, Diana. You've spent 8 years trying to break Ellie's spirit, and I'm done letting you do it. You manipulative bastard. You've been planning this for months, haven't you? Documenting conversations, recording phone calls. I've been documenting the truth. If that makes you uncomfortable, maybe you should examine your behavior. My behavior? Diana's laugh was sharp as broken glass. I'm the only one in this family who's tried to give that child proper guidance. Is that what you call it? Proper guidance? She's soft, Landon. Weak. Emotional. Someone has to toughen her up before the world does. She's 8 years old. She's 8 years old and already showing signs of your influence. Your weakness. My weakness. You need to be liked instead of respected. Your inability to discipline effectively. Your working class mentality that celebrates mediocrity. Each word was designed to cut, to diminish him the way she'd been doing for a decade. But Landon found they no longer had power over him. Are you finished? I'm just getting started. You think you can take Ellie away from her family? From people who have money and connections and influence in this community? I think I can take her away from people who damage her. We'll see about that. I know judges in this county. I know lawyers. I know people who can make your life very difficult. Threatening me now? Promising you. You'll regret this, Landon. You'll regret it when you lose custody, when you lose your job, when you lose everything you think you've gained. Is that all? What? Are you finished with your threats? Because I have something to tell you. Silence on the other end. You're never going to hurt Ellie again. Not with words, not with criticism, not with your toxic need to control everyone around you. You're done. You can't keep me from my granddaughter. Watch me. He hung up and immediately turned off his phone. Within the hour, he'd received 14 missed calls and 37 text messages from various members of Clara's family. The next morning brought Kyle to his front door at 7 a.m., pounding loud enough to wake half the neighborhood. Open up, Landon. We need to talk. Landon answered the door, still in his bathrobe, coffee mug in hand. Kyle stood on the porch in yesterday's clothes, his hair disheveled and his breath reeking of alcohol. You son of a bitch, Kyle slurred. What give you the right? Good morning, Kyle. You seem upset. Upset? You're destroying my sister's life. Your sister destroyed her own life by choosing your mother over her daughter. Claire is a good mother. Claire is an absent mother who lets Diana bully her child. There's a difference. Kyle stepped closer, his hands clenched into fists. You think you're so smart, don't you? Think you're better than us. I think I'm a better parent than anyone in your family. Yes. We'll see how smart you are when Mom's lawyers get through with you. Looking forward to it. Kyle swayed on his feet, clearly debating whether to take a swing. Landon almost hoped he would. Assault charges would only strengthen his custody case. You're making a mistake, Kyle said finally. The only mistake I made was waiting this long. After Kyle left, Landon called Patricia to report the encounter. She instructed him to document everything, to keep his phone on record mode during any future confrontations. They're panicking, she said. That's good for us. Desperate people make mistakes. What kind of mistakes? The kind that prove our point about their fitness to be around Ellie. That afternoon, while Ellie was at school, Clara appeared at the house with her mother in tow. Diana sat in her Mercedes in the driveway, engine running, while Clara approached the front door. Can we talk? Clara asked when he answered. About this whole situation. Maybe we can work something out. What did you have in mind? Joint custody. You keep Ellie during the week, I get her on weekends. Mom would back off, give us space to work things out. Landon glanced at Diana's car, noting how she was staring at the house with undisguised hatred. And you believe Diana would actually back off? She said she would. Clara, your mother's sitting in my driveway right now, planning my destruction. Does that look like someone who's backing off? She's just upset. She'll calm down. Will she? Or will she find new ways to manipulate you and, through you, Ellie? Clara's face crumpled. I don't know what else to do, Landon. I can't lose my daughter. Then why did you let your mother walk out of her birthday party? I made a mistake. You made a choice. And now you're living with the consequences. People make mistakes. People change. Some people change. Others just get better at hiding who they really are. Clara glanced back at her mother's car, and Landon saw the moment she realized the trap she was in. Diana would never truly back off. There would always be another crisis, another manipulation, another demand for loyalty. I don't know how to choose between you and her, Clara whispered. Yes, you do. You've always known. You just choose her because it's easier. She's my mother, and Ellie is your daughter. Who matters more? Clara couldn't answer. In her silence, Landon heard everything he needed to know. Goodbye, Clara. He closed the door and watched through the window as she walked back to Diana's car. They sat in the driveway for another 10 minutes, Diana's hands gesturing angrily as she spoke. Finally, they drove away. Landon made himself another cup of coffee and called his work supervisor to request family leave. The custody battle was just beginning, and he needed to be available for court dates, depositions, and the 100 other legal requirements Patricia had warned him about. Take all the time you need, his boss said. Family comes first. If only Clara understood that principle. Scene 3, the final twist. The custody hearing was scheduled for a gray October morning, 3 months after Landon had filed the initial papers. He sat in the courthouse hallway with Patricia, watching Diana's legal team assemble like an army preparing for battle. She'd hired 3 lawyers, a primary attorney, and 2 associates who carried briefcases thick with documents. Diana herself wore a navy blue suit and pearls, looking every inch the respectable grandmother. Clara sat beside her, pale and thin, wringing her hands. They're trying to intimidate us, Patricia observed. 3 lawyers for a custody case is overkill. Will it work? Not if our evidence is as strong as I think it is. Patricia had spent weeks preparing their case. Character witnesses who'd seen Diana's treatment of Ellie. School records showing Ellie's improved behavior since living primarily with Landon. Recordings of Diana's verbal abuse, including the birthday party incident. Most damaging of all was Dr. Haley Rowe's report. The child psychologist had spent 6 sessions with Ellie, gently exploring her feelings about her family dynamics. The conclusions were devastating for Diana's side. Subject shows signs of anxiety when discussing maternal grandmother. Uses words like mean, scary, and mad to describe interactions. Demonstrates fear of making mistakes around grandmother figure. Shows marked improvement in emotional regulation since primary residence change. Are you ready? Patricia asked. Landon straightened his tie and thought of Ellie, who was spending the day with his neighbor, Mrs. Chun. She'd drawn him a picture that morning. Two stick figures holding hands under a rainbow labeled Daddy and Me. I'm ready. The hearing lasted 4 hours. Diana's lawyers painted Landon as a manipulative man who'd brainwashed his daughter against her mother's family. They questioned his income, his parenting skills, his motives for seeking primary custody. Patricia methodically destroyed their arguments. She played recordings of Diana's phone calls, including the one where she'd lied about Ellie's school behavior. She presented testimony from neighbors who'd witnessed the birthday party walkout. She read Dr. Rowe's psychological evaluation aloud, watching Diana's face grow whiter with each damning detail. The turning point came when the judge asked to speak with Ellie privately. 8-year-olds weren't usually asked to testify in custody cases, but this judge believed in hearing from the children involved. Ellie spent 20 minutes in chambers, answering gentle questions about her preferences and feelings. When she emerged, she walked straight to Landon and climbed into his lap. All done, Pumpkin. I told him I want to live with you, she whispered. I told him Grandma Diana makes me feel bad. The judge returned 30 minutes later with his decision. After reviewing all evidence and testimony, including my conversation with a minor child, I'm awarding primary physical custody to the father, Landon Keene. The mother will have supervised visitation every other weekend, with the possibility of increased visitation if she completes family counseling and demonstrates the ability to protect the child from psychological harm. Diana is shot to her feet. This is outrageous. That man has manipulated. Ma'am, the judge interrupted. You will sit down and remain silent, or I will hold you in contempt. Diana's lawyer pulled her back in her seat, but the damage was done. Even now, in defeat, she couldn't control her need to dominate. The judge continued. Furthermore, I'm issuing a restraining order preventing Diana Trent from contacting the minor child directly without court supervision. The evidence clearly shows a pattern of psychological manipulation and emotional abuse. Clara burst into tears. Kyle cursed under his breath. Diana sat frozen, her face a mask of disbelief. Landon felt no satisfaction in their pain, only relief that Ellie was finally safe. Outside the courthouse, Diana confronted him one last time. You think you've won? She hissed. You think this is over? It's over for you, Landon replied calmly. I'll appeal. I'll fight this until you'll lose. Every time. Because the truth doesn't change, Diana. You damaged a child, and now you have to live with the consequences. That child needs proper guidance. That child needs protection from you. Diana's composure finally cracked. You manipulative bastard. You planned this from the beginning. Actually, I did. The admission seemed to surprise her. I started documenting your abuse months before I filed for divorce. The birthday party wasn't the beginning of my plan. It was the proof I'd been waiting for. Diana's face went white as the full scope of his preparation became clear. Every cruel comment, every manipulation, every time you made Ellie feel worthless, I recorded it all. You handed me every justification I needed to remove you from her life permanently. You can't keep me from my granddaughter forever. I can keep you from her until she's old enough to decide for herself whether she wants a relationship with someone who treated her like garbage. Diana looked around desperately, as if searching for allies. But Kyle was comforting Clara, and even her own lawyers were packing up their briefcases with obvious relief. This isn't over, she said finally. Yes, it is. Landon walked away without looking back. He had more important things to do than watch Diana's world collapse. He had a daughter to pick up, a new life to build, and a future to protect. Epilogue. 6 months later, Landon sat by the river in their new home, watching Ellie chase fireflies in the gathering dusk. The house was smaller than their old one, but it was theirs, free from Diana's poison, free from Clara's weakness, free from the suffocating need to keep peace at any cost. Daddy, look. Ellie held up a mason jar with 3 fireflies glowing inside. I caught them. Beautiful. Now what do we do with them? Let them go. That's right. Some things are too special to keep trapped. Ellie opened the jar and watched the fireflies drift away into the warm night air. Her 9th birthday was next week. Just the 2 of them and a few friends from her new school. No drama, no walkouts, no cruelty disguised as guidance. Claire's supervised visits were going well. The court-mandated counseling was helping her understand the dynamics that had driven their marriage into the ground. She was learning to set boundaries with Diana, though it was slow going. Diana herself had made no attempt to appeal the custody decision. Her lawyer had advised her that the evidence against her was too overwhelming, the judge's ruling too comprehensive. She was effectively banned from Ellie's life until further notice. Landon found he felt no anger toward his former mother-in-law anymore. Only a calm certainty that he'd made the right choice. Daddy. Yes, sweetheart. Are you happy? Landon looked at his daughter's face, glowing in the porch light. No fear in her eyes anymore. No confusion about whether she was good enough or worthy of love. I'm very happy. Me too. She climbed into his lap, and they sat together in comfortable silence as the river flowed past their new home. Somewhere in town, Diana was probably plotting her next move, trying to find some angle that would restore her control. Let her try. Landon had learned something important during those dark months of documentation and preparation. Patience was its own kind of power. He didn't forgive Diana for what she'd done to Ellie. He didn't forget the years of manipulation and cruelty. He simply built a new life on the ashes of the old one, for the only person who had ever truly mattered, his daughter. And that was victory enough. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Harry Mercer stood at the kitchen counter, pouring his 2nd cup of coffee when he heard the clink of coins. He turned to see Jessica sitting at the table, her small fingers carefully lifting quarters and dimes from the glass jar she kept on her bedroom dresser. $73.42. Jessica announced, her face bright with concentration. She pushed a strand of brown hair behind her ear and looked up at him. How much more do I need, Dad? Harry walked over and sat down across from her. The morning light came through the window and made the coins shine. The bike costs $120. You're getting close. Just $46.58 more. Jessica's eyes went wide. I can do it. Maybe 3 more weeks if I get my allowance and help Mrs. Patterson with her garden again. He reached across and squeezed her hand. I'm proud of you, kiddo. Not many kids your age save like this. Mom says saving is boring. Jessica wrinkled her nose. She says if you want something, you should just buy it. Harry kept his expression neutral. Your mom has her way. You have yours. I like your way better. Jessica beamed and started putting the coins back into the jar, one by one. Each clink made a satisfying sound. She'd been filling that jar for almost a year now, adding birthday money, allowance, the $5 she got for pulling weeds. The jar sat on her dresser where she could see it every morning when she woke up. Can we go look at bikes again today? She asked. I have to go into the plant for a few hours. Equipment issue. Harry stood and rinsed his mug in the sink. But tomorrow we'll make pancakes and then drive to the bike shop. Deal. Deal. Lena appeared in the doorway, still in her robe. She'd been up late scrolling through social media, comparing herself to women she barely knew. Her blonde hair needed washing, but she'd pile it into an artful bun later and take photos that made everything look perfect. You're going in on a Saturday? Lena's voice carried an edge. I wanted to go shopping. Emergency at work. Conveyor belt broke down. Harry grabbed his keys from the hook. I'll be back by 2. You're always at that place. Lena opened the fridge and stared into it without taking anything out. Roger could send someone else. I'm the operations manager. It's my job. Lena closed the fridge harder than necessary. Harry caught Jessica watching them, her smile fading. He walked over and kissed the top of her head. Keep counting those coins, he said. You'll have that bike before you know it. The plant sat on the edge of town, a sprawling building where they manufactured parts for agricultural equipment. Harry had worked there for 12 years, starting on the line and moving up through sheer competence. He understood how things fit together, how to solve problems without drama. The conveyor issue took 3 hours to fix. By the time Harry pulled back into the driveway, his hands were covered in grease and his shirt stuck to his back with sweat. The house looked quiet from the outside. Lena's car was gone. He showered and changed, then went looking for Jessica. She wasn't in the living room or the backyard. He climbed the stairs and found her sitting on her bed, staring at her dresser. The glass jar was there, empty. "Dad!" Jessica's voice came out small and wavering. "My money's gone." Harry crossed the room in 3 steps. He picked up the jar and turned it over. Not a single coin remained. No bills folded at the bottom. Nothing. "When did you last see it?" "This morning, when we counted." Her eyes filled with tears. "All my money. The whole year. It's gone." Harry set the jar down carefully. His mind went through possibilities. Break-in, though nothing else seemed disturbed. Jessica herself, though her distress was real. Or someone in the house. "Stay here," he said. He went downstairs and checked the doors and windows. All locked from the inside. No signs of forced entry. He looked in the kitchen trash, the garage, anywhere someone might have hidden coins in a hurry. Nothing. Lena came home an hour later carrying 3 shopping bags with designer logos. She set them on the kitchen island and pulled out a leather handbag with gold hardware. "Look what I found," she said, turning it to catch the light. 40% off. Well, 30%. Still a deal. Harry looked at the bag, then at his wife. "How much?" $200. But it's genuine leather. Investment piece. Lena stroked the material. "I deserve nice things, Harry. I work hard keeping this house running." Jessica's savings are gone. Lena's hands stilled on the bag. "What?" "Her jar. Every coin. Did you see anyone in the house today?" "Just me and her." Lena's eyes shifted away, then back. Maybe she spent it herself and forgot. She didn't forget. She counted it this morning. Harry kept his voice level. $73.42. Now it's 0. Lena shrugged and picked up another bag. Kids lose things. She probably left it somewhere. It was in a glass jar. In her room. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Lena pulled out a silk scarf, cream-colored with a pattern of gold chains. "Look at this. Goes perfect with the bag." Harry felt something shift in his chest. A cold clarity. "Lena, did you take Jessica's money?" She froze for just a second. Then she laughed, but it came out wrong. "Too high. That's ridiculous." "Did you? So what if I did?" Lena dropped the scarf on the counter. "I needed something nice. I've been wearing the same clothes for months while you save every penny." She's 7. She doesn't need a bike that badly. She'll forget about it in a week. Harry stared at his wife. Her face showed no guilt, no shame, just annoyance at being questioned. "You stole from our daughter." "I didn't steal. I borrowed." Lena waved her hand. "I'll pay her back eventually." "Maybe. It's not like she earned that money anyway. Most of it came from your parents or my mom. She saved for a year. For a toy. A stupid pink bike she'll ride twice and forget about." Lena picked up her new bag and hugged it to her chest. "I needed this, Harry. I needed to feel good about myself. Do you know what it's like being married to someone who never takes me anywhere nice? Who works at a factory and thinks he's doing great?" The words landed, but Harry didn't react. He'd heard versions of this speech before, usually late at night, when Lena had been scrolling through photos of old high school friends who married doctors or lawyers. "I'm going to tell Jessica you took her money." "Don't you dare." Lena's voice sharpened. "You'll make me look like a bad mother. She doesn't need to know. Just buy her another jar of coins and tell her you found them. She's too young to know the difference. She knows how much she saved, down to the cent. Then make up a story. You're good at that." Lena headed for the stairs. "I'm not apologizing for treating myself. If you were a better provider, I wouldn't have to use her coins." Harry didn't follow her. He stood in the kitchen, processing. Not the money. Money could be replaced. But the casual cruelty of it. The complete absence of remorse. The way she turned it around to make it his fault. Upstairs, he heard Jessica crying. He found her still on her bed, the empty jar clutched in both hands. "Did you find it?" She looked up at him with desperate hope. Harry sat beside her. He wanted to lie, to spare her, but he'd always taught her that truth mattered, even when it hurt. "Your mom took the money. She bought something for herself. Jessica's face crumpled. But that was mine. I saved it. I know. Why would she do that? Harry pulled his daughter close. She buried her face in his shirt and sobbed. Big, hiccuping sobs that shook her small frame. He held her and felt something hard forming inside him. A decision taking shape. I'm going to make this right, he said quietly. I promise you. Ow! He didn't answer. Because the truth was, he didn't know yet. But sitting there with his daughter, crying over a theft that should never have happened, Harry Mercer decided that some things couldn't be forgiven. Some violations ran too deep. The next day was Sunday. Greta Vaughn arrived at 11, letting herself in with the spare key Lena had given her. She carried a store-bought pie and her usual air of disappointment. Harry, she nodded at him like he was the help. Where's my daughter? Upstairs. Getting ready. Greta set the pie on the counter and looked around the kitchen with a critical eye. She did this every visit, scanning for proof that Harry wasn't good enough for her daughter. Today she paused at the shopping bag still sitting on the island. Lena went shopping. Greta's face brightened. Good for her. She deserves nice things. Harry was slicing vegetables for a salad. He didn't respond. You know, Harry, if he made more money, she wouldn't feel the need to treat herself so rarely. Greta pulled out a chair and sat down without being invited. My friend Diane's son-in-law just made partner a law firm. Bought them a house in the West Hills. That's nice for Diane's son-in-law. It could be nice for you too if you had any ambition. Greta adjusted her necklace. Operations manager at a factory. Is that really where you want to stop? Harry set down the knife. I like my job. It pays well. We have a good life. Good. Greta laughed. Good is the enemy of great. Harry, you're settling. You've always been a settler. That's why Lena gets so frustrated. Lena appeared then, wearing a new blouse Harry hadn't seen before. She must have bought it yesterday, too. She kissed her mother's cheek and shot Harry a warning look. Where's Jessica? Lena asked. Her room. Harry went back to chopping. She's upset. Kids get upset. Lena opened the fridge. She'll get over it. Greta perked up. What happened? Nothing, Lena said quickly. Just kid drama. But Harry spoke at the same time. Lena took Jessica's savings to buy herself a handbag. The kitchen went silent. Greta looked between them. Lena's face flushed red. That's not how it happened, Lena said. Then how did it happen? Harry's voice stayed calm. Level. He'd learned long ago that staying calm unnerved Lena more than yelling. I borrowed some money that was sitting around. Money we gave her anyway. It's not stealing if it's family money. Greta stood up and put her arm around Lena. Of course it's not stealing. What a ridiculous accusation. She saved for a year, Harry said. For a bike. A bike. Greta laughed. She's 7. She'll want something else next month. Children don't understand value. Adults do. Lena needed something to make herself feel good. And she's your wife, Harry. Her happiness should be your priority. Harry looked at his mother-in-law. At her expensive clothes and her jewelry that somehow appeared despite her claims of limited income. At the way she looked at him like he was something tracked in on a shoe. Jessica's happiness is my priority, he said. Well, that's your problem right there. Greta sat back down. You coddle that child. Make her think the world revolves around her little wants. Lena's teaching her a valuable lesson about reality. Sometimes you don't get what you want. Sometimes someone else needs it more. Lena nodded along. Exactly. Thank you, Mom. I'm still buying her the bike, Harry said. With what money? Lena crossed her arms. We have a budget. I have a savings account. That's for emergencies. This is an emergency. Harry rinsed the knife and dried it. My daughter's crying because her mother stole from her. That's an emergency in my book. Stop using that word. Lena's voice rose. I'm not a thief. I'm your wife, and I use family money for a family member. Me. I'm family. So is Jessica. She's a child. Children don't have the same needs. Harry turned to face them both. Greta sat there smug and righteous. Lena stood beside her, arms crossed, convinced of her own victimhood. He saw clearly in that moment what his wife had become, or maybe what she'd always been, and he'd been too blind to see it. I'm going to buy Jessica her bike today, he said, and I'm going to refill her jar, and neither of you are going to touch it again. Or what? Lena stepped closer. What are you going to do, Harry? Divorce me? Good luck with that. I'll take you for everything. This house, half your pension, child support. You think you're so smart, but you're just a factory worker who got lucky. Without me, you're nothing. Greta nodded. She's right. You should be grateful she stays with you. Harry didn't respond. He walked out of the kitchen, up the stairs, and into Jessica's room. She sat on her bed, holding a book but not reading it. Get your shoes on, he said. We're going to buy your bike. Her head snapped up. Really? Really? And when we get home, I'm going to give you money to start your jar again. But I wanted to keep it somewhere else. Somewhere safe. Jessica jumped off the bed and threw her arms around his waist. Thank you, Daddy. Harry held her tight and looked out the window at the neat suburban street, at the houses full of families who probably had their own problems hidden behind perfect lawns and fresh paint. He thought about Lena downstairs, already spinning the story to make herself the victim. About Greta, who taught her daughter that other people existed to serve her needs. And he thought about what Tess had said to him once, months ago, during a conversation about office politics. They'd been talking about a manager who'd stabbed someone in the back to get ahead. Tess had leaned over her coffee and said, "Don't confront a narcissist head on. They'll never see their own fault. You want to hurt them? Hit their reputation, their control, the things they care about more than people." At the time, Harry had filed it away as cynical wisdom he'd never need. Now, he filed it away as a plan. Harry bought Jessica the pink bike that afternoon. 13 speed, front hand brake, white basket on the handlebars with plastic flowers woven through the metal. Her face when she saw it made everything worth it. They practiced in the driveway while Lena stayed inside. Neighbors walking past waved and smiled. Miles Hamlin, the single dad from 3 houses down, stopped to admire the bike. "That's a beauty," Miles said. "My daughter had one just like it." "Ah!" Jessica looked worried. "She outgrew it. Happens fast." Miles grinned. "You enjoy it while it fits, kiddo." Harry and Miles stood in the driveway, while Jessica rode circles in the cul-de-sac. Miles ran a repair shop in town. Fixed everything from appliances to cars. Divorced 3 years back. Good guy, steady, didn't talk much about his ex, but Harry had heard enough to know it had been ugly. "Wife doing okay?" Miles asked, which was his polite way of asking about the tension he'd probably sensed. "She's fine," Harry said. Miles nodded. "Heard some yelling earlier. Through the walls. None of my business, but if you need anything, appreciate it." They watched Jessica ride. The sun was setting, turning the sky orange and pink. From the outside, everything looked perfect. Nice house, good neighborhood, happy kid on a new bike. Nobody could see the rot underneath. Harry decided to test something. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "Off the record." "Sure. If someone wronged you, really wronged you, and you knew they'd never apologize or change, what would you do?" Miles considered this. "Depends. How bad are we talking?" "Bad enough that staying means accepting it. Bad enough that you'll never look at them the same way. Then I'd make sure they understood the consequences." Miles spoke carefully. "Not revenge. Justice. There's a difference. Revenge is angry and stupid. Justice is cold and earned." Harry let that sit. What if justice meant everyone else saw the truth too? Then maybe that's what needs to happen. Miles looked at him. Some people hide behind good reputations. Take that away, and there's nothing left but who they really are. Jessica rode up then, breathless and glowing. "Dad, did you see how fast I went?" "I saw. You're a natural." That night, after Jessica was asleep and Lena was in the bathroom, Harry opened his laptop. He created a new folder, buried 3 layers deep in his documents. Named it Equipment Reports so it would blend in if anyone looked. Inside, he started a new document. At the top, he typed timeline. Then he began writing down everything he could remember. Dates, amounts, conversations. The jar incident went at the top with today's date. But there were other things too. Things he'd ignored or excused over the years. The time Lena borrowed money from his wallet without asking. The credit card bills he'd found hidden in her car. The way she talked about Jessica to her friends when she didn't know he was listening. "She's so needy," he'd heard her say once. Constantly wanting attention. "I can't wait until she's older and less exhausting." He typed for an hour, memory after memory. When he was done, the document ran 3 pages. 3 pages of small cruelties and casual selfishness. None of it illegal. All of it revealing. He saved the file and closed the laptop as Lena came out of the bathroom. "You're still mad?" she said. "Not a question." "No, you are. I can tell." She sat on her side of the bed. "Look, I'm sorry about the jar. I'll be more careful next time. More careful about stealing from our daughter." "Stop calling it that." Lena's voice hardened. "I told you. I borrowed it. I'll pay her back. When I can. Why do you care so much? You already bought her the bike. She's fine now." Harry turned off his lamp. "Sure, she's fine." He lay in the dark and listened to Lena settle in beside him. She fell asleep quickly, untroubled. He stared at the ceiling and thought about what Miles had said. Justice, not revenge. Cold and earned. Over the next 2 weeks, Harry became the perfect husband. He didn't mention the jar again. When Lena bought more things online, he said nothing. When Greta visited and made her usual comments about his lack of ambition, he smiled and nodded. When Lena complained about Jessica being clingy, he agreed and took their daughter to the park so Lena could have alone time. To everyone watching, everything was fine, but Harry was collecting evidence. He set up a simple system. Every receipt Lena left lying around, he photographed and filed in his hidden folder. Every credit card statement, copied. Every text message he happened to see on her phone when she left it unlocked, screenshot. He wasn't snooping. He was documenting. There was a difference. He also started paying more attention to Lena's social media. She posted constantly. Photos of her morning coffee, her outfit of the day, her new handbag positioned artfully on their bed. She had almost 2,000 followers, most of them strangers. She responded to every comment, especially from men. One man in particular kept appearing. Reed Halpern, personal trainer. Lots of mirror selfies and motivational quotes. He commented on all of Lena's posts. Fire emojis. "Looking good. You deserve it." Harry clicked through to Reed's profile. 32 years old. Single. Lived in a town 20 minutes away. Ran boot camp classes at a gym. He went back to Lena's messages. She left her laptop open in the kitchen. He pulled up her social media account and found her DMs. There were dozens with Reed. He read through them quickly. Flirty, but not quite crossing into affair territory. Lena complaining about her boring life. Reed saying she deserved better. Lena saying her husband didn't understand her. Reed sending her workout plans and diet tips. Lena sending him photos of herself in workout clothes. Harry took screenshots of everything, saved them to his folder. Then he closed the laptop and went back to chopping vegetables for dinner. 3 weeks after the jar incident, Harry met Tess Carver for coffee on a Sunday afternoon. They'd worked together for 8 years. She'd started on the line same time he did, but she'd stayed there by choice. Good with her hands. Good with people. She called him when something needed fixing and he needed straight talk. They met at a place downtown, away from their neighborhood. Tess showed up in jeans and a faded Carhartt jacket, her gray hair pulled back in a practical bun. "You look tired," she said, sitting down with a black coffee. "Long month." Lena still being Lena. Harry hadn't told Tess about the jar yet. Hadn't told anyone except Miles, and even then only in vague terms. But looking at Tess's steady gaze, he decided she needed to know. He told her everything. The jar, Greta's response, the bike, the evidence he'd been collecting. Tess listened without interrupting. When he finished, she sat back and studied him. "What are you planning to do with all that evidence?" she asked. "I don't know yet." "Yes, you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be collecting it." Tess took a sip of her coffee. "You're building a case. Question is, for what? Divorce? Custody battle? Maybe." "Harry," Tess leaned forward. "I'm going to tell you something, and you're not going to like it. But you need to hear it. People like Lena don't change. You can confront her, and she'll cry and promise to do better. She'll be good for maybe 2 weeks. Then she'll go right back to who she is. Because that's who she is. A narcissist who thinks the world owes her comfort. I know. Do you? Because you're still in that house. Still playing nice. Still hoping maybe she'll wake up one day and realize what she's got." Harry shook his head. "I stopped hoping that." "Then what are you doing? Making sure when I move, it sticks." Tess studied him again. "You want her to lose more than just you. I want her to understand actions have consequences." "That's revenge, Harry." "No." He met her eyes. "Revenge is angry. This is cold. This is making sure my daughter understands that when someone hurts you, you don't just forgive and forget. You make sure they can't do it again. Tess was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. Okay, what do you need from me? Nothing yet. Just wanted someone to know what I'm doing. In case it goes sideways. In case I start to doubt myself. Tess reached across and squeezed his hand. I've known you 8 years. You're the most level-headed person I've ever met. If you're doing this, you've thought it through. Just don't lose yourself in it. Don't become what you're fighting against. Harry drove home thinking about that. About the line between justice and revenge. About whether there even was a line, or if it was just something people told themselves to feel better. When he got home, Lena was on the couch, scrolling through her phone. Jessica was in the backyard, riding her bike in circles on the patio. Where were you? Lena didn't look up. Coffee with Tess. On a Sunday? That's weird. Work stuff. Whatever. Lena held up her phone. Look, Reed says I should do a fitness challenge with him. 30 days. He'll post my progress on his page. I could get more followers. Harry looked at the screen, at Reed's smiling face and his perfectly white teeth. Sure, if you want. Lena glanced up, surprised. Really? You're not going to say it's a waste of time? If it makes you happy. She looked at him suspiciously. What's going on with you? Nothing. What? You're being weird. Nice. You're never this nice. Harry smiled. Maybe I'm trying to be a better husband. Lena's suspicion faded into satisfaction. Good. It's about time. She went back to her phone, already typing messages to Reed. Harry went upstairs and added the fitness challenge conversation to his file. Then he opened a new document and started planning. He had evidence. Now he needed a strategy. Monday morning, Harry went to work early. The plant was quiet at 6 a.m., just him and the security guard and the hum of machines waiting to start. He liked this time, before everyone arrived with their problems and questions. He sat in his office and pulled out a legal pad. At the top, he wrote 3 words: reputation, money, control. Those were the things Lena cared about. Those were the things that could be taken away. Reputation first. Lena's entire self-worth came from how others saw her. The social media followers, the neighbors who complimented her garden, the other mothers at Jessica's school who thought she had it all together. Take that away, and she'd crumble. Money second. Lena spent money to feel powerful, to prove she deserved nice things. Cut off that supply, and she'd panic. Control last. Lena controlled the narrative. She was the victim, always. Harry was the disappointing husband. Jessica was the demanding child. Greta was the wise mother. Everyone had a role in her story. Change the story, and she'd lose everything. Harry stared at his notes and felt nothing. No anger, no guilt. Just cold determination. Tess was wrong about one thing. This wasn't about revenge. It was about teaching Jessica that some things couldn't be forgiven. That when someone stole from you, looked you in the eye, and felt no remorse, you didn't keep giving them chances. You cut them out. That was the lesson Jessica needed to learn. Not forgiveness. Justice. Over the next week, Harry put his plan into motion. Step 1. Secure the house. He pulled the deed and discovered something useful. The house had been inherited from his father, with both their names on the title. But the mortgage was paid off, and his father's will had specific language about it being family property for Harry and his children. Harry called a lawyer. Not a local one, but someone in Portland his uncle had used for estate planning. He laid out the situation carefully. No mention of divorce yet. Just questions about trust law and asset protection. The lawyer explained that he could create a trust with Jessica as the beneficiary. Transfer the house into it. Because of his father's will language and the fact that the house was fully paid off, it would be legal. Lena would have no claim. Your wife would need to sign off on it, the lawyer said. What if I have her power of attorney? Do you? I could get it. She signs things without reading them. The lawyer was quiet for a moment. I can't advise you to do that. But you can't stop me either. No, I can't. Harry paid the consultation fee in cash and drove home. That night, he created a simple document. Power of attorney for financial matters. He buried it in a stack of refinancing papers he'd printed from the bank's website. At dinner, he set the stack beside Lena's plate. What's this? She asked. Refinance paperwork. Bank says we can get a better rate on our savings account if we consolidate. Just needs signatures. Lena barely glanced at the pages. Do we have to do this now? I'm meeting Reed for a training session at 7. Just flip to the signature pages. I've marked them with tabs. She sighed and grabbed a pen. Flipped through. Signed each tab without reading. Power of attorney included. Done, she said, pushing the stack back. Happy. Very. The next step was harder. Harry needed Lena to incriminate herself. Not in a legal sense, but in a social one. He needed her own words, said to someone else, showing who she really was. He thought about recording devices, but dismissed the idea. Too risky if discovered. Instead, he went to Miles Hanlon. They were standing in Miles's garage on a Saturday afternoon. Miles was rebuilding an engine, his hands covered in grease. Harry had brought over a six-pack of beer. I need a favor, Harry said. Shoot. Lena likes to brag. About herself, about her purchases, about how she's smarter than everyone around her. If you could get her talking, maybe record on your phone. Miles set down his wrench. You want me to set up your wife? I want proof of who she is. For Jessica. So when she's older and asks why we're not together anymore, I can show her the truth. Miles wiped his hands on a rag. That's cold, man. Yeah, it is. But I get it. Miles picked up his beer. My ex used to tell everyone I was abusive. Hit her, controlled her money, isolated her from friends. None of it true, but people believed it. Took me 2 years and a lawyer to prove she'd made it all up. You know what finally convinced everyone? A recording of her coaching our daughter to lie to CPS. How'd you get it? Nanny cam. I'd put it in because I was worried about leaving our kid alone with her when she was drinking. Caught her on tape instead, telling our 10-year-old exactly what to say. Broke my heart, but it saved my life. Harry nodded. So you'll help. Tell me what you need. 2 weeks later, Miles threw a neighborhood barbecue. Nothing fancy, just burgers and beer in his backyard. Invited everyone on the street. Lena was thrilled. A chance to socialize, to wear her new sundress, to be seen. Harry watched from the deck as Miles worked his magic. He got Lena talking about shopping, about her latest purchases, about how she had to take matters in her own hands sometimes because Harry didn't understand women's needs. Like how? Miles asked, his phone sitting casually on the picnic table between them, recording. Like this bag. Lena pulled out her phone and showed him photos. I needed it. I've been looking at it for weeks. But Harry kept saying we should save money. So I found funds elsewhere. Smart. Where do you find funds? Lena laughed. My daughter has a savings jar. Had. $73 just sitting there. She's 7. What does she need money for? So I used it. For the bag. And a scarf. And some new workout clothes for my training sessions. Lena leaned in, conspiratorial. Harry was so mad. Like I committed a crime. But it's family money, you know? What's hers is really ours. Or mine, since I'm the parent who actually pays attention to what matters. Miles nodded sympathetically. Did she mind? Your daughter. She cried for like a day. But she's fine now. Harry bought her a bike to shut her up. Problem solved. Miles kept her talking for another 10 minutes. Got her to elaborate on how Jessica was too needy, how Harry was too satisfied with mediocrity, how her mother was the only one who really understood what it was like to want more from life. When the barbecue ended and everyone went home, Miles pulled Harry aside. Got it, he said. Everything. Can you send it to me? Already did. Email. Use it well, man. And maybe don't tell her where you got it. Harry went home that night and listened to the recording 3 times. Lena's voice, casual and confident, explaining exactly how she justified stealing from their daughter. No remorse, no guilt, just entitlement. He saved it to his encrypted folder and labeled it Evidence A. Harry's salary was deposited into their joint checking account. From there, Lena transferred money to her personal savings, her spending account, her emergency fund. She managed the day-to-day bills while Harry handled long-term planning. He'd never questioned this arrangement. Now he questioned everything. He pulled their bank statements going back 3 years. Started tracking every transfer, every withdrawal, every purchase. Built spreadsheets showing patterns. Money flowing out faster than it came in, covered by Harry's overtime and bonuses. The most damning discovery came from an old credit card statement. Lena had opened a card in both their names without telling him. Maxed it out. Made minimum payments from her joint account, buried in automatic transfers. The balance, $18,000. Harry looked at the itemized charges. Clothes, restaurants, a weekend trip to Seattle she claimed was visiting an old friend. Hotel charges that made it clear Reed had been there too. He called the credit card company. "I need to remove my wife as an authorized user on this account," he said. "I can help with that. May I ask the reason?" "Unauthorized charges." "I see. I'll need you to file a fraud report." "Not fraud, just removal." The representative walked him through it. By the end of the call, the card was in Harry's name only. Lena couldn't use it anymore. Couldn't even see the balance. He paid off the $18,000 from his emergency fund. Then he changed his direct deposit. Instead of the joint account, his salary now went into a new account. His name only, at a different bank. He left $500 in the joint account. Enough for basic bills. Nothing more. Then he waited. 3 days later, Lena tried to buy lunch with her debit card. Declined. She came home furious. "What did you do?" She threw her purse on the counter. "My card doesn't work." "Strange. Did you call the bank?" "I called. They said insufficient funds." "But that's impossible. You just got paid." Harry looked up from his laptop. "I did. But my salary goes into a different account now." Lena's face went pale, then red. "What?" "I opened a new account. My paychecks go there. I'll transfer money to the joint account for bills, but nothing extra." "You can't do that." "I can. I did. That's financial abuse." Harry almost laughed. Financial abuse is maxing out a credit card without telling your spouse. Financial abuse is stealing from your child. "I'm not abusing you. I'm protecting myself." Lena grabbed her phone. "I'm calling my lawyer." "You don't have a lawyer. But go ahead. Call one. They'll tell you the same thing. My salary, my choice where it goes." "You want money? Get a job. I am a homemaker. I run this house." "Then run on a budget. $500 a month for household expenses. That should cover groceries and utilities." $500? That's nothing. It's what we need. Everything else was going to your shopping habit. Lena's hand shook. "You're punishing me." "For the jar. This is revenge." "No. This is consequences." Harry closed his laptop. "You stole from Jessica. You maxed out a credit card. You've been spending money we don't have while I work overtime to cover it. That ends now. My mother will help me." "Then ask her." Lena grabbed her phone and went upstairs. Harry heard her voice, high and panicked, talking to Greta. An hour later, Lena came back down. "My mother is transferring me $1,000. "Good for you. And she says you're being abusive. She says I should document everything." "Definitely do that. Document how I paid off your secret credit card. Document how I'm still paying all our bills. Document how I bought Jessica a bike after you stole her savings. Document all of it." Lena's eyes filled with tears. But they weren't sad tears. They were angry tears. Frustrated tears. "I hate you," she whispered. "I know." She went back upstairs. Harry sat in the quiet kitchen and felt nothing. No guilt, no satisfaction. Just the cold certainty that he was doing what needed to be done. That weekend, Harry drove to Portland. Met with the lawyer again. This time he brought everything. The recordings. The financial documents. The screenshots of messages with Reed. The evidence of the credit card debt. The lawyer listened to the recording of Lena admitting to taking Jessica's money. Read through the messages. Examine the credit card statements. "This is a strong case for custody," he said. "Financial irresponsibility. Emotional neglect of the child. The recording especially. Her own words condemning her. I don't want custody. I want full custody. No visitation unless supervised." The lawyer looked up. "That's difficult to get unless there's abuse or endangerment. Is stealing from your child not abuse? Not in the legal sense. Not enough for zero visitation." Harry leaned forward. "Then tell me what is enough." They talked for an hour. By the end, Harry had a clear understanding of what he needed. More evidence of Lena's unfitness as a mother. More proof that she put her own needs above Jessica's. More incidents that showed a pattern, not just a mistake. "The court wants to see that you tried," the lawyer explained. "Marriage counseling, family therapy, attempts to fix the relationship. If you skip straight to divorce, the judge will see you as the aggressor. What if I don't care how I look?" "You should care, because your wife will make you the villain. And if she's believable, she might win." Harry thought about that. About Lena's ability to cry on command. to play the victim, to make everyone believe her version of events. What's the fastest way to divorce in Oregon? 10 days if both parties agree. But with custody disputes? 6 months minimum. Could be a year. Too long. Then you need leverage. Something that makes her want to settle fast. Something that scares her more than losing you. Harry drove home, thinking about leverage. About what scared Lena most. The answer came to him as he pulled into the driveway. Public exposure. Lena's entire identity was built on her image. The perfect mother. The stylish wife. The woman who had it all together. Take that away, and she'd have nothing. He went inside and found Jessica in the living room, watching cartoons. Lena was upstairs, probably on her phone. "Hey, kiddo," Harry said. "Want to go for ice cream?" "Really? It's almost dinner. Special treat. Just you and me." They drove to the ice cream shop downtown. Got 2 cones and sat on the bench outside. Jessica talked about school, about her teacher, about a boy in her class who ate glue. "Dad," she asked, licking chocolate off her fingers, "are you and Mom going to get divorced?" Harry's stomach clenched. "Why do you ask that? You don't talk anymore. And you seem mad all the time." "I'm not mad at you." "I know, but at Mom." Harry looked at his daughter, at her serious face and her 2 old eyes. 7 years old and already learning to read tension in a room. "Your mom and I are having problems," he said carefully. "Adult problems. Nothing you did wrong. Is it about the jar?" "Sort of, but it's bigger than that." Jessica was quiet for a moment. "I heard her on the phone with Grandma. She said you're being mean, controlling her money. Is that what you think?" "No." Jessica shook her head. "You're not mean. You're the one who takes care of me. Mom just takes pictures and talks on her phone." Harry pulled her close. "Whatever happens between your mom and me, I want you to know something. You did nothing wrong. You're the best part of my life." Okay. They finished their ice cream in silence. When they got home, Lena was in the kitchen making dinner. She'd actually cooked. Spaghetti with store-bought sauce, but still, more effort than usual. "Where were you?" she asked. "I made dinner." "Ice cream," Jessica said, then ran upstairs. Lena turned to Harry. "You're undermining me, taking her for treats without asking me first. I don't need to ask permission to spend time with my daughter. She's my daughter too. Then act like it." Lena slammed the pot on the stove. "I'm trying. I made dinner. I cleaned. I've been good about money since you cut me off. What more do you want?" Harry looked at her angry face and her defensive posture. She genuinely believed she was trying. That cooking 1 meal and spending less money for 2 weeks made up for everything. "I want you to apologize to Jessica." "For what?" "For taking her savings. For making her cry. For teaching her that people who love you can steal from you, and it's fine." Lena crossed her arms. "I already told you. I'll pay her back. When I have the money. You had $1,000 from your mother last week. I needed that for other things." "Of course you did." Harry grabbed his keys. "I'm going for a drive." He left before she could respond. Drove to Miles's house. Miles was in his garage again, always working on something. "You okay?" Miles asked. Getting there. Harry leaned against the workbench. "I need one more favor." "Name it." "When this all comes out, when I make my move, she's going to try to turn everyone against me. Neighbors, friends, Jessica's school. She'll say I'm abusive, controlling, whatever makes her look like the victim. Okay, I need people who'll tell the truth, who've seen how she really is." Miles nodded slowly. "You want me to be a witness? If it comes to that." "Done. What else?" "Just remember this conversation. Remember that I try to protect my daughter. That's all this is about." Miles studied him. "You're about to burn it all down, aren't you?" "Just the parts that need burning." Harry went home. Lena was already in bed, her back to his side of the room. He lay awake and thought about timing, about how to make the maximum impact with a minimum warning, about how to make sure Lena Mercer learned that some things have consequences. Act 2 end. ACT 3. The Fall and the Flame Chapter 9. The Final Evidence. 3 months after the jar incident, Harry had everything he needed. Documents, recordings, screenshots, witness statements from Miles. A lawyer on retainer. A trust with the house protected. A separate bank account with his salary safely locked away. But he had one more thing to collect. The thing that would make all of this undeniable. Lena had gotten sloppy. The affair with Reed had progressed from flirty messages to actual meetings. She told Harry she was at the gym, at Target, at her mother's house. All eyes. Harry knew because he'd started checking her location through the family phone plan. She still showed up at the gym sometimes. But other times, she showed up at Reed's apartment, stayed for 2 hours, came home showered and smiling. Harry said nothing, just documented the dates and times, added them to his growing file. One evening, Lena left her laptop open on the kitchen counter. She was upstairs putting Jessica to bed. Harry walked past, glanced at the screen, and saw the messaging app still open. Reed's conversation was right there. He read through the recent messages quickly. Lena, I need to see you tomorrow. Harry's working late. Reed, your place? Lena, too risky. Neighbors, come to the motel on Highway 26. Room 12. Reed, what about your kid? Lena, she'll be a play date. We have 3 hours. Reed, can't wait, baby. Harry took a photo of the screen with his phone, closed the laptop. When Lena came downstairs, he was reading the newspaper like nothing had happened. Jessica wants you to say goodnight, Lena said. Harry went upstairs. Jessica was already half asleep, her new stuffed bear tucked under her chin. Love you, Dad, she mumbled. Love you too, kiddo. He sat on the edge of her bed for a minute, watching her breathe. 7 years old, innocent, caught in the middle of something she didn't create and didn't deserve. But she'd learned from this. She'd learned that when someone betrays you, you don't give them another chance. You cut them out. You protect yourself. You make sure they can't hurt you again. That was the lesson Harry would teach her. The next day, Harry took a personal day from work. Told Lena he had a planned inspection to supervise. Left the house at 7 a.m. and drove to a coffee shop 2 blocks from the Highway 26 motel. At 10:30, Lena's car pulled into the motel parking lot. She looked around nervously, then went into room 12. 20 minutes later, Reed arrived, gym bag over his shoulder. Walked straight to room 12 and knocked. Lena opened the door. They kissed in the doorway before going inside. Harry took photos of everything. License plates, the room number, the kiss. Then he drove home and added the photos to his file. Evidence complete. Chapter 10, the package. That night, Harry prepared 3 envelopes. Envelope 1 contained copies of the credit card statements, showing $18,000 in debt Lena had hidden. Also copies of bank transfers, showing her moving money from their joint account to her personal account without discussing it. Envelope 2 contained screenshots of her messages with Reed. Not explicit, but clearly showing emotional infidelity. Complaining about Harry. Calling him boring. Saying she deserved better. Planning meetups at the motel. Envelope 3 contained the recording Miles had made at the barbecue. Lena's own voice explaining how she'd taken Jessica's savings. How Jessica had cried. How Harry had to buy the bike to fix it. All said with no guilt, no remorse. He printed a simple note on plain paper. 3 hours from now, the truth starts spreading. Pack light. He put the envelopes in his briefcase. Went to work the next morning like normal. Came home at 6 p.m. like normal. Lena was making dinner. Jessica was doing homework at the kitchen table. Good day, Lena asked. Productive. Harry set his briefcase on the counter. I need to run to the store. We're out of milk. Can you get more pasta too? We're almost out. Sure. He drove to the store. Bought milk and pasta. Then he drove to Greta's house. She answered the door, looking annoyed. Harry, what do you want? To give you something. He handed her a manila envelope. Don't open it until tomorrow morning. But you want to see what's inside. What is it? The truth about your daughter. He walked back to his car before she could respond. Drove home. Put away the groceries. Ate dinner with his family like nothing was wrong. At 8 p.m., after Jessica was in bed, Harry set the 3 envelopes on the kitchen table. Lena was in the living room, scrolling through her phone. Lena, he called. Can you come here? She walked into the kitchen, saw the envelopes. What's this? Open them. She looked at him suspiciously, then picked up the first envelope. Pulled out the credit card statements. Her face went pale. Where did you get these? From the bank. Keep going. She opened the second envelope. The screenshots. Her hands started shaking. You went through my phone. You left your laptop open. Keep going. The third envelope. The recording. She didn't need to listen to it. She could see the file name. Barbecue Miles Audio. You recorded me? Her voice came out hoarse. Miles recorded you. I just saved it. Lena dropped the papers. What do you want? Money? An apology? What? Harry looked at his watch. 8:07. In 2 hours and 53 minutes, I'm going to upload that recording and those screenshots to the West Side Neighborhood Facebook group. The one with 800 members. The one your mother's in. The one all our neighbors use. You wouldn't. I'm also going to email copies to Jessica's school, to your friends from high school, to Reed's gym, to anyone who thinks you're a good person who deserves sympathy. Lena's legs gave out. She sat down hard in one of the kitchen chairs. Why? Why would you do this? Because you stole from our daughter and felt no guilt. Because you've been having an affair and felt no guilt. Because you maxed out a credit card and felt no guilt. Because every time you hurt someone, you make yourself the victim. I'll apologize. I'll make it right. Tears streamed down her face. Please don't do this. It'll ruin me. Yes, it will. What about Jessica? She'll see this. Everyone at school will know. She'll know the truth about her mother. That's important. Lena stood up, frantic now. I'll call the police. This is harassment. Call them. Bring them the evidence. See what they say. She grabbed her phone, started dialing, then stopped. Because she knew. The police couldn't help her. This wasn't illegal. Just devastating. Please. She dropped to her knees. Please, Harry. I'll do anything. I'll go to therapy. I'll get a job. I'll never talk to Reed again. I'll be better. Harry looked down at his wife. At her tears and her desperation. 3 months ago, this might have moved him. Now he felt nothing. You have 2 hours and 50 minutes. Pack what you need. Leave your key on the counter. Don't take anything that belongs to Jessica. Where will I go? Not my problem. What about my car? It's in my name. It stays. My clothes? My things. Take what you can carry. The rest stays with the house. Lena stared at him. You planned this. All of it. You've been planning this for months. Yes. You're not the man I married. Neither are you the woman I married. Or maybe you are. Maybe I just never saw it clearly before. She stood up slowly, wiping her face. The tears had stopped. Now her expression was cold. Calculating. Fine. But you'll regret this. I'll take you for everything in the divorce. I'll turn Jessica against you. I'll make sure everyone knows you're abusive. You can try. Harry checked his watch. 2 hours, 48 minutes. Lena grabbed the envelopes and ran upstairs. Harry heard her on the phone immediately, calling Greta, screaming, crying, begging for help. He sat at the kitchen table and opened his laptop, created a new post on a neighborhood Facebook group, scheduled it to go live at 11 p.m. The recording attached, the screenshots attached, a simple caption. Some people think stealing from your child is self-care. This is what that looks like. At 10:30, Lena came downstairs with 2 suitcases. Her face was red and swollen. Greta stood behind her, glaring at Harry with pure hatred. You're a monster, Greta hissed. Maybe, but I'm an honest monster. We'll sue you for defamation. Try. Everything I'm posting is true. You can't defame someone by telling the truth. Greta helped Lena carry her bags to the car. Harry's car, the one in his name. He followed them out. Leave the keys, he said. Lena threw them at him. They hit his chest and fell to the driveway. How am I supposed to get anywhere? She also got to keep her debt, all $18,000 of it. The judge ruled she'd incurred it without Harry's knowledge. Therefore, it was her responsibility. Greta tried to fight the decision, hired a different lawyer, filed appeals, all denied. The truth was too clear, too documented, too undeniable. 6 months after the jar incident, Harry stood in his kitchen making breakfast for Jessica. She sat at the table, her new jar beside her plate. This one had a lock on it. The key hung around her neck on a chain. How much do you have now? Harry asked, flipping pancakes. $92.60, Jessica said proudly. I'm saving for a new helmet. My old one's too small. That's great, kiddo. The doorbell rang. Harry answered it. Tess stood there with coffee and a bag of bagels. Thought I'd stop by, she said. See how you're doing. They sat in the living room while Jessica finished her breakfast upstairs. You ever think you went too far? Tess asked. Harry considered the question. No. Some people only learn when they lose everything. And did she learn? I don't know. Don't care. That's her problem now. Tess nodded. How's Jessica handling it all? Better than expected. She asks about Lena sometimes. I tell her the truth, that her mom made bad choices and has to live with them. She seems okay with that. Kids are resilient. They are, but they also learn from what we show them. Harry looked out the window at the quiet street. I showed Jessica that actions have consequences. That when someone hurts you, you don't forgive and forget. You protect yourself. You make sure it doesn't happen again. That's a hard lesson for a 7-year-old. Life's hard. Better she learns now than later. Jessica came running down the stairs, her pink bike helmet already on. Can we ride bikes today? Absolutely. Let me finish my coffee. Tess left. Harry and Jessica spent the afternoon riding bikes around the neighborhood. Neighbors waved. Some stopped to chat. All of them treated Harry with a new respect, like he'd done something brave instead of something cold. Maybe it was both. That evening, after Jessica was in bed, Harry sat on his back porch with a beer. The house was quiet, empty in a way it hadn't been before. But it was peaceful too. His phone buzzed. A text from Roger. New facility opens Monday. You ready? Harry typed back. Ready. He looked at the stars coming out over the suburban houses and felt something close to satisfaction. Not happiness. That would come later, maybe, but satisfaction that he'd done what needed to be done. That he'd taught his daughter the most important lesson. Forgiveness is mercy. Mercy is for the innocent. And Lena Mercer was not innocent. Jessica turned 8. Harry threw her a party in the backyard. Invited her whole class. Miles and his daughter came. Tess came. Some of the neighbors came. Lena was scheduled for visitation that weekend. She showed up Saturday morning to pick up Jessica. She looked different. Thinner. Tired. Her clothes were plain, probably from Target instead of boutiques. Hey, sweetie, Lena said, kneeling down to Jessica's level. Hi, Mom. They stood there awkwardly. Lena looked at Harry. I'll have her back by 6. Make it 5. She has homework. Lena's jaw tightened. Fine. 5. She led Jessica to Greta's car. Harry watched them drive away, then went back inside. His new job was demanding but satisfying. Longer hours, more responsibility, but he had control. He made decisions. People listened. The promotion had been exactly what he needed. At 4:30, Lena brought Jessica home. She looked upset. What happened? Harry asked Jessica. Mom cried a lot. Said she misses me. Said you're mean and won't let her live here anymore. Harry knelt down. What did you say? I said you're not mean. You just didn't want to live with someone who steals. Jessica's voice was matter of fact. No judgment, just truth. That's right. Lena stood in the doorway. Can I talk to you? Alone. Harry hesitated, then followed her to the porch. Jessica went inside. I need money, Lena said immediately. I can barely afford rent. My credit's destroyed. Mom's helping, but she can't support both of us. Good job. I'm trying, but everyone's seen that post. Everyone knows what I did. No one will hire me. Harry felt no sympathy. Consequences. Please. Lena's voice broke. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything. The jar read all of it. I was wrong. I see that now. Can't we work something out? No. Just some money. To get back on my feet. No. Harry, please. I'm desperate. He looked at his ex-wife. At her desperation and her tears. 3 months ago, this might have worked. But he'd hardened himself against her. Had to, or he'd fall back into the pattern of forgiving, excusing, enabling. You made your choices, he said. Now live with them. He went inside and closed the door. Locked it. Through the window, he watched Lena stand there for a moment, then walked slowly back to Greta's car. That night, he tucked Jessica in and read her a story about a princess who saved herself. Dad, Jessica asked when he finished. Are you happy now? Yeah, kiddo. I am. Me too. She fell asleep holding her new stuffed bear. Harry turned off the light and went downstairs. Made himself dinner. Ate it in the quiet kitchen. Cleaned up. Sat on the couch with a book. The house was peaceful. Safe. His. Outside, the suburban street was dark except for streetlights and porch lights. Behind those doors, other families had their own problems. Their own secrets. Their own betrayals. But Harry's house was clean now. The rod had been cut out. The jar had been refilled. Justice had been served. And if that made him cold, ruthless, unforgiving, so be it. Some people only learn when they lose everything. Lena had learned, and Jessica had learned too. A different lesson, a harder one, but one that would protect her the rest of her life. Harry closed his book and turned off the lights. Tomorrow was Monday. New week, new facility, new challenges. But tonight, he'd sleep well. For the first time in months, he'd sleep well. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Nathan Rourke's alarm went off at 5:30 on Saturday morning. He reached across the empty side of the bed and silenced it, then sat up in the dark. His feet found the cold floor. The house was quiet except for the furnace humming somewhere below. He dressed in his work clothes, jeans, a flannel shirt, steel-toed boots, and walked down the narrow hallway. He stopped at Lily's door. It was closed, but he could see the night light glow underneath. He pressed his palm against the wood for a moment, then moved on. In the kitchen, Tessa stood by the coffee maker in her bathrobe. Her dark hair was pulled back tight. She didn't turn when he entered. "Extra shift today," Nathan said. "I know. Should be home by 6. "Fine." He poured coffee into his thermos. The silence stretched between them like something physical. It had been this way for weeks now, maybe longer. He couldn't remember exactly when the easy conversations had stopped. "Mom's coming over around 10, Tessa said. "We're taking Lily to the park if the weather holds." Nathan screwed the lid onto his thermos. "She doesn't like the park. She needs to get out of the house." "She's fine here." Tessa turned then. Her face was tight. "She sits in her room all day with that toy. It's not healthy." Nathan's jaw tightened, but he kept his voice level. It was her mother's. Her mother's been dead for 3 years. The words hung in the air between them. Nathan picked up his thermos and his lunch bag from the counter. "I'll be home at 6, he said again. He walked out without looking back. The paper mill was 15 miles outside Eugene. Nathan drove with the window cracked, cold October air cutting through the truck's cab. The sun was just starting to break over the mountains to the east, turning the sky from black to gray. He thought about Lily, about the way she'd been lately, quieter than usual, which was saying something. She'd always been a quiet kid, even before Hannah died. But lately there was something else. A wariness. She moved through the house like she was trying not to be noticed. Nathan pulled into the mill's parking lot and killed the engine. He sat for a moment, staring at the building's ugly concrete walls. Then he got out and went to work. The maintenance bay smelled like grease and hot metal. Nathan checked in with the foreman, then grabbed his tool belt and headed to the press room. A roller bearing had gone out on line 3. Simple job. He'd be done by noon if nothing else broke. He worked steadily, his hands moving through familiar motions. Around him, the mill roared and clanked. The noise was almost comforting. It filled his head and left no room for thinking. At lunch, he ate his sandwich in the truck. He thought about calling home, then didn't. Tessa wouldn't answer anyway. She never did when her mother was there. He finished his sandwich and went back inside. Nathan pulled into the driveway at 6:15. The sun was down, and the porch light was on. He could see the living room window glowing yellow. Everything looked normal. He grabbed his lunch bag and thermos from the passenger seat and walked to the front door. It was unlocked. He stepped inside and stopped. The house was too quiet. "Lily," he called. No answer. "Tessa." "In here." Tessa's voice came from the kitchen. "Flat." Nathan set his things on the small table by the door and walked through the living room. Toys were scattered across the floor. Lily's blocks, a jump rope, some books. He stepped over them and into the kitchen. Tessa stood at the sink with her back to him. Her mother, Janice, sat at the kitchen table with a glass of wine. She looked up when Nathan entered and gave him a tight smile. "Long day?" Janice asked. "Where's Lily?" Nathan said. "Her room," Tessa said without turning. Nathan started toward the hallway, but Janice spoke again. "She had a little tantrum this afternoon. She's fine now." Nathan stopped. "What kind of tantrum?" "The dramatic kind," Janice said. She took a sip of wine. "You know how children are." Nathan looked at Tessa's back. She was scrubbing a pot that was already clean. "What happened?" he asked. Tessa set the pot down hard in the dish rack. "She was being difficult. I handled it." "Handled what?" "Nathan." Tessa finally turned. Her face was flushed. "Can we not do this right now?" "Do what?" I asked a question. Janice stood up. The child was sprawled out on the living room floor with her things everywhere. Tessa tripped over one of her toys and asked her to clean up. That's all. That's all. She started crying, Tessa said. Like I'd hurt her. I didn't even raise my voice. Nathan looked between the two women. Something was wrong here. He could feel it. I'm going to check on her, he said. He walked down the hallway to Lily's room. The door was closed. He knocked softly. Lily? It's Dad. Nothing. He opened the door slowly. The room was dim, lit only by the small lamp on her dresser. Lily was on her bed, curled on her side, facing the wall. He could see her small shoulders. Hey, kiddo, Nathan said quietly. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Lily didn't move. Nathan crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. He could see her face now. Her eyes were open, but they were swollen and red. Tear tracks ran down her cheeks. His chest tightened. Lily, he said, talk to me. She blinked. Fresh tears spilled over. What happened? Nathan asked. He kept his voice soft. Lily's hand moved under the pillow. She pulled something out and held it toward him without looking. Nathan took it. His stomach dropped. It was the rabbit. Hannah's rabbit. The one she'd given to Lily just before the end, when she could barely sit up in the hospital bed. Lily had kept it for 3 years. Slept with it every night. Carried it when she was scared or sad. The head was torn off. Stuffing spilled from the neck. The fabric was ripped in 2 places. Nathan stared at it. His hands started shaking. Who did this? His voice came out rough. Lily's breath hitched. I didn't mean to leave the toys out, she whispered. I was going to clean them up. Who did this, Lily? Tessa. She grabbed it and she pulled, and Lily's voice broke. She pressed her face into the pillow. Nathan sat very still. He looked down at the torn toy in his hands, at the pink fabric, at the missing button eye. Hannah had sewn that rabbit herself when she was pregnant. She'd used scraps from one of her old dresses. Something cold settled in Nathan's chest. It felt like ice spreading through his ribs. He set the rabbit carefully on the nightstand. Then he reached out and put his hand on Lily's hair. She was still crying into the pillow, her whole body shaking with it. It's okay, he said. The words felt like sand in his mouth. It's going to be okay. It wasn't okay. He knew that, but he didn't know what else to say. He stayed there until Lily cried herself out, until her breathing evened and her body went slack with exhaustion. Then he stood up slowly and walked to the door. He stopped in the doorway and looked back. Lily was curled tight around herself, her face toward the wall. She looked so small. Nathan stepped into the hallway and pulled the door shut. He stood there for a long moment, one hand still on the knob. His other hand was clenched into a fist. Then he walked back to the kitchen. Tessa and Janice were still there. They stopped talking when he entered. Tessa's face went guarded. She started. Don't, Nathan said. Tessa's mouth snapped shut. Nathan looked at her, really looked at her. At this woman he'd married a year ago because he thought Lily needed a mother. Because he thought he could make a family again. I'm going out, he said. Nathan. I said I'm going out. He walked past them, grabbed his jacket from the hook by the door, and left. Nathan drove. He didn't know where he was going. He just drove through the dark streets, past houses with lit windows, past the closed shops downtown. He ended up at Riverside Park. He parked the truck and sat there with the engine running, staring out at the black water of the Willamette. His phone buzzed. A text from Tessa. Where are you? He didn't answer. Another text. We need to talk about this. He turned the phone off. Hannah's face came to him. Not the way she'd looked at the end, gray and hollow, but before. When Lily was born. The way she'd held their daughter and looked up at him with tears in her eyes. She's perfect, Hannah had said. Nathan's hands gripped the steering wheel. His knuckles went white. He thought about the rabbit, about Lily's face, about the words Janice had used, a little tantrum. No, this wasn't something he could fix. This wasn't something he could smooth over or wait out. Tessa had crossed a line he didn't even know existed until tonight. And Janice had stood there and called it nothing. Nathan sat in the truck for another hour. Then he drove home. The house was dark except for the porch light. He let himself in quietly. Tessa's bedroom door, their bedroom door, was closed. He could see light underneath it. He walked to Lily's room instead, opened the door carefully. She was asleep now, still curled on her side. The torn rabbit was on a nightstand where he'd left it. Nathan stood in the doorway, watching his daughter sleep. He stood there until his legs ached. Then he closed the door and went to the couch. He lay down in the dark and stared at the ceiling. He didn't sleep. Sunday morning came gray and cold. Nathan was up before the sun. He made coffee and sat at the kitchen table. Tessa emerged around 8. She was dressed already, jeans, a sweater. Her face was set. "We should talk," she said. "Yeah." She poured herself coffee and sat across from him. For a minute, neither of them spoke. "I lost my temper," Tessa finally said. "I shouldn't have." Nathan looked at her. "You ripped up my daughter's toy." "I didn't mean to. I grabbed it and it came apart and..." "It didn't just come apart. You tore the head off." Tessa's face flushed. She was crying and I got frustrated and I grabbed it too hard. "It was an accident." "An accident?" "Yes." Nathan set his coffee cup down. "That toy was from Hannah." "I know. It was the last thing Hannah gave her before she died." "I know that, Nathan." Tessa's voice went sharp. "I know everything was perfect when Hannah was alive. I know I can't measure up to the dead saint." Don't what? Don't tell the truth? "I'm tired of competing with a ghost." Nathan stood up. "I'm taking Lily to breakfast." "Nathan, we're not done talking." "But I'm not doing this right now." He walked out before she could respond. Nathan and Lily went to the diner on 5th Street. It was nearly empty, just a couple of truckers at the counter and an old man reading the paper by the window. They sat in a booth toward the back. Lily ordered pancakes. Nathan got eggs and toast. They ate in silence for a while. "Dad," Lily said quietly. "Yeah." "Are you mad at me?" Nathan set his fork down. "No, kiddo. I'm not mad at you. Tessa said I shouldn't leave my toys out. It's okay to leave toys out sometimes. That's what kids do." Lily pushed a piece of pancake around her plate. "I miss Mom." Nathan's throat tightened. "I know. Me too. Tessa doesn't like it when I talk about her." "What do you mean?" "She gets quiet. Or she leaves the room." Lily looked up at him. Her eyes were still red from crying. "I don't think she likes me very much." Nathan reached across the table and took her hand. "That's not true." But even as he said it, he wasn't sure. He'd seen the way Tessa looked at Lily sometimes. The impatience. The tightness around her mouth when Lily mentioned Hannah. "Can we fix the rabbit?" Lily asked. "I'll try," Nathan said. "I'm not good at sewing, but I'll try." Lily nodded. She didn't look convinced. They finished breakfast and drove home. Tessa's car was gone. Nathan checked his phone. She'd left a text. "At Mom's. Back later." Good, he thought. He needed space. He spent the afternoon with Lily. They watched a movie. He made grilled cheese for lunch. He tried to sew the rabbit's head back on, but his stitches were clumsy and the stuffing kept falling out. Finally, he gave up and wrapped it carefully in tissue paper. "I'll take it to someone who knows what they're doing," he told Lily. She nodded, but her face was sad. That night, after Lily was in bed, Nathan sat on the porch. It was cold. His breath made clouds in the air. His phone rang. "Tessa, I'm staying at my mom's tonight," she said when he answered. "Okay. I think we both need to cool off." "Probably." Silence. "Nathan," Tessa said. Her voice was different now. Smaller. "I really didn't mean to hurt her." "But you did." "I know. I'll apologize." "Will you?" "Yes." A pause. "Do you believe me?" Nathan looked out at the street. At the dark houses and the street lights and the empty sidewalks. "I don't know," he said. He heard her breath catch. Then the line went dead. Nathan sat on the porch until his fingers went numb. Then he went inside and locked the door. Monday morning, Nathan took Lily to school. He usually let Tessa handle the morning routine, but not today. They drove in silence. When they pulled up to the elementary school, Lily unbuckled her seatbelt but didn't get out. "Dad." "Yeah." "Will you pick me up too?" Nathan looked at her serious little face. "You want me to?" She nodded. "Okay. I'll be here at 3:15. "Promise." "Promise." Lily got out and walked toward the school building. Nathan watched until she was inside. Then he drove to work. At lunch, Nathan sat in his truck and made a call. The number belonged to Marla Chun. No Marla. Just Marla. She'd been Hannah's friend, a family counselor who'd helped them through Hannah's illness. "Nathan," Marla said when she answered. She sounded surprised. "It's been a while." "Yeah. Sorry. I should have called before now." "Don't apologize. How are you? How's Lily? Nathan stared out the windshield. That's actually why I'm calling. He told her about Saturday, about the rabbit and Lily's tears and Tessa's anger. Marla listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. How's Lily doing now? She asked. Quiet. More than usual. And you? I'm fine. Nathan. He rubbed his face. I don't know what to do. Can I ask you something? Has this happened before? Nathan thought about it. Not like this. But Tessa gets frustrated with her. She thinks Lily should be over Hannah by now. And what do you think? I think grief doesn't have a schedule. No, Marla said gently. It doesn't. They talked for another 10 minutes. Marla gave him the name of a child therapist. She also suggested he document things, keep a record of incidents, changes in Lily's behavior. I'm not saying jump to conclusions, Marla said, but it sounds like your home situation is stressing Lily out. If that's the case, you need to know how bad it is. Okay, Nathan said. And Nathan, if you need to talk, call me. Anytime. Thanks, Marla. He hung up and sat in the truck. Then he pulled out a notebook from the glove box and started writing. He wrote down everything he remembered from Saturday. The time, the toy, Lily's tears, Janice's words. He filled 2 pages. Then he put the notebook away and went back to work. Nathan picked Lily up at 3:15. She ran to the truck with her backpack bouncing. You came, she said as she climbed in. I said I would. They drove home. Tessa's car was in the driveway. Lily went quiet. It's okay, Nathan said. I'm here. They went inside together. Tessa was in the kitchen making dinner. She looked up when they entered. Hi, she said. She smiled at Lily. How was school? Lily mumbled something and hurried down the hall to her room. Tessa's smile faded. She looked at Nathan. She's still upset, she said. Yeah. I tried to apologize yesterday, but she wouldn't talk to me. Nathan set his keys on the counter. Give her time. How much time? However much she needs. Tessa's jaw tightened. You're not going to help, are you? You're just going to let her hate me. I'm not making her do anything. She's 8 years old and she's hurt. Because of an accident. Nathan looked at her. Was it an accident, Tessa? Really? Her face went red. What's that supposed to mean? You grab a toy out of an 8-year-old's hands and ripped it in half. You don't do that by accident. I lost my temper for 2 seconds and destroyed something irreplaceable. Tessa slammed the spoon down on the counter. I'm so sick of hearing about Hannah. She's dead, Nathan. She's been dead for 3 years. When do we get to move on? Nathan's hands clenched. He forced himself to breathe, to stay calm. I'm going to check on Lily, he said. He walked away before Tessa could say anything else. Part 3. The next 2 weeks were tense. Nathan took Lily to school every morning and picked her up every afternoon. Tessa stopped trying to engage with Lily. She stayed in the bedroom or went to her mother's house. At night, Nathan and Tessa barely spoke. They moved around each other like strangers. Nathan kept writing in his notebook. He wrote down the times Tessa snapped at Lily over small things. The way Lily flinched when Tessa raised her voice. The morning he found Lily crying in her room because she'd heard Tessa on the phone with Janice, calling her clingy and dramatic. He also talked to Lily's teacher, Mrs. Morrison. She'd noticed changes too. Lily was more withdrawn, less engaged in class. Is everything okay at home? Mrs. Morrison asked carefully. We're working through some things, Nathan said. Mrs. Morrison nodded. If there's anything the school can do to support her, please let me know. I will. Thank you. Nathan opened a separate bank account. He moved money into it each week. Not much, but enough. He also started looking at apartments online. Small places. Affordable. He wasn't sure what he was planning yet, but he was getting ready for something. Friday night, 2 weeks after the incident with the rabbit, Nathan came home to find Lily sitting on the front porch steps. She was hugging her knees, and her face was red and blotchy. Nathan's stomach dropped. He killed the engine and jumped out of the truck. Lily? What happened? She looked up at him. Tears were streaming down her face. Dad, she choked out. She threw them away. Threw what away? Mom's things. The box. She threw it all away. Nathan went cold. What box? The one in the closet, with Mom's letters and the pictures and everything. Lily's voice cracked. I came home and it was gone, and I asked Tessa where it was, and she said she threw it out because it was time to move on. Nathan stood frozen. He felt like he'd been punched. "Where is she?" he asked. His voice came out flat. Inside, Nathan walked past Lily and into the house. Tessa was in the living room, watching TV. She looked up when he entered. "Did you throw away Hannah's things?" Nathan asked. Tessa's face hardened. "We talked about this. Lily needs to let go. That wasn't yours to throw away. It was in my house. It was Lily's. Those were her memories." Tessa stood up. They were making her sick. She looks at those pictures every night. She reads the letters over and over. It's not healthy. That's not your call to make. I'm her stepmother. You're nothing to her. The words came out harsh. Nathan didn't regret them. Tessa's face went white. Nathan walked to the hall closet. He yanked it open. The box was gone. In its place was a vacuum cleaner and some winter coats. "Where are they?" he demanded. "In the garbage. Pickup was this morning." Nathan turned and looked at her. At this woman he'd married. This woman he'd trusted with his daughter. "Pack a bag, Lily," he called. "We're leaving." Tessa laughed. It was a sharp, disbelieving sound. "Leaving? Don't be ridiculous." "Pack a bag," Nathan said again. Louder. He heard Lily's footsteps on the stairs. Fast and light. "Nathan." Tessa moved toward him. "You're overreacting. We could talk about this." "There's nothing to talk about. You can't just leave. Watch me." He went to their bedroom, his and Tessa's, and grabbed a duffel bag from the closet. He stuffed clothes into it. Tessa followed him, her voice rising. "This is insane. You're going to leave your wife over a box of old junk." Nathan zipped the bag. "That junk was the last connection my daughter had to her mother. You threw it away like garbage. It's been 3 years. I don't care if it's been 30. You had no right." He pushed past her and went to Lily's room. She was standing by her bed with a backpack over her shoulders. Her face was pale. "Ready?" Nathan asked. She nodded. They walked out together. Tessa followed them to the front door. "Nathan, please. Can we just talk about this?" He didn't answer. He opened the truck door for Lily, and she climbed in. Then he threw the duffel bag in the back and got in the driver's seat. Tessa stood in the doorway, her arms wrapped around herself. Nathan started the engine. "Don't do this," Tessa called. Her voice cracked. Nathan backed out of the driveway. He didn't look at her. They drove in silence. Lily sat pressed against the passenger door, staring out the window. After a few miles, she spoke. "Where are we going?" "Motel," Nathan said. "Just for tonight. We'll figure out the rest tomorrow." "Okay." They checked into a place off Highway 99. The room was small and smelled like old carpet, but it was clean. 2 beds, a TV, a bathroom. Nathan dropped the bags on one of the beds. Lily stood by the door, uncertain. "You hungry?" he asked. She shook her head. "Tired?" A nod. "Okay, get ready for bed." Lily went into the bathroom. Nathan sat on the edge of the bed and put his head in his hands. His phone buzzed. Tessa again. He turned it off. When Lily came out, she was in her pajamas. She climbed into one of the beds and pulled the covers up to her chin. Nathan turned off the lights and lay down on the other bed. He stared at the ceiling. Outside, he could hear cars passing on the highway. "Dad." Lily's voice was small in the darkness. "Yeah." "Are we okay?" Nathan thought about it. About everything that had happened. About the choices he'd made and the ones still ahead. "We will be," he said. It was the truth. He'd make sure of it. Nathan woke to pale light filtering through the motel curtains. His back ached from the sagging mattress. For a moment, he didn't remember where he was. Then it all came back. He turned his head. Lily was still asleep in the other bed, curled on her side. Nathan sat up slowly and checked his phone. 7:30. 14 missed calls from Tessa. 6 voicemails. A dozen text messages. He didn't listen to the voicemails. He didn't read the texts. Instead, he pulled up his contacts and found the number for Jim Halstead, a guy he'd worked with years ago who'd gone through a divorce. They'd stayed in touch, sort of. Christmas cards. The occasional beer. Nathan sent a text. "Need name of family lawyer. Got a minute to talk." The response came back fast. "Call me." Nathan stepped outside into the cool morning air. He walked to the far end of the parking lot, where a few scraggly trees offered some privacy, and called Jim. "You leaving Tessa?" Jim asked after Nathan explained the basics. "Yeah, smart. I always thought she was..." Jim stopped himself. "Never mind. You need a good attorney. I'll text you my guy's info. He's expensive, but he's worth it, especially if you're going for custody. I am. Full custody? Yeah. Jim was quiet for a second. You got ground for that. Nathan thought about the torn rabbit, about the box of Hannah's things in the garbage, about Lily's tears. Yeah, he said. I do. Okay. Call him today. Don't wait. And Nathan? Document everything. Every incident, every witness, every text message. The more you have, the better. Already started? Good. You're going to be okay, man. It's hell for a while, but you'll get through it. They talked for another few minutes. Then Nathan went back to the room. Lily was awake, sitting on the edge of the bed. Her hair was tangled, and her eyes were puffy. Hey, kiddo, Nathan said. Are we going home? Not today. Lily nodded. She didn't look surprised. Let's get some breakfast, Nathan said. They ate at a diner down the road. Lily picked at her eggs. Nathan forced down toast and coffee. I need to make some phone calls today, he told her. Important stuff. But after that, we can do whatever you want. Can we go to the bookstore? Sure. Lily brightened a little. Okay. Back at the motel, Nathan called the lawyer Jim had recommended. The receptionist put him through after a brief hold. Tom Berkeley, a gravelly voice said. Mr. Berkeley, my name's Nathan Rourke. Jim Halstead gave me your number. I need help with the separation and custody. Okay, tell me what's going on. Nathan laid it out. The marriage, Tessa's behavior toward Lily, the destroyed toy, the thrown-out mementos. He kept it factual, kept his voice steady. Berkeley listened without interrupting. When Nathan finished, there was a pause. You want sole custody? Berkeley asked. Yes. That's a high bar. Most courts prefer joint custody unless there's abuse or neglect. Is destroying a child's belongings neglect? It can be. Depends on the context. What you're describing, the escalating pattern, the emotional distress to the child, that's something we can work with. But we'll need documentation. Statements from teachers, therapists, anyone who's witnessed the child's distress. I'm already keeping records. Good. Keep doing that. Also, I'd recommend getting your daughter into therapy ASAP. A therapist's evaluation can carry weight in custody cases. Nathan thought of Marla, the therapist she'd recommended. I'll set that up, he said. Okay, when can you come in to meet? They scheduled an appointment for Wednesday. Nathan hung up and sat on the edge of the bed. Lily was watching cartoons, her legs tucked under her. Nathan pulled out his notebook and wrote down the date and time of the call. Then he opened a new page and started making a list of things he needed to do. Find an apartment. Enroll Lily in therapy. Talk to her teacher. File separation papers. Open a new checking account in his name only. The list grew longer. Nathan stared at it. Then he tore the page out, folded it, and put it in his wallet. One thing at a time. They spent the rest of Sunday at the bookstore and then at Riverside Park. Lily seemed lighter away from the house, away from Tessa. She picked out 3 books. Nathan bought them all without looking at the price. At the park, they walked along the river. The water was high from rain, dark and fast-moving. Lily threw rocks into it and counted how long it took them to disappear. Dad, she said after a while. Yeah. Is Tessa going to be mad at me? Nathan crouched down to her level. No, none of this is your fault. But I made her mad. I left the toys out, and I talked about Mom too much and... Lily, he put his hands on her shoulders. Listen to me. You didn't do anything wrong. Nothing. Do you understand? She looked at him with those big, serious eyes. But she said, I don't care what she said. She's wrong. Lily's chin trembled. Nathan pulled her into a hug. She wrapped her arms around his neck and held on tight. We're going to be okay, he said into her hair. I promise. Monday morning, Nathan called in sick to work. He couldn't bring himself to leave Lily alone, even at school. Instead, they stayed at the motel and watched TV. He made more phone calls. He found a furnished apartment near the river, small, 1 bedroom, but it was available immediately. He signed the lease over the phone and put down a deposit. In the afternoon, his phone rang. Unknown number. He almost didn't answer. Nathan Rourke? A woman's voice. Yeah. This is Diane Morrison, Lily's teacher. I'm calling because Lily wasn't in school today, and when I tried the emergency contact, your wife, she said she didn't know where Lily was. I wanted to make sure everything's all right. Nathan closed his eyes. Of course Tessa had done that. Of course. Everything's fine, he said. Lily's with me. We had a family situation over the weekend, and I kept her home. She'll be back tomorrow. Oh, okay. Mrs. Morrison sounded relieved. I just wanted to check. Lily's been through a lot lately. I know. Actually, Mrs. Morrison, I wanted to ask you something. Have you noticed any changes in Lily recently? In her behavior or mood? There was a pause. Yes, actually. She's been more withdrawn the past few weeks. Less engaged in class. Is everything all right at home? No, Nathan said. But we're working on it. I may need to get a statement from you about what you've observed. For legal purposes. Another pause. Longer this time. Are you and your wife separating? Yes. I see. Well, yes, I can provide a statement if needed. Lily's well-being is my priority. Thank you. After he hung up, Nathan added Mrs. Morrison to his list of potential witnesses. Then he called the therapist Marla had recommended. Her name was Dr. Ellen Reyes. She had an opening on Thursday afternoon. Nathan took it. Can I ask what brings you in? Dr. Reyes asked. My daughter's been through a lot. Her mother died 3 years ago. My second wife and my daughter don't get along. We're separating now, and I want to make sure Lily has support. That's very wise. I'll see you Thursday at 3. Nathan hung up and added that to his calendar. Lily poked her head out of the bathroom. Who was that? A doctor. She's going to talk with you. Help you feel better. Lily frowned. I'm not sick. Not that kind of doctor. She's a talking doctor. She helps kids who are going through hard stuff. Oh, Lily thought about it. Okay. Tuesday morning, Nathan took Lily back to school. He walked her to the classroom door. You'll pick me up? She asked. 3:15. I'll be right out front. Promise. Promise. He watched her go inside. Mrs. Morrison caught his eye from across the room and gave him a small nod. Nathan drove to work. He was 2 hours late, but the foreman didn't say anything. Word had spread. Nathan was dealing with something. People left him alone. At lunch, he sat in the truck and opened his email. There was a message from Tessa. Nathan, please. We need to talk. I know I messed up. I'm sorry. Can we please just sit down and figure this out? I miss you. I miss Lily. This is crazy. Please call me. Nathan stared at the screen. Then he deleted the message and went back to work. Wednesday afternoon, Nathan met with Tom Berkeley. The lawyer's office was in a strip mall near downtown. Small, tidy, with certificates on the walls and a fake plant in the corner. Berkeley was in his 50s, balding, with sharp eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He shook Nathan's hand and gestured to a chair. So, Berkeley said, flipping open a legal pad, let's talk about what you want and what we can realistically get. They talked for an hour. Nathan showed him the notebook, the records he'd been keeping. Berkeley read through them carefully, asking questions. This is good, he said finally. You've got a pattern of behavior that's harmful to the child. The destroyed toy, the thrown-out mementos, the teacher's observations. All of this supports a claim that the stepmother's actions are detrimental to Lily's emotional well-being. So I can get custody? Probably. But here's the thing. Your wife will fight it. Most people do. She'll get her own lawyer, and they'll argue that you're overreacting, that she made mistakes, but she's not a danger to the child. The court will order mediation first. If that fails, we go to a hearing. How long does that take? Couple months, usually. Maybe longer. Nathan's jaw tightened. Months. It's a process. But in the meantime, we file for separation and temporary custody. Since Lily's currently with you and safe, the court will likely grant temporary custody pending the final hearing. Okay, let's do it. Berkeley nodded. I'll draft the paperwork. You'll need to be patient, Nathan. This won't be quick. But if you're consistent and we build a solid case, you'll get what you want. Nathan stood up. Thank you. Berkeley walked him to the door. One more thing. Do not engage with your wife directly if you can avoid it. No arguments, no accusations. Keep all communication through me. Understood. Understood. Thursday afternoon, Nathan and Lily went to see Dr. Reyes. The therapist office was in a professional building near the hospital, bright, cheerful, with toys and books in the waiting area. Dr. Reyes was younger than Nathan expected, maybe 40, with kind eyes and an easy smile. She shook Nathan's hand and then crouched down to Lily's level. Hi, Lily. I'm Dr. Reyes. You can call me Ellen if you want. Lily hid behind Nathan's leg. It's okay, Nathan said gently. She just wants to talk. They went into the office. Dr. Reyes invited Lily to play with some toys while they talked. Nathan sat in a chair and explained the situation. Hannah's death, the marriage to Tessa, the escalating tension, the incidents with the toy in the box. Dr. Reyes listened, taking notes. Occasionally, she glanced at Lily, who was quietly stacking blocks in the corner. How's Lily been since you left the house? Dr. Reyes asked. Better. She's still sad, but she's less anxious. She sleeps through the night now. And before, nightmares. She'd wake up crying. Dr. Reyes nodded. She made another note. Okay, I'd like to see Lily alone for the rest of the session, if that's all right. Just to talk with her, get a sense of how she's feeling. Nathan looked at Lily. She was watching them, her hands still on the blocks. Is that okay, Lily? He asked. She nodded. Nathan stood up. I'll be right outside. He waited in the lobby for 30 minutes. When the door opened, Lily came out first. Her face was calm. Dr. Reyes followed. Can we talk for a minute? She asked Nathan. Sure. They stepped into the hallway. Dr. Reyes folded her arms. Lily's been through a lot, she said. She's grieving her mother still, which is completely normal. But she's also carrying a lot of anxiety about her home situation. She's scared of making her stepmother angry. She's scared of losing you. Nathan's chest tightened. I'm not going anywhere. I believe you. But she needs to hear it. Repeatedly. Kids her age need consistency and reassurance. She'll get it. Good. I like to see her weekly for now. We'll work on processing her grief and managing her anxiety. And Nathan, she's going to be okay. She's resilient. But she needs time. Okay. Thank you. Friday morning, Tom Berkeley called. Papers are filed, he said. Tess has been served. Nathan exhaled. Okay. Expect her lawyer to reach out soon. They'll want to negotiate. My advice, don't agree to anything without talking to me first. Got it. And Nathan, this is going to get uglier before it gets better. Be ready. Nathan hung up and stared at the phone. Then he went to work. The call came Saturday morning. Tessa. Nathan almost didn't answer. Then he thought about what Berkeley had said, document everything, and picked up. What, he said. Nathan. Tessa's voice was tight. You served me with divorce papers? Separation. It's the same thing. No, it's not. You're really doing this. You're leaving me because I made one mistake. Nathan's grip on the phone tightened. It wasn't one mistake. So that's it? No conversation, no chance to fix things? You just walk away. You threw away Hannah's things. You destroyed Lily's toy. You called her clingy and dramatic to your mother while she was in the next room. Silence. I didn't know she heard that, Tessa said finally. Doesn't matter. You said it. I was frustrated. I didn't mean it. Yeah, you did. Nathan, I have to go. Wait. Please. Her voice cracked. Can we at least talk? In person? Without the lawyers. Nathan thought about it. No. Why not? Because you're going to try to manipulate me. You're going to cry and apologize and promise to change. And maybe you mean it. Maybe you don't. But it doesn't matter because I don't trust you anymore. I'm your wife. Not for much longer. He hung up. His hands were shaking. He set the phone down and walked to the window. Outside, the river was gray and choppy. Rain was starting to fall. Sunday afternoon, Nathan moved them into the new apartment. It was small, just a bedroom, a bathroom, and a living room with a kitchenette in the corner. But it was clean and quiet, and it had a view of the river. Lily explored every inch of it. She chose the bedroom. Nathan would take the couch. It's nice, she said. Yeah, it's ours. Nathan smiled. Yeah, kiddo, it's ours. They spent the rest of the day unpacking. Nathan didn't have much. Clothes, some tools, a few dishes. Lily had her backpack and the books from the bookstore. I wish I had my stuffed animals, she said quietly. I'll get them. I'll go back to the house when Tess is not there and get your things. What if she won't let you? She doesn't get a choice. Lily thought about that. Then she nodded. That night, they ordered pizza and ate it sitting on the floor in the living room. There was no TV yet, so they talked instead. What's going to happen? Lily asked. What do you mean? With Tessa and the house and everything. Nathan set his pizza slice down. We're going to get a divorce. It'll take a while, but eventually you'll be done. And then it'll be just you and me. Forever. If that's what you want. Lily looked at him. Will you get married again? I don't know. Maybe someday. But not for a long time. Good. She picked at her pizza. I don't like stepmothers. Nathan didn't know what to say to that, so he just nodded. Monday, Nathan took Lily to school and then drove to the house. Tessa's car was gone. Good. He used his key to let himself in. The house was eerily quiet. It smelled like Tessa's perfume and a lavender air freshener she liked. Nathan went to Lily's room first. He packed her stuffed animals, her clothes, her books. He found a torn rabbit in the trash can by her bed. He took it out carefully and added it to the bag. Then he went to his own room. He grabbed the rest of his clothes, his shoes, a few personal items. He took the framed photo of Hannah from the dresser, the one where she was holding newborn Lily in the hospital. Tessa had shoved it in a drawer months ago. He was loading the last box into his truck when a car pulled into the driveway. Not Tessa, Janice. Nathan kept loading. Janice got out of her car and walked toward him. She was dressed in slacks and a blouse, her gray hair pulled back. Nathan, she said. He didn't look at her. Janice, we need to talk. No, we don't. You're making a mistake. Nathan closed the truck bed and turned to face her. Am I? Yes. Tessa loves you. She loves Lily. She made a mistake, but she's trying to fix it by throwing away my daughter's memories. Janice's mouth tightened. Lily needs to move on. She can't spend her life clinging to the past. That's not your call to make. Or Tessa's. She's just a child. She doesn't know what's good for her. And you do. Better than you, apparently. You're coddling her. You're letting her wallow in grief. Nathan stepped closer. Janice took a step back. Let me make something clear, Nathan said, his voice low. You and Tessa don't get to decide how Lily grieves. You don't get to tell her when it's time to move on. And you sure as hell don't get to destroy the things that help her remember her mother. Nathan, I'm done talking to you. Tell Tessa if she wants her stuff, she can come get it. But she stays away from Lily. Understood. Janice's face went red. You can't keep a child from her stepmother. Watch me. He got in the truck and drove away. Tuesday, Nathan got a call from Tom Berkeley. Tessa's lawyer reached out. Berkeley said, they want to negotiate. What do they want? Joint custody, shared parenting time, mediation to work out the details. No. Nathan. I said no. I want sole custody. Berkeley sighed. Okay, then we go to court. But be prepared. This is going to get expensive. And it's going to take time. I don't care. All right, I'll let them know. Nathan hung up and went back to work. The weeks crawled by. Nathan fell into a routine. Work, pick up Lily, dinner, homework, bed. On weekends, they explored Eugene. They went to the science museum, the park, the library. Nathan bought a used TV from a guy at work. They watched movies on Friday nights. Lily started seeing Dr. Reyes twice a week. She was opening up more, smiling more. The nightmare stopped. Nathan kept documenting. He wrote down every conversation with Tessa, every missed call, every angry text. He took photos of Lily's room in the new apartment, small but bright, with her stuffed animals lined up on the bed. Tessa tried calling several times. Nathan didn't answer. She left voicemails, some angry, some pleading. He saved them all. Then, 3 weeks after they left the house, Tessa showed up at Lily's school. Nathan got the call from Mrs. Morrison at 2:30. Mr. Rourke, I wanted to let you know that Lily's stepmother came by the school today. She tried to check Lily out early, but I didn't allow it. You're listed as the primary guardian, and I wanted to check with you first. Nathan's blood went cold. Is Lily okay? She's fine. She's in class. But your wife was upset. She said you've been keeping Lily from her. I have a legal separation in place. My lawyer will send you a copy. Tessa doesn't have permission to take Lily from school. Understood. I'll make a note in the file. Thank you. Nathan hung up and called Berkeley. She came to the school. Berkeley said, yeah, that's good for us, actually. It shows she's not respecting boundaries. I'll include it in our filing. I don't want her near Lily. I know, but legally, she still has some rights until the court makes a final ruling. Best thing you could do is keep documenting. Nathan clenched his jaw. Okay. When he picked Lily up at 3:15, she was quiet. She climbed into the truck and buckled her seatbelt without a word. Mrs. Morrison told me Tessa came by, Nathan said. Lily nodded. Did you see her? No. Mrs. Morrison said, I had to stay in the classroom. Good. Lily looked at him. Is Tessa mad at me? No, kiddo. She's mad at me. Because we left? Yeah. Lily thought about that. I'm glad we left. Nathan reached over and squeezed her hand. Me too. For weeks after they left, Nathan and Tessa had their first mediation session. It was held in a windowless room in a building downtown. A mediator, a stern woman in her 60s named Paula Grant, sat at the head of the table. Nathan and Tom Berkeley sat on one side. Tessa and her lawyer, a slick guy in his 40s named Richard Cross, sat on the other. Tessa looked different, thinner. Her face was drawn. Paula Grant started by explaining the purpose of mediation, to reach an agreement without going to court. She asked both parties to share their concerns. Richard Cross went first. My client is heartbroken, he said. She made mistakes, yes, but she loves her stepdaughter. She wants the opportunity to repair the relationship. Paula Grant turned to Nathan. Mr. Rourke? Nathan looked at Tessa. She wouldn't meet his eyes. My daughter is 8 years old, he said. 3 years ago, she lost her mother to cancer. She's been grieving ever since. My wife, he paused, my soon-to-be ex-wife destroyed the one thing that connected Lily to her mother. She threw away irreplaceable mementos. She's called Lily clingy and dramatic. She's shown up at Lily's school without permission. I don't trust her around my daughter. Tessa's face crumpled. I'm sorry, she said. Her voice was small. I'm so sorry, Nathan. I didn't mean to hurt her. Nathan said nothing. Can we find a compromise? Paula Grant asked. Perhaps supervised visitation? No, Nathan said. Mr. Rourke, she destroyed something that can't be fixed. She crossed the line. I'm not putting my daughter through that again. Paula Grant looked at Richard Cross. He spread his hands. My client is willing to attend counseling, to work on her relationship with the child. But Mr. Rourke needs to meet her halfway. No, Nathan said again. Tom Berkeley leaned forward. My client has documented a pattern of harmful behavior. We have statements from the child's teacher and therapist. We're prepared to argue for sole custody. Richard Cross's face hardened. We'll fight that. Then we'll see you in court. The mediation ended 20 minutes later. No agreement. Tessa tried to catch Nathan's eye as they left the room. He walked past her without looking. 6 weeks after they left, the court hearing was scheduled. Nathan took the day off work. He dressed in the one suit he owned, the one he'd worn to his wedding, and met Tom Berkeley at the courthouse. They sat in a small courtroom with wood-paneled walls and fluorescent lights. A judge, a gray-haired man named Arthur Boyd, sat at the bench. Richard Cross presented Tessa's case first. He argued that Tessa had made mistakes but was committed to being a good stepmother. He called Tessa to the stand. She cried. She apologized. She said she'd been overwhelmed and frustrated, but she loved Lily. She said Nathan was keeping them apart out of spite. I just want a chance to make things right, she said, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Then Tom Berkeley presented Nathan's case. He called Mrs. Morrison, who testified about Lily's increased anxiety. He called Dr. Reyes, who explained the emotional harm caused by destroying Lily's belongings. He called Nathan to the stand. Nathan told the story. The toy, the box of mementos, Lily's tears. He kept his voice steady, kept his emotions in check. Do you believe your daughter is safe with Ms. Rourke? The judge asked. No, Nathan said. I don't. The judge made notes. Then he dismissed both parties. I'll issue my ruling within 2 weeks, he said. The 2 weeks felt like forever. Nathan worked. He picked Lily up from school. They went to therapy. He cooked dinner, helped with homework, read bedtime stories. He didn't think about the hearing. He didn't let himself hope. Then, on a Friday afternoon, Tom Berkeley called. We won, he said. Nathan sat down. What? Sole custody. The judge ruled in your favor. Tessa gets supervised visitation twice a month, pending completion of family counseling. If she doesn't complete the counseling, the visits stop. Nathan closed his eyes. Okay. Congratulations, Nathan. You did it. Yeah, thanks. He hung up and sat on the couch. The apartment was quiet. Lily was at school. He had 2 hours before he had to pick her up. Nathan stared at the wall. Then he put his head in his hands and let himself breathe. That night, he told Lily. The judge said you're staying with me, he said. Lily looked up from her homework. Forever. Yeah, forever. She smiled. It was a small smile, tentative, but it was real. Good, she said. 2 months after the custody hearing, Nathan and Lily were settled. The apartment felt like home now. Nathan had bought cheap furniture from thrift stores, a couch, a kitchen table, a bed for Lily. He'd hung pictures on the walls, including the photo of Hannah holding newborn Lily. Lily was doing better. Dr. Reyes said she was processing her grief in a healthy way. The anxiety was fading. She laughed more. She made a friend at school, a girl named Emma who liked to draw. Nathan had filed for divorce. The papers were moving through the system. Tessa hadn't contested. Her lawyer said she just wanted it over. She completed 2 supervised visits with Lily. They'd been awkward, tense. Tessa had tried too hard, brought too many gifts. Lily had been polite but distant. After the second visit, she'd asked Nathan if she had to keep going. It's up to you, he'd said. I don't want to. Okay, I'll tell the court. Tessa stopped scheduling visits after that. One Saturday in early December, Nathan took Lily to a craft store. She wanted supplies to make Christmas ornaments. They wandered the aisles, picking out felt and glue and glitter. At the fabric counter, Nathan stopped. Hey, he said to the woman behind the counter. You know anyone who's good at fixing stuffed animals? The woman thought about it. My daughter does that sort of thing. She's studying fashion design. Takes on little projects for extra money. Could you give me her number? The woman wrote it on a slip of paper. Nathan thanked her. That afternoon, he called the number. A young woman answered. The woman's daughter, named Kelly. Nathan explained about the rabbit. I can fix it, Kelly said. Bring it by and I'll take a look. 2 days later, Nathan dropped off the rabbit at Kelly's apartment. She examined it carefully. This is pretty torn up, she said. But I can do it. It'll take me about a week. That's fine. How much? 50. Done. The following week, Kelly called. It's ready. Nathan picked it up after work. Kelly handed him the rabbit, wrapped in tissue paper. He unwrapped it carefully. The rabbit looked almost new. Kelly had sewn the head back on with tiny, even stitches. She'd patched the torn fabric and restuffed it. She'd even replaced the missing button eye. This is perfect, Nathan said. Thank you. Kelly smiled. My pleasure. Nathan paid her and drove home. Lily was sitting at the kitchen table doing homework. She looked up when he entered. I have something for you, he said. He handed her the rabbit. Lily's eyes went wide. She took it carefully, turning it over in her hands. You fixed it, she whispered. Kelly fixed it. But yeah. Lily hugged the rabbit to her chest. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Hey, Nathan said. He crouched down beside her. It's okay. I thought it was gone forever, she said. I know, but it's not. It's here. Lily threw her arms around his neck. Nathan held her, his own throat tight. Thank you, Daddy, she whispered. You're welcome, kiddo. Christmas came. Nathan couldn't afford much, but he bought Lily some books and a new coat. They decorated a small tree with the ornaments she'd made. They ate Chinese takeout and watched old movies. On Christmas morning, Lily sat on the floor in her pajamas, the rabbit in her lap, and opened her presents. She smiled at each one, thanked him for each one. This is the best Christmas, she said. Nathan didn't mention that it was just the two of them, that her stepmother wasn't there, that her grandmother wasn't there. It didn't matter. Lily was happy. That was enough. In January, the divorce was finalized. Nathan received the papers in the mail. He read them once, then filed them away. Tessa didn't call, didn't text. For the first time in months, his phone was quiet. One evening, Nathan ran into Marla at the grocery store. She was in the produce section, picking through apples. Nathan, she said, smiling. How are you? Good. We're good. How's Lily? Better. A lot better. Marla's smile widened. I'm glad. You did the right thing, you know, leaving when you did. Yeah. It was hard, but yeah. And you? How are you holding up? Nathan thought about it. I'm okay. Tired, but okay. You should be proud. A lot of people wouldn't have done what you did. I didn't have a choice. You did. You chose your daughter. Not everyone does. Nathan didn't know what to say to that, so he just nodded. They talked for a few more minutes, then went their separate ways. On the drive home, Nathan thought about Marla's words. He'd chosen Lily, and he'd do it again. In February, Nathan got a call from Richard Cross, Tessa's lawyer. Mr. Rourke, I wanted to let you know that my client has decided not to pursue any further visitation with Lily. Nathan paused. Okay. She feels it's in the child's best interest to have space. She's also moving to Portland. Fresh start. I see. She wanted me to tell you. Cross hesitated. She's sorry. For everything. Nathan didn't respond. Anyway, Cross said, you won't be hearing from her again. I'll send you the formal paperwork dropping the visitation. Okay. Thanks. Nathan hung up. He stared at the phone for a moment. Then he set it down and went back to making dinner. That night, after Lily was asleep, Nathan sat on the couch with a beer. He thought about Tessa, about the woman he'd married, hoping to rebuild a family, about the way it had all fallen apart. He didn't feel anger anymore. He didn't feel much of anything, really, just a kind of quiet relief. It was over. Finally over. He took a sip of beer and stared out the window at the dark river. Spring came. The rain eased up, and the days grew longer. Nathan and Lily fell into a comfortable rhythm. They were a team now, the two of them. They cooked together, cleaned together, did laundry together. One Saturday in March, Nathan took Lily to a fabric store. He'd had an idea. Pick out some fabric, he told her. Whatever you like. Lily wandered the aisles, running her hands over the bolts of cloth. She chose a soft blue fabric with tiny white flowers. This one, she said. Good choice. Nathan bought a yard of it, along with a small sewing kit. At home, they spread the fabric out on the kitchen table. Nathan found a picture online of a simple stuffed rabbit pattern. He printed it out. We're going to make a new rabbit, he told Lily. Together. Her eyes lit up. Really? Really? They worked on it all afternoon. Nathan cut the fabric. Lily helped him pin it together. He showed her how to thread the needle, how to make small, even stitches. It took them 2 weekends to finish. The rabbit wasn't perfect. The ears were a little lopsided, and the stitches were uneven in places. But it was theirs. Lily held it up, grinning. We made it. Yeah, we did. She hugged it to her chest. Can I keep both rabbits? Of course. The old one is from Mom. This one is from you. Nathan's throat tightened. Yeah, kiddo. That's right. In April, Nathan got a raise at work. Not much, but enough to move them into a bigger apartment. 2 bedrooms this time. A real kitchen. A small balcony overlooking the river. Lily got her own room. Nathan helped her paint it yellow, her favorite color. They hung posters on the walls and put her books on a shelf. She arranged her stuffed animals on the bed. The old rabbit, the new rabbit, and all the others. It's perfect, she said. Nathan stood in the doorway, watching her. She looked happy. Really happy. Yeah, he said. It is. One evening in late April, Nathan and Lily sat on the balcony, watching the sun set over the river. The sky was orange and pink, the water glowing. Lily leaned against him, the new rabbit in her lap. Dad, she said. Yeah. Are we okay now? Nathan thought about it. About the past year. The pain, the fights, the long nights in the motel. About the custody hearing and the divorce papers and the silence that had settled over everything after. He thought about Tessa and Janice and all the things they'd said and done. About the toy they destroyed and the memories they'd thrown away. He thought about the choice he'd made. To walk away. To protect his daughter. To never forgive. Yeah, Lily, he said. We are now. She smiled and rested her head against his shoulder. They sat there as the sun sank below the horizon and the stars began to appear. The river flowed past, dark and steady. Somewhere in the city, Tessa was packing her things, preparing to move to Portland. Somewhere, Janice was sitting in her big house, alone. But here, on this balcony, Nathan and Lily were together. They were safe. They were whole. And that was enough. 6 months later, Nathan stood in the kitchen of their apartment, making pancakes. It was Saturday morning. Lily sat at the table, drawing. What are you working on? He asked. She held up the paper. It was a picture of 2 rabbits sitting side by side under a tree. That's us, she said, pointing. The big rabbit is you. The little rabbit is me. Nathan smiled. I like it. Can we hang it on the fridge? Absolutely. He finished the pancakes and brought them to the table. They ate together, talking about their plans for the day. The park, the library, maybe a movie later. After breakfast, Lily went to her room to get dressed. Nathan cleaned up the kitchen, then stood at the sink looking out the window. The river flowed past. The sky was clear. It was going to be a good day. His phone buzzed. A text from Marla. "How are you two doing?" Nathan typed back, "Good. Really good." A moment later, "I'm so glad. You deserve it." He set the phone down and went to get Lily. They had a life to live. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. John Trent stood at the edge of the hospital room, watching his wife sleep. Amber's chest rose and fell in steady rhythm. Her blonde hair spread across the pillow like spilled honey. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in cold white that he should have felt something. Joy, relief, pride. Instead, he felt nothing. The baby, Noah, they named him, lay swaddled in the plastic bassinet beside Amber's bed. Red-faced, tiny fists curled against his chest. John had held him for maybe 5 minutes after the birth, felt the weight of him, the warmth. Then he passed him back to the nurse and stepped away. "Dad!" Mary's voice cut through his thoughts. She stood by the window, backlit by the afternoon sun streaming through the blinds. 9 years old, brown hair pulled back in a ponytail, wearing her favorite purple jacket. Her face looked wrong. Pale. Tight. "What's up, kiddo?" John moved toward her, keeping his voice low so he wouldn't wake Amber. Mary's hands were shaking. She clutched her pink phone, the one Amber had bought her for emergencies, like it might burn her. Her eyes were wet. "Dad," she whispered, "don't take the baby home." John stopped. "What? Please." Her voice cracked. "Don't." "Mary, what are you talking about?" She looked at him, then at her mother, then back. Her jaw worked like she was chewing words she couldn't swallow. Finally, she held out the phone. "Just watch." John took it. The screen showed a paused video. He recognized their kitchen, the white cabinets, the island with the green granite countertop, the clock on the wall shaped like a rooster. Nighttime. The timestamp read 2:47 a.m. He pressed play. The video was shaky, filmed from behind the doorway. Mary must have been hiding in the hallway. The angle showed most of the kitchen, the light over the sink casting everything in yellow. Amber stood near the refrigerator. Pregnant. Very pregnant. Maybe 7 months along. She wore her pink bathrobe, the one she'd bought last Christmas that a man stood with her. Tall. Dark hair. Wearing jeans and a black t-shirt. Kane Mercer. Their neighbor from 3 houses down. John's chest tightened. On screen, Amber laughed at something Kane said. Then Kane stepped closer, put his hand on her stomach. Amber didn't pull away. She leaned into him. Then they kissed. Not a peck. Not friendly. Deep. Hungry. Kane's hand slid up to cup her face. Her hand gripped his shirt. They kissed like they'd done it 100 times before. When they broke apart, Amber smiled. Kane said something too quiet for the phone to pick up. Amber shook her head, glanced toward the doorway. John's breath caught, then looked back at Kane. Her voice came through clear. "Once he's born, he'll never know you're the father." The video ended. John stared at the black screen. His hand had gone numb. Cold spread through his fingers, up his arms, into his chest. He couldn't feel his face. "Dad!" Mary's voice sounded far away. "Are you okay?" He looked at her. Her eyes were red. Tears streaked her cheeks. She'd been carrying this. Alone. For how long? When did you record this? His voice came out flat. 2 months ago. I heard noises. I thought someone broke in, so I grabbed my phone and went to check. She wiped her nose with her sleeve. I didn't know what to do. Mom said, she said you'd never believe me if I told you. She said I was making things up because I was jealous of the new baby. John's jaw clenched. She knew you saw. I accidentally made a noise when I was leaving. She caught me in the hallway. Made me promise not to say anything. Mary's voice dropped to barely a whisper. She said it would ruin everything. That you'd leave us. That it was my fault for spying. John knelt down, put his hands on Mary's shoulders. She was shaking. Listen to me. None of this is your fault. You understand? None of it. But I should have told you sooner. I should have you told me now. That's what matters. He pulled her into a hug. She buried her face in his shoulder and sobbed. He held her, feeling her small body shake against him, and stared over her head at Amber, sleeping peacefully in the hospital bed. The baby made a small noise. Not quite crying, just stirring. John stood, still holding Mary's hand. He looked at Noah. Red face. Dark hair. He tried to see himself in the baby and couldn't. Tried to see Amber and wasn't sure. We should go home, John said quietly. What about Mom? She'll be fine here. They're keeping her overnight anyway. Mary nodded. She glanced back at the phone in John's hand. Are you going to delete it? No. He slipped the phone into his pocket. I'm going to keep it safe. John looked down at Mary. You should stay here tonight. Keep your mom company. But Dad, I need you to do this for me. Can you be strong? Mary nodded slowly, though her eyes were uncertain. I'll pick you up in the morning. We'll get breakfast. Just you and me. Okay. John hugged her one more time, then left the hospital alone. He didn't look back. John didn't sleep that night, that he sat in his truck in the driveway until 3 in the morning, staring at the dashboard. The house was completely dark. Empty. Mary was still at the hospital with Amber, because it wasn't. Inside his pocket, Mary's phone felt like it weighed 50 pounds. He'd watched the video 4 more times on the drive home. Each time, he'd hoped he'd see something different. Some explanation. But there wasn't one. Once he's born, he'll never know you're the father. John gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white. He wanted to go inside and wake Amber. Wanted to show her the video. Watch her face when she realized she'd been caught. But he didn't move. Because what would happen then? She'd cry. She'd apologize. She'd say it was a mistake, that she loved him, that it didn't mean anything. She'd beg him to forgive her for the sake of the baby. And John knew himself well enough to know that in that moment, angry and hurt, he might do something stupid. Might make promises or threats he couldn't take back, instead. He sat in the dark and thought. Kay Mercer, the guy who'd moved in 2 years ago. The mechanic who always waved when John drove past. Who'd borrowed a drill once and brought it back with a 6-pack of beer as thanks. Who'd helped push John's truck out of a ditch last winter. The guy who'd been sleeping with his wife. How long had it been going on? 2 months? 6? A year? John thought back. Tried to remember if there were signs. Late nights when Amber said she was out with friends. Times she'd been distracted, distant. The way she'd started dressing nicer when she went to the grocery store. He'd thought she was just taking care of herself during the pregnancy. Being confident. Happy that he'd been blind. Finally, around 4 in the morning, John got out of the truck and went inside. The house smelled like the dinner he'd made before they left for the hospital. Meatloaf and potatoes. A lifetime ago, the house was silent. Too silent. He walked through the rooms, turned on a few lights, then turned them back off that he couldn't stay here. Then he went downstairs, grabbed his keys, and drove to a motel on the edge of town. He paid cash for a room and sat on the bed in the dark, staring at the wall until the sun came up. He couldn't go back. Not yet. Not until he figured out what came next. The next morning, John called the hospital and told them he'd pick both Amber and Mary up after lunch. Amber sounded tired on the phone, but cheerful. I can't wait to bring Noah home, she said. Did you set up the crib? Yeah, it's ready. And you're okay? You sound weird. Just tired. Didn't sleep much. Well, get some rest. We're going to need all the energy we can get with a newborn. She laughed. It sounded fake to him now. Everything about her sounded fake. When John arrived at the hospital, Amber was dressed and ready. Mary sat beside her, looking exhausted. A nurse wheeled Amber down to the lobby, Noah in her arms. Amber smiled when she saw John. There's my man. John took the baby carrier from the nurse and helped Amber into the truck. Mary climbed into the back seat without a word. Amber chatted the whole drive home about the nurses, the food, how sore she was, how beautiful Noah looked. John made appropriate noises. Nodded. Didn't say much. Mary stared out the window, silent. When they got home, Amber went straight to the nursery with Noah. Mary followed John to the kitchen. Did Mom ask about last night? John asked quietly. Yeah, I told her you had to work early. Good girl. Mary looked at him with tired eyes. What are we going to do? I'm figuring it out. Just give me time. She nodded. The first week was brutal. John moved into the guest room. Told Amber he didn't want to wake her with his tossing and turning. She seemed relieved. Newborns were exhausting, she said. Made sense for him to get good sleep so he could work that he went through the motions. Got up, made breakfast, drove to the construction site, came home, made dinner, helped with the baby when Amber asked. Went to his room, Amber acted like nothing was wrong. She cooed at Noah, posted photos on social media, texted her friends about how perfect everything was. John watched her like she was a stranger. He started noticing things he'd missed before. The way she checked her phone constantly, angling it away from him. The way she tensed when he came into her room unexpectedly. The way she avoided eye contact when she talked about the baby point one night. He stood in the doorway of a nursery and watched her change Noah's diaper. She hummed while she worked, wiping and powdering and snapping the onesie closed. "He's beautiful, isn't he?" she said without looking up. "Yeah, he has your nose." John didn't respond. The baby didn't have his nose, didn't have his eyes or his chin or his ears. Noah looked like Amber. And maybe if John looked hard enough, he could see Cain in the shape of the baby's forehead, the way his fingers curved. But he didn't say that. 2 weeks after they brought Noah home, John bought a DNA test kit. He ordered it online using his phone, paid extra for express shipping. It arrived 3 days later in a plain box. He hid it in the garage behind his toolbox. The next afternoon, while Amber was at a doctor's appointment and Mary was at school, John opened the box. Inside were 2 swabs in sealed packages, a collection envelope, and instructions. His hand shook as he walked into the nursery. Noah was asleep at his crib, face turned to the side, tiny chest rising and falling. He looked peaceful, innocent. John stood there for a long moment, just watching. Then he opened the first swab package and carefully rubbed it along the inside of Noah's cheek. The baby stirred but didn't wake. John sealed the swab in the envelope, then did the same with his own mouth. He packaged everything according to the instructions and drove to the post office. Dropped it in the outgoing mail slot. Then he sat in his truck and tried to breathe. 3 days later, the results arrived in his email. John was at the construction site, reviewing a project with his foreman, when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, saw the subject line, "Your DNA test results are ready." He excused himself and walked to his truck, sat in the driver's seat with the engine off, opened the email that IT took him to a website. He logged in with the password he'd created when he registered the kit. The results page loaded .at the top in bold letters. Paternity test results below that, a table. Numbers and percentages he didn't fully understand. But at the bottom, one line stood out: probability of paternity, 0.00%. John read it 3 times. 0.0%. Not his. He'd known. Of course he'd known. He'd seen the video, heard Amber's voice. But some part of him had hoped, desperately, stupidly hoped, that maybe she'd been lying to Cain. That maybe it was some sick game. That maybe, somehow, Noah was still his, but no. 0.0%. John forwarded the email to himself twice. Saved screenshots to his phone. Then he closed his eyes and let out a breath that felt like it had been trapped in his chest for weeks. When he got home that night, Amber was feeding Noah on the couch. She smiled when John walked in. "Hey, honey, how was work?" "Fine." He dropped his keys on the counter. "We're having spaghetti for dinner." Mary's setting the table. "Great." He walked past her without kissing her hello. Didn't look at the baby in the kitchen. Mary was putting out plates. She glanced at him, and he gave her a small nod. She nodded back. They ate dinner together. Amber talked about a new recipe she'd found online. Mary pushed her food around her plate. John chewed and swallowed and said nothing. After dinner, John told Amber he needed to go to the hardware store. He drove around for an hour, then sat in a parking lot with his phone. He couldn't stay in that house. Couldn't keep pretending. But he needed a plan. He opened his contacts, scrolled to a name he hadn't called in years. Marla Cates, attorney at law. Marla had handled his father's estate when he passed 5 years ago. She was sharp, no nonsense, good at what she did. John hit call. She answered on the 3rd ring. "This is Marla." "Hi, Marla. It's John Trent." "John, it's been a while. How are you? I need some advice. Legal advice." There was a pause. "What's going on?" John took a breath. "My wife had an affair. The baby she just had isn't mine. I have proof. DNA test. Yes. And a video. Can you come see me? Tomorrow morning. I'll be there." When John got home, the house was dark. He slept in the guest room again.